133. Table 8.1 Then and Now, an inner-city Baltimore neighborhood 1966-1988 economic percentages adult unemployment rate 7.0 17.0 households receiving welfare 28.0 30.0 households with incomes less than $10,000, 1988 dollars, 41.0 47.0 households with incomes less than $20. 000, 1988 dollars, 16.0 18.0 adults who are high school graduates 10.0 49.0 households in which at least one person owns a car 23.0 36.0 percentage employed as laborers 43.0 8.0 percentage doing clerical work 1.0 30.0 household and family structure median household size 2.9 1.9 percentage of adults retired 13.0 30.0 percentage of population under 18 years of age 45.0 34.0 percentage of households with children with a male adult 56.0 43.0 percentage of one-person households 16.0 31.0 percentage of households with 5 or more people 30.0 12.0 The neighborhood most commonly cited good aspect people most common complaint housing drugs/CNME percentage of residents who are renters 85.0 78.0 percentage of adults living in neighborhood more than 10 years 48.0 60.0 percentage who think neighborhood is improving NA 14.0. The data above were compiled by surveys commissioned by the Baltimore Urban Renewal and Housing Agency in 1966 and repeated by the Baltimore Sun in April 1988. They focus on a neighborhood most seriously affected by the uprisings that followed the assassination of Martin Luther King. They were published in the Baltimore Sun, April 4, 1988, on the 20th anniversary of that event. With the exception of high school graduation rates, car ownership, and overcrowding, the data indicate at best stability and in some instances a worsening of economic and social conditions in the neighborhood. While some of this is due to an aging population, the lack of employment opportunities is evident. The catastrophic drop in laboring employment and the rise of clerical work conceals a radical shift in employment opportunities from men to women. This correlates with much higher levels of high school education as well as the drop in male adult presence in households. Data compiled during the 1990s for similar neighborhoods give no evidence of any reversal of these trends. Source: Harvey, 1988, 238. Chronic Poverty and All Manner of Signs of Social Distress, Plate 8.3, reign in the shadow of some of the finest medical and public health institutions in the world that are inaccessible to local populations, unless they have the privilege to clean the AIDS wards for less than a living wage or have Medicare/Medicaid status or a rare disease of great interest to elite medical researchers. Life expectancy in the immediate environs of these internationally renowned hospital facilities is among the lowest in the nation and comparable to many of the poorer countries in the world. 63 years for men and 73.2 for women. The rate of syphilis transmission is the highest of any city in the developed world, according to WHO statistics, and there has been an explosion of respiratory diseases, more than doubling for all categories in the city between 1986 and 1996, according to data collected for the Environmental Protection Agency, but led by an astonishing increase in the asthma rate from around 8 to nearly 170 per 10,000 inhabitants. The only notable public health success recorded in the city is the dramatic curbing of TB infections. This happened by way of a public health commissioner who, having had military medical experience in Vietnam, saw fit to adapt the Chinese communist idea of barefoot doctors to urban Baltimore and thereby bring the city's TB rate down within a decade from its unenviable position of worst in the nation to below the national average. The affluent, black and white, continue to leave the city in droves, at a net rate of over 1,000 a month over the last 5 years according to the Census Bureau, seeking solace, security, and jobs in the suburbs. Population in the city was close to 1 million when I arrived and is now down to just over 600,000. The suburbs, the edge cities, and the exurbs proliferate, with the aid of massive public subsidies to transport and upper-income housing construction via the mortgage interest tax deduction, in an extraordinarily unecological sprawl. Plate 8.4, long commutes, serious ozone concentrations in summer, almost certainly connected to spiraling respiratory ailments, and loss of agricultural land. Developers offer up this great blight of secure suburban conformity, alleviated, of course, by architectural quotations from Italianate villas and Doric columns, as a panacea for the breakdown and disintegration of urbanity, first in the inner city and then, as the deadly blight spreads, the inner suburbs. And it is there, in that bland and undistinguished world, that most of the metropolitan population, like most other Americans who have never had it so good, happily dwell. Residency in this commercialized bourgeois utopia, as Robert Fishman, 1989, calls it, anchors the peculiar mix of political conservatism and social libertarianism that is the hallmark of contemporary America. There has been an attempt of sorts to turn things around in the city. Launched in the early 1970s under the aegis of a dedicated and authoritarian mayor, William Donald Schaffer, it entailed formation of a private-public partnership to invest in downtown and inner harbor renewal, Plate 8.5, in order to attract financial services, tourism, and so-called hospitality functions to Center City. It took a lot of public money to get the process rolling. Once the partnership had the hotels, Hyatt got a $35 million hotel by putting up only $500,000 of its own money in the early 1980s, it needed to build a convention center to fill the hotels and. Plate 8.4 Bourgeois Utopia, Suburban Sprawl. Like many other metropolitan regions in the United States, Baltimore has exploded outwards at an extraordinary rate, see Plate 3.1. Impelled by a complex mix of fears of the city, compounded by racism and class prejudice, the collapse of public infrastructures in many parts of the city, and attracted by the bourgeois utopian desire to secure isolated and protected comforts, the effect of this propertied individualism has been to create a remarkably repetitive landscape of low-density sprawl coupled with total dependence on the automobile. The ecological impacts are strongly negative and the social and economic costs of traffic congestion and infrastructure provision are rising rapidly. Plate 8. 5 Developers Utopia, Baltimore's Inner Harbor Renewal. Almost everything to be seen on the present skyline of Baltimore's Inner Harbor has been constructed since around 1970. The background buildings largely represent office and hotel spaces with high-rise condominiums, both of which proved hard to sell off except at cut prices, guarding either end. The tall condominium on the left was built on valuable land given away to the developer in return for promises of help elsewhere that never materialized. In the foreground are the leisure and tourist activities that focus on the harbor front. Rouse's investments in a series of pavilions occupy the central corner of the harbor. Built through a public-private partnership, much of the development has had a checkered history. The Hyatt Regency Hotel, Center Top, gave Hyatt a $35 million hotel for an investment of $500,000, the rest was public monies. While this investment eventually turned out successfully for the city, the Columbus Science Center, with the white fluted roofline center bottom, cost $147 million of publicly secured private monies, but its main function, a hall of exploration, was forced to close in 1997 after 9 months of operation. Rescued from bankruptcy by a state takeover, the building is now run by the University of Maryland with a Marine Biotechnology Center as a main tenant. 141. Get a piece of what is now calculated to be an $83 billion a year meetings industry. In order to keep competitive, a further public investment of $150 million was needed to create an even larger convention center to get the big conventions. It is now feared that all this investment will not be profitable without a large headquarters hotel that will also require extensive public subsidies, maybe $50 million. And to improve the city image, nearly $500 million went into building sports stadiums, Plate 8.6, 4 teams, one of which was lured from Cleveland, that pay several million a year to star players watched by fans paying exorbitant ticket prices. This is a common enough story across the United States. The National Football League Deserving Welfare Clients calculates that $3.8 billion of largely public money will be poured into new NFL stadiums between 1992 and 2002. The state spends $5 million building a special light rail stop for the football stadium that will be used no more than 20 days a year. This is what is called feeding the downtown monster. Every new wave of public investment is needed to make the last wave pay off. The private-public partnership means that the public takes the risks and the private takes the profits. The citizenry wait for benefits that never materialize. Several of the public projects go belly up, and an upscale condominium complex on the waterfront, plate 8.7, does so poorly that it gets $2 million in tax breaks in order to forestall bankruptcy, while the impoverished working class, close to bankruptcy if not technically in it, get nothing. We have to be competitive, says the mayor, and that if they fail then no one else will want to invest, apparently forgetting that the higher tax bills on the rest of us, including those who might upgrade their properties, is also an incentive to join the exodus from the city to the suburbs that has long been underway. There is, of course, a good side to the renewal effort. Many people come to the inner harbor. There is even racial mixing. People evidently enjoy just watching people. And there is a growing recognition that the city, to be vibrant, has to be a 24-hour affair, and that mega bookstores and a Hard Rock Cafe have as much to offer as Benetton and the Banana Republic, plate 8.8. A hefty dose of social control is required to make such activities viable, and signs of such control are omnipresent, plate 8.9. The wish to be close to the action brings some young professionals, those without kids, back into Center City. And when gentrification in the classical sense of displacement of low-income populations has occurred, as it has mainly around the harbor, it has at least physically revitalized parts of the city that were slowly dying from neglect, plate 8.10. Some of the seedier public housing blocks have been imploded to make way for better quality housing in better quality environments, plate 8.11. Here and there, neighborhoods have pulled themselves together and developed a special sense of community that makes for safer, more secure living without degenerating into rabid exclusionism. In a few neighborhoods major projects have been launched, using an array of public and private resources, to revitalize impoverished communities, plate 8.12. None of this touches the roots of Baltimore's problems. One of those roots lies in the rapid transition in employment opportunities. Manufacturing jobs accelerated their movement out, mainly southwards and overseas, during the first severe post-war recession in 1973-5 and have not stopped moving since, see Table 8.2. Shipbuilding, for example, has all but disappeared, and the industries that stayed have downsized. Bethlehem Steel, plate 8.13, employed 30,000 in 1970, less than 5,000 now make nearly the same amount of steel with round after round of high-tech investment, the last of which received a $5 million state subsidy. General Motors, another deserving welfare client, received a massive urban development action grant in the early 1980s to keep its assembly plant open, and now threatens to close its truck assembly operation. City and state representatives are scrambling to find a sufficiently lucrative aid package to keep them in town. Containerization of port operations and automated ship loading, plate 8.13, have reduced employment on the docks to a shadow of its former importance. Service jobs have materialized to replace perhaps as many as 250,000 jobs lost in manufacturing and port operations. Within the city many of these are low-paying, with few benefits, temporary, non-unionized and female, plate 8.14. The best many households can hope for is to keep their income stable by having two people work longer hours at a lower individual wage. The general absence of adequate and affordable daycare means that this does not bode well for the kids. Poverty entraps and gets perpetuated, notwithstanding the campaign for a living wage that struggles to improve the lot of the working poor and protect the many thousands now being pushed off welfare into a stagnant labor market, see Chapter 7. Conversion of older industrial facilities here and there provides new sources of livelihood that offer some support for neighborhood revitalization. The geographical disparities in wealth and power increase to fashion a metropolitan world of chronically uneven geographical development. For a while the inner suburbs drained wealth from the central city, but now they, too, have problems, though it is there, if anywhere, where most new jobs are created. So the wealth moves, either further out to exurbs that explicitly exclude the poor, the underprivileged, and the marginalized, or it encloses itself behind high walls, in suburban privatopias and urban gated communities. Plate 8.15. The rich form ghettos of affluence. There the recession of 1980-5 brought another powerful wave of job losses to the Baltimore region, as illustrated in this list of cutbacks. The list is adapted from the chart appearing in the Baltimore Sunday, March 21, 1985. Companies marked with an asterisk shut down operations completely. In the case of such shutdowns, there had often been a significant rundown of the labor force in earlier years. The jobs lost in retailing were eventually regained, but those in manufacturing were permanently lost. This period saw the end, for example, of shipbuilding and ship repair as a staple of the Baltimore economy. Source: Harvey, 1988, 236. Bourgeois utopias, and undermine concepts of citizenship, social belonging, and mutual support. 6 million of them in the United States now live in gated communities as opposed to 1 million 10 years ago, Blakely, 1997. And if communities are not gated, they are increasingly constructed on exclusionary lines so that levels of segregation, primarily by class but also with a powerful racial thread, are worse now in Baltimore than ever. The second major root of the mess lies in institutional fragmentation and breakdown. City Hall, caught in a perpetual fiscal bind buttressed by the belief that slimmer government is always the path to a more competitive city, reduces its services, while increasing its subsidies to corporations, whether needed or not. The potential for cooperation with suburban jurisdictions is overwhelmed by competitive pressures to keep taxes down, the impoverished and marginalized out, and the affluent and stable in. The federal government decentralizes and the state, now dominated by suburban and rural interests, turns its back on the city. Special tax assessment districts spring up so that neighborhoods can provide extra services according to their means. Since the means vary, the effect is to divide up the urban realm into a patchwork quilt of islands of relative affluence struggling to secure themselves in a sea of spreading squalor and decay. The overall effect is division and fragmentation of the metropolitan space, a loss of sociality across diversity, and a localized defensive posture towards the rest of the city that becomes politically fractious if not downright dysfunctional. The Downtown Partnership, to take one example, is led by Peter Angelos, the richest lawyer in the state and owner of the Baltimore Orioles. He began his career as lawyer for the steel workers dealing with occupational health and safety issues and made millions on the asbestos claims that bankrupted several major corporations as well as many of the names of Lloyds in London that were foolish enough to insure them. The partnership is taking over the downtown, seeking to push the homeless, and the soup kitchens, our daily bread, plate 154. 8.2, that attract them, towards some peripheral zone. It even proposes a ghettoized campus for the homeless, somewhere out of sight. City Hall falls into line and seeks extensive demolition of whole blocks of low-income housing, hoping to force the poor out into the suburbs, in perfect alignment with Engels's observation from long ago that the only solution the bourgeoisie can ever find for its problems is to move them around. The prospects for institutional reform seem negligible. A tangled mix of bureaucratic and legal inflexibilities and rigid political institutional arrangements create ossified urban governance. Exclusionary communitarianism, narrow vested interests, usually framed by identity politics of various sorts, predominantly racial at the populist level, though in Baltimore there is a good deal of ethnic rivalry thrown in, corporate profit hunger, financial myopia, and developer greed all contribute to the difficulties. New resources are built into the social, political, and physical landscape of the metropolitan region so as to exacerbate both the inequalities and the fragmentations, most those of race. There is, it seems, no alternative except for the rich to be progressively enriched and the poor, largely black, to be regressively impoverished. If the latter misbehave, they can always be incarcerated in that other place of massive public investment, the new city correctional institution, Plate 8.16. In the midst of all this spiraling inequality, thriving corporate and big money interests, including the media, promote their own brand of identity politics, with multiple manifestos of political correctness. Their central message, repeated over and over, is that any challenge to the glories of the free market, preferably cornered, monopolized, and state-subsidized in practice, is to be mercilessly put down or mocked out of existence. The power of these ideas lies, I suspect, at the core of our current sense of helplessness. There is no alternative, said Margaret Thatcher in her heyday. Even Gorbachev agreed. The corporatized media relentlessly and endlessly repeat the refrain. An overwhelming ideological configuration of forces has been created that will brook no opposition. Those who have the money power are free to choose among name-brand commodities, including prestigious locations, properly secured, gated, and serviced, but the citizenry as a whole is denied any collective choice of political system, of ways of social relating, or of modes of production, consumption, and exchange. If the mess seems impossible to change, then it is simply because there is indeed no alternative. It is the supreme rationality of the market versus the silly irrationality of anything else. And all those institutions that might have helped define some alternative have either been suppressed or, with some notable exceptions, such as the church, been browbeaten into submission. We the people have no right to choose what kind of city we shall inhabit. But how is that we are so persuaded that there is no alternative? Why is it, in Roberto Unger's, 1987a, 37, words, that we often seem to be, such, helpless puppets of the institutional and imaginative worlds we inhabit? Is it simply that we lack the will, the courage, and the perspicacity to open up alternatives and actively pursue them? Or is there something else at work? Surely it cannot be lack of imagination. The Academy, for example, is full of explorations of the imaginary. In physics, the exploration of possible worlds is the norm rather than the exception. In the humanities, a fascination with what is called the imaginary is everywhere apparent. And the media world that is now available to us has never before been so replete with fantasies and possibilities for collective communication about alternative worlds. Yet none of this seems to impinge upon the terrible trajectory that daily life assumes in the material world around us. We seem, as Unger, 1987a, 331, puts it, to be torn between dreams that seem unrealizable and prospects that hardly seem to matter. Is it really a choice between dream works or nothing? To be sure, the ideology and practices of competitive neoliberalism do their quietly effective and insidious work within the major institutions, the media and the universities, that shape the imaginative context in 156, which we live. They do so with hardly anyone noticing. The political correctness imposed by raw money power, and the logic of market competition, has done far more to censor opinion within these institutions than the overt repressions of McCarthyism ever did. Possibility has had a bad press, Ernst Bloch, 1988, 7, remarks, adding there is a very clear interest that has prevented the world from being changed into the possible. Bloch, interestingly, associated this condition with the demise, denigration, and disparagement of all forms of utopian thought. That, he argued, meant a loss of hope, and without hope alternative politics becomes impossible. Could it be, then, that a revitalization of the utopian tradition will give us ways to think the possibility of real alternatives? Bloch, 1986, clearly thought so. Close to the center of Baltimore, in the Walters Art Gallery, hangs a painting entitled View of an Ideal City, Plate 8.17. It portrays the idea of some long ago dreamed of perfection of city form accredited, perhaps appropriately under the circumstances, to an unknown Italian artist of the late 15th century. I like to think it was painted as Columbus prepared to undertake his fateful voyage. Although its form and style are drawn from long ago, when hopes, fears, and possibilities were different, its spirit still burns bright within the heart of Baltimore as a reproachful commentary not only on the urban desolation outside the gallery's walls but also upon the lack of visionary ideals with which to combat that desolation. To the figure of the city, the figures of the city and of utopia have long been intertwined, see, example Fishman, 1982, and Hall, 1988. In their early incarnations, utopias were usually given a distinctively urban form, and most of what passes for urban and city planning in the broadest sense has been infected, some would prefer inspired, by utopian modes of thought. The connection long predates Sir Thomas More's first adventure with the utopian genre in 1516. Plato connected ideal forms of government with his closed republic in such a way as to fold the concepts of city and citizen into each other, and the city-state of Phaeacia depicted in Homer's Odyssey has many of the characteristics later alluded to by More. The Judeo-Christian tradition defined paradise as a distinctive place where all good souls would go after their trials and tribulations in the temporal world. All manner of metaphors flowed from this of the heavenly city, the city of God, the eternal city, the shining city on a hill, a metaphor dearly beloved by President Reagan. If heaven is a happy place, then that other place, hell, the place of the evil other, cannot be far away. The figure of the city as a fulcrum of social disorder, moral breakdown, and unmitigated evil, from Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah to Gotham, also has its place in the freight of metaphorical meanings that the word city carries across our cultural universe. Dystopias take on urban forms such as those found in Huxley's Brave New World or Orwell's 1984. The word police derives from the Greek polis, which means city. If Karl Popper was right to depict Plato as one of the first great enemies of the open society, then the utopias that Plato inspired may just as easily be cast as oppressive and totalitarian hells as emancipatory and happy heavens. It is hard to untangle the grubby day-to-day practices and discourses that affect urban living from the grandiose metaphorical meanings that so freely intermingle with emotions and beliefs about the good life and urban form. It is interesting to note how it is often at the geographical scale of small-scale city life that the ideals of utopian social orderings are so frequently cast. Plato put the maximum population at 5,000, and democratic Athens at its height probably had no more than 6,000 participating citizens, which did not, of course, include women or the many slaves. I cannot hope to untangle all such metaphorical and symbolic meanings here. But we need to recognize their emotive power. A few illustrative connections may help consolidate the point that urban politics is fraught with deeply held though often subterranean emotions and political passions in which utopian dreams have a particular place. 158. City air makes one free, it was once said. That idea took shape as serfs escaped their bonds to claim political and personal freedoms within the self-governing legal entities of medieval cities. The association between city life and personal freedoms, including the freedom to explore, invent, create, and define new ways of life, has a long and intricate history. Generations of migrants have sought the city as a haven from rural repressions. The city and citizenship tie neatly together within this formulation. But the city is equally the site of anxiety and anomie. It is the place of the anonymous alien, the underclass, or, as our predecessors preferred it, the dangerous classes, the site of an incomprehensible otherness, immigrants, gays, the mentally disturbed, the culturally different, the racially marked, the terrain of pollution, moral as well as physical, and of terrible corruptions, the place of the damned that needs to be enclosed and controlled, making city and citizen as politically opposed in the public imagination as they are etymologically linked. This polarization of positive and negative images has its geography. Traditionally it registers as a division between secular and sacred space within the city. Later, the supposed virtues of the countryside and the small town were often contrasted with the evils of the city. When, for example, the rural army of reaction was assembled on the outskirts of Paris in 1871 poised to engage in the savage slaughter of some 30,000 communards, they were first persuaded that their mission was to reclaim the city from the forces of Satan. When President Ford denied aid to New York City in 1975 in the midst of its fiscal crisis, Ford to City, dropped dead. Read the famous newspaper headline, "The plaudits of virtuous and God-fearing small-town America were everywhere to be heard." In contemporary America, the image of the respectable God-fearing suburbs, predominantly white and middle class, plays against the inner city as a hellhole where all the damned, with plenty of underclass racial coding thrown in, are properly confined. Imaginings of this sort take a terrible toll. When, for example, it was proposed to disperse some 200 families from the inner city of Baltimore to the suburbs as part of a movement to opportunity, the suburbanites rose up in wrath to stop the program, using a language that sounded as if representatives of the devil were about to be released from their inner city prison and let loose as a corrupting power in their midst. Religion doesn't always have to play this way, of course. It also powers many an organization, like BUILD, that seeks to defend the poor, improve communities, and stabilize family life in the crumbling inner cities. None of these imaginaries is innocent. Nor should we expect them to be. "We make the house and the house makes us" is a saying that goes back to the Greeks. This was well understood by Robert Park, 1967, 3, a founding figure of urban sociology, when he wrote, "It is in the urban environment in a world which man himself has made that mankind first achieved an intellectual life and acquired those characteristics which most distinguish him from the lower animals and from primitive man. For the city and the urban environment represent man's most consistent and, on the whole, his most successful attempt to remake the world he lives in more after his heart's desire. But if the city is the world which man created, it is the world in which he is henceforth condemned to live. Thus, indirectly, and without any clear sense of the nature of his task, in making the city man has remade himself. While we can reasonably aspire to intervene in that process of remaking ourselves and perhaps even to acquire some clear sense of the nature of our task, we cannot leap outside of the dialectic and imagine we are not embedded and limited by the institutional worlds and built environments we have already created. Yet we cannot evade the question of the imagination either, for, as Marx, 1976 edition, 283-4, observed, in a foundational statement that we will later examine in much greater depth, what distinguishes human labor and the worst of architects from the best of bees is that architects erect a structure in the imagination before realizing it in material form. When, therefore, we contemplate urban futures, we must always do battle with a wide range of emotive and symbolic meanings that both inform and muddle our sense of the nature of our task. As we collectively produce our cities, so we collectively produce ourselves. Projects concerning what we want our cities to be are, therefore, projects concerning human possibilities, who we want, or, perhaps even more pertinently, who we do not want to become. Every single one of us has something to think, say, and do about that. How our individual and collective imagination works is, therefore, crucial to defining the labor of urbanization. Critical reflection on our imaginaries entails, however, both confronting the hidden utopianism and resurrecting it in order to act as conscious architects of our fates rather than as helpless puppets of the institutional and imaginative worlds we inhabit. If, as Unger, 1987b, 8, puts it, we accept that society is made and imagined, then we can also believe that it can be remade and reimagined. 3. Utopianism as spatial play. Any project to revitalize utopianism needs to consider how and with what consequences it has worked as both a constructive and destructive force for change in our historical geography. Consider Sir Thomas More's Utopia. More's aim, and this is characteristic, was social harmony and stability, in contrast to the chaotic state of affairs in England at that time. To this end, he excluded the potentially 160 disruptive social forces of money, private property, wage labor, exploitation, the workday is 6 hours, internal, though not external, commodity exchange, capital accumulation, and the market process, though not a marketplace. The happy perfection of the social and moral order depends upon these exclusions. All of this is secured, as Lookerman and Porter, 1976, point out, by way of a tightly organized spatial form, Plate 8.18. Utopia is an artificially created island which functions as an isolated, coherently organized, and largely closed space economy, though closely monitored relations with the outside world are posited. The internal spatial ordering of the island strictly regulates a stabilized and unchanging social process. Put crudely, spatial form controls temporality, and imagined geography controls the possibility of social change and history. Not all forms of temporality are erased. The time of eternal return, of recurrent ritual, is preserved. This cyclical time, as Gould, 1988, remarks, expresses immanence, a set of principles so general that they exist outside of time and record a universal character, a common bond, among all of nature's rich particulars, including, in this instance, all the inhabitants of utopia. It is the dialectic of social process that is repressed. Time's arrow, the great principle of history, is excluded in favor of perpetuating a happy stationary state. No future needs to be envisaged because the desired state is already achieved. In Bacon's New Atlantis, a utopian text written shortly after More's, the king decides that society has achieved such a state of perfection that no further social change is needed. In Bacon's case, technological change and new knowledges are not only deemed possible but actively sought. But their implantation is tightly regulated by the wise men of Salomon's house, an institution interpreted as a forerunner of the Royal Society. The effect is to progress towards the technological and learned perfection of an already perfected social order. More, by contrast, evokes nostalgia for a mythological past, a perfected golden age of small-town living, a stationary state moral order and a hierarchical mode of social relating that is non-conflictual and harmonious. This nostalgic strain is characteristic of much utopian thinking, even that projected into the future and incorporating futuristic technologies. As we shall see, it has important consequences for how, if at all, such schemes get translated into material fact. There are many ways to understand More's text and the numerous utopian schemas produced subsequently, such as those of Bacon and Campanella. I isolate here just one aspect, the relationship proposed between space and time, between geography and history. All these forms of utopia can be characterized as utopias of spatial form since the temporality of the social process, the dialectics of social change, real history, are excluded, while social stability is assured by a fixed spatial form. Lewis. 161. Plate 8.18 Thomas More's Utopia, an exercise in spatial play. Holbein's frontispiece to More's Utopia captures some of its spatial structure and its consequent spatial controls over the moral and political order. Marin, 1984, considers More's Utopia as a species of spatial play. More in effect selects one out of many possible spatial orderings as a way to represent and fix a particular moral order. This is not a unique thought. Robert Park, 1967, for example, wrote a compelling essay in 1925 on the city as a spatial pattern and a moral order and insisted upon an interconnection between the two. But what Marin opens up for us is the idea that the free play of the imagination, utopics as spatial play, became, with More's initiative, a fertile means to explore and express a vast range of competing ideas about social relationships, moral orderings, political economic systems, and the like. The infinite array of possible spatial orderings holds out the prospect of an infinite array of possible social worlds. What is so impressive about subsequent utopian plans when taken together is their variety. Feminist utopias of the 19th century, Hayden, 1981, look different from those supposed to facilitate easier and healthier living for the working class and all sorts of anarchist, ecologically sensitive, religious, and other alternatives define and secure their moral objectives by appealing to some specific spatial order, plates 8.19, 8.20, and 8.21. The range of proposals and of spatialities testifies to the capacity of the human imagination to explore socio-spatial alternatives. See, example block, 1988, Kumar, 1987, 1991, Levitas, 1990, Sandercock, 1998. Morin's notion of spatial play neatly captures the free play of the imagination in utopian schemes. Reversion to this utopian mode appears to offer a way out of Unger's dilemma. Alas, matters are not so simple. Imaginative free play is inextricably bound to the existence of authority and restrictive forms of governance. What Foucault regards as a panopticon effect through the creation of spatial systems of surveillance and control, polis equals police, is also incorporated into utopian schemes. This dialectic between imaginative free play and authority and control throws up serious problems. The rejection, in recent times, of utopianism rests in part on an acute awareness of its interconnection to authoritarianism and totalitarianism. More's utopia can easily be read this way. But rejection of utopianism on such grounds has also had the unfortunate effect of curbing the free play of the imagination in the search for alternatives. Confronting this relationship between spatial play and authoritarianism must, therefore, lie at the heart of any regenerative politics that attempts to resurrect utopian ideals. In pursuing this objective, it is useful to look at the history of how utopias have been materialized through political economic practices. It is here that the dialectic of free play of the imagination and authoritarianism comes to life as a fundamental dilemma in human affairs. 164. 4 Materializations of utopias of spatial form. All the great urban planners, engineers, and architects of the 20th century set about their tasks by combining an intense imaginary of some alternative world, both physical and social, with a practical concern for engineering and re-engineering urban and regional spaces according to radically new designs. While some, such as Ebenezer Howard, plate 8.22, Le Corbusier, plate 8.23, and Frank Lloyd Wright, plate 8.24, set up the imaginative context, a host of practitioners set about realizing those dreams in bricks and concrete, highways and tower blocks, cities and suburbs, building versions of the villes radias or broadacre city, plate 8.24, whole new towns, intimate scale communities, urban villages, or whatever. Even when critics of the authoritarianism and blandness of these realized utopian dreams attacked them, they usually did so by contrasting their preferred version of spatial play with the spatial orderings that others had achieved. When, for example, Jane Jacobs, 1961, launched her famous critique of modernist processes of city planning and urban renewal, damning as she did so Le Corbusier, the Charter of Athens, Robert Moses, and the great blight of dullness they and their acolytes had unleashed upon post-war cities, she in effect set up her own preferred version of spatial play by appeal to a nostalgic conception of an intimate and diverse ethnic neighborhood in which artisan forms of entrepreneurial activity and employment and interactive face-to-face forms of social relating predominated. Jacobs was in her own way every bit as utopian as the utopianism she attacked. She proposed to play with the space in a different and more intimate, scaled-down, way in order to achieve a different kind of moral purpose. Her version of spatial play contained its own authoritarianism hidden within the organic notion of neighborhood and community as a basis for social life. The apparatus of surveillance and control that she regarded as so benevolent, because it provided much needed security, struck others, such as Sennett, 1970, as oppressive and demeaning. And while she placed great emphasis upon social diversity, it was only a certain kind of controlled diversity that could really work in the happy way she envisaged. Pursuit of Jacobs's goals could easily justify all those intimately designed gated communities and exclusionary communitarian movements that now so fragment cities across the United States. This brings us to perhaps the most intriguing of Morin's categories, that of degenerate utopias. The example that Marin used was Disneyland, a supposedly happy, harmonious, and non-conflictual space set aside from the real world outside in such a way as to soothe and mollify, to entertain, to invent history and to cultivate a nostalgia for some mythical past, to perpetuate the fetish of commodity culture rather than to CNTTQUE it. Disneyland eliminates the troubles of actual travel by assembling the rest of the world, properly sanitized and mythologized, into one place of pure fantasy containing multiple spatial orders. The dialectic is repressed and stability and harmony are secured through intense surveillance and control. Internal spatial ordering coupled with hierarchical forms of authority preclude conflict or deviation from a social norm. Disneyland offers a fantasy journey into a world of spatial play. And in its later incarnations, as at Epcot, it offers a futuristic utopia of technological purity and unsurpassed human power to control the world. Disney moved, as it were, from Moore to Bacon for his inspiration. All of this is degenerate, in Marin's view, because it offers no critique of the existing state of affairs on the outside. It merely perpetuates the fetish of commodity culture and technological wizardry in a pure, sanitized, and ahistorical form. But, and this is where Marin's idea becomes problematic, Disneyland is an actual built environment and not an imagined place of the sort that Moore and Bacon produced. This immediately raises the question, can any utopianism of spatial form that gets materialized be anything other than degenerate in the sense that Marin has in mind? Perhaps utopia can never be realized without destroying itself. If so, then this profoundly affects how any utopianism of spatial form can function as a practical social force within political economic life. 168. Generalizing from Marin, it can be argued that we are surrounded by a whole host of degenerate utopias of which Disneyland is but the most spectacular exemplar. When the mauling of America became the vogue, pioneers like James Rouse, plates 8.8 and 8.12, who incidentally built his prototype mall in a Baltimore suburb and later returned to build the pavilions that anchor the Inner Harbor renewal, explicitly recognized that Disney had invented a formula for successful retailing. The construction of safe, secure, well-ordered, easily accessible, and above all pleasant, soothing, and non-conflictual environments for shopping was the key to commercial success. The shopping mall was conceived of as a fantasy world in which the commodity reigned supreme. And if homeless old folks started to regard it as a warm place to rest, youths found it a great place to socialize, and political agitators took to passing out their pamphlets, then the apparatus of surveillance and control, with hidden cameras and security agents, made sure nothing untoward happened. Plate 8.9. As Benjamin, 1969, remarked on the Parisian arcades of the 19th century, the whole environment seemed designed to induce nirvana rather than critical awareness. And many other cultural institutions, museums and heritage centers, arenas for spectacle, exhibitions, and festivals, seem to have as their aim the cultivation of nostalgia, the production of sanitized collective memories, the nurturing of uncritical aesthetic sensibilities, and the absorption of future possibilities into a non-conflictual arena that is eternally present. The continuous spectacles of commodity culture, including the commodification of the spectacle itself, play their part in fomenting political indifference. It is either a stupefied nirvana or a totally blasé attitude, the fount of all indifference, that is aimed at. Simmel 1971 long ago pointed to the blasé attitude as one of the responses to excessive stimuli in urban settings. The multiple degenerate utopias that now surround us, the shopping malls and the bourgeois commercialized utopias of the suburbs being paradigmatic, do as much to signal the end of history as the collapse of the Berlin Wall ever did. They instantiate rather than critique the idea that there is no alternative, save those given by the conjoining of technological fantasies, commodity culture, and endless capital accumulation. Plate 8.8. James Rouse, incidentally, in one of those local ironies for which Baltimore is quietly famous, returned to the inner city after he retired to be an active participant, through his Enterprise Foundation, in a program of neighborhood revitalization in a community called Sandtown, Winchester. There, his activities are memorialized, Plate 8.12, as he sought paternalistically to help rebuild a community undermined in part through the very processes of suburbanization and commercialization that he had in his business incarnation done so much to promote. 169. But how could it happen that the critical and oppositional force given in utopian schemes so easily degenerates in the course of materialization into compliance with the prevailing order? There are, I think, two basic answers to this question. Let me unpack them by a closer look at what is now held out as one of the leading candidates to transform our urban futures, the movement called the New Urbanism. Duaney, 1997, one of its leading lights, feels strongly that urbanism, if not architecture, can affect society. Getting the spatial play right, in the manner proposed by the New Urbanism will, he argues, help rectify matters. His proposals evidence a nostalgia for small-town America, its solid sense of community, its institutions, its mixed land uses and high densities, and its ideologists, such as Raymond Unwin. Bring all this back in urban design and the quality of urban living and of social life will be immeasurably improved. This argument is buttressed by appeal to a long line of critical commentary, Kunstler, 1993, 1996, on the placelessness and the lack of authenticity in American cities, soulless sprawling suburbs, mindless edge cities, collapsing and fragmenting city cores fill in the pieces of this dyspeptic view. The New Urbanism does battle with such monstrous deformities, Katz, 1994. How to recuperate history, tradition, collective memory, and the sense of belonging and identity that goes with them becomes part of its holy grail. This movement does not, therefore, lack a critical utopian edge. The New Urbanism offers something positive as well as nostalgic. It does battle with conventional wisdoms entrenched in a wide range of institutions, developers, bankers, governments, transport interests, etc. In the tradition of Mumford, it is willing to think about the region as a whole and to pursue a much more organic, holistic ideal of what cities and regions might be about. The postmodern penchant for fragmentation is rejected. It attempts intimate and integrated forms of development that bypass the rather stultifying conception of the horizontally zoned and large-plaid city. This liberates an interest in the street and civic architecture as arenas of sociality. It also permits new ways of thinking about the relation between work and living, and facilitates an ecological dimension to design that goes beyond superior environmental quality as a consumer good. It pays attention to the thorny problem of what to do with the profligate energy requirements of the automobile-based form of urbanization and suburbanization that has predominated in the United States since World War II. Some see it as a truly revolutionary force for urban change in the United States today. But there are problems with materializing this utopian vision. The movement presumes that America is full of people who long to live in real communities, but who have only the dimmest idea of what that means in 170. Terms of Physical Design, Kunstler, 1996. Community will rescue us from the deadening world of social dissolution, grab-it-yourself materialism, and individualized selfish market-oriented greed. But what kind of community is understood here? Harking back to a mythological past of small-town America carries its own dangerous freight. The New Urbanism connects to a facile contemporary attempt to transform large and teeming cities, so seemingly out of control, into an interlinked series of urban villages where, it is believed, everyone can relate in a civil and urbane fashion to everyone else. In Britain, Prince Charles has led the way on this emotional charger towards the urban village as the locus of urban regeneration. Leon Cryer, an oft-quoted scion of the New Urbanism, is one of his key architectural outriders. And the idea attracts, drawing support from marginalized ethnic populations, impoverished and embattled working-class populations left high and dry through deindustrialization, as well as from middle and upper-class nostalgics who think of it as a civilized form of real estate development encompassing sidewalk cafes, pedestrian precincts, and Laura Ashley shops. The darker side of this communitarianism remains unstated. The spirit of community has long been held as an antidote to threats of social disorder, class war, and revolutionary violence. Moore pioneered such thinking. Well-founded communities often exclude, define themselves against others, erect all sorts of keep-out signs, if not tangible walls, internalize surveillance, social controls, and repression. Community has often been a barrier to, rather than facilitator of, social change. The founding ideology of the new urbanism is both utopian and deeply fraught. In its practical materialization, the new urbanism builds an image of community and a rhetoric of place-based civic pride and consciousness for those who do not need it, while abandoning those that do to their underclass fate. Most of the projects that have materialized are greenfield developments for the affluent, including, of course, Prince Charles's own venture in the construction of Poundbury in Dorset, Plate 8.25. They help make the suburbs or the exurbs better places to live, Langdon, 1994. But they do little or nothing to help revitalize decaying urban cores. Scully, 1994, a skeptical ally of the movement, doubts if the new urbanism can ever get to the crux of urban impoverishment and decay. In commenting on Seaside, that icon of the new urbanism, he notes that it has succeeded beyond any other work of architecture in our time, in creating an image of community, a symbol of human culture's place in nature's vastness. The same is now being said, by the way, of Prince Charles's Poundbury. But, Scully continues, ONE cannot help but hope that the lessons of Seaside and of the other new towns now taking shape can be applied to the problem of housing for the Plate 8.25 Poundbury, Dorset. Prince Charles has led the way in a movement that calls for the construction of urban villages as a solution to big city problems. He has put these ideals to work on one of his own estates close to Dorchester, and constructed a high-density neighborhood appealing to the nostalgia of vernacular styles and small-town intimacies that were supposed to characterize a bygone era. Poor. That is where community is most needed and where it has been most disastrously destroyed. Center City would truly have to be broken down into its intrinsic neighborhoods if this were to take place within it. Sadly, it would all have been much easier to do before redevelopment, when the basic structure of neighborhoods was still there. It is therefore a real question whether Center City as we know it can ever be shaped into the kind of place most Americans want to live in. 229. The presumption here is that neighborhoods are in some sense intrinsic, that the proper form of cities is some structure of neighborhoods, that neighborhood is equivalent to community and community is what most Americans want and need, whether they know it or not. It is further presumed that action at the scale defined by this new urbanism is effective and sufficient to solve problems that exist at all other scales. The nostalgic and spatially limited strain of the utopian dream resurfaces. All of this happens because the new urbanism must, if it is to be realized, embed its projects in a restrictive set of social processes. Duaney, 1997, for example, declares he has no interest in designing projects that will not get built. His concern for low-income populations is limited by a minimum price for new housing units in a place like Kentlands, Plate 8.26, not too far from Baltimore, of $150,000, nearly 10 times the median income in Baltimore. His interest in the suburbs arose simply because this is where most new projects can be built. Suburban growth, he argues, is the American way, buried deep in our culture and our tradition, and while he objects strongly to the accusation that he is complicit with power structures and that he panders to popular taste, he also insists that everything he does is designed to create spectacular projects that outperform all others on a commercial basis. This means faster permits, less cost, and faster sales. His version of the new urbanism operates strictly within such parameters. But who is at fault here? The designer, Duaney, or the conditions of the social process that define the parameters of his projects? In practice, most realized utopias of spatial form have been achieved through the agency of either the state or capital accumulation, with both acting in concert being the norm. This is as true in Singapore and Korea as it is in Britain, Sweden, France, or Australia. It is either that, or moving outside of mainstream social processes, as seemed possible at least in the 19th century, with the United States being a favored target for utopian idealists such as Cabot, Robert Owen, and multiple religious movements. Those who took such an outsider path typically suffered a kind of meltdown of their principles, however, as they were absorbed within the mainstream of capital accumulation and the developmental state. Something similar happened to the Israeli kibbutz. The failure of realized utopias of spatial form can just as reasonably be attributed to the processes mobilized to materialize them as to failures of spatial form per se. This, as Tafuri, 1976, so cogently argues, is what makes an architectural utopianism under present conditions such an utter impossibility. But there is a more fundamental contradiction at work here. Utopias of spatial form are typically meant to stabilize and control the processes that must be mobilized to build them. In the very act of realization, therefore, the historical process takes control of the spatial form that is supposed to control it. This contradiction requires further scrutiny. 5. On the utopianism of social process. If materialized utopias went wrong because of the social processes mobilized in their construction, then the focus switches to questions of process. Can we think of a utopianism of process rather than of spatial form? Idealized schemas of process abound. But we do not usually refer to them as utopian. I want, along with a few select commentators like Polanyi, to break with that convention and consider the utopianism of temporal process alongside the utopianism of spatial form. The use of the term utopian may seem strange in this context because the word utopia is usually attached to some place that is no place as well as a happy place. The qualities of place, what might be called placefulness. 174. Are important, and this means evocation of and close attention to spatial form as a container of social processes and as an expression of moral order. Idealized versions of social processes, in contrast, usually get expressed in purely temporal terms. They are literally bound to no place whatsoever and are typically specified outside of the constraints of spatiality altogether. The qualities of space and place are totally ignored. We can identify a rich and complicated history of utopics as divergent temporal unfoldings. One obvious candidate is Hegel, whose guiding spirit is rendered material and concrete by a dialectics of transcendence, a dialectics that unfolds on the logic of both and. Things in themselves move history as they become things for themselves. The end state of history is, interestingly, expressed as a spatialized metaphor. The ethical or aesthetic state is the endpoint of the unfolding of the world spirit. Marx sometimes followed this line of thinking, though it was not the world spirit but active class struggle that assumed the guiding role. As classes in themselves become classes for themselves, so history was moved onwards towards the perfected state of a post-revolutionary classless communistic society where even the state ultimately withered away. In both cases, and I obviously simplify, the ultimate stationary state as spatial form, which is unspecifiable in advance, is arrived at through a particular conception of historical process. Whereas More gives us the spatial form but not the process, Hegel and Marx give us their distinctive versions of the temporal process but not the ultimate spatial form. There is, of course, plenty to protest in such placeless teleologies. Both William Blake and Kierkegaard, for example, insisted that the dialectic should be understood as either or rather than both and. The effect is to make history a succession of existential or political choices which have no necessary guiding logic or any clearly identifiable end state. Clark, 1991. Put another way, and this is a crucial point to which I will return, utopias of the social process have the habit of getting lost in the romanticism of endlessly open projects that never have to come to a point of closure, within space and place. In detail, we find Marx in his political histories and later writings often drawn to a dialectics of either or rather than the both and of Hegelian transcendence. His hesitation in supporting the Paris Commune on the grounds that the time was not yet ripe and his sudden switch to support it up to the hilt had everything to do with his double sense of a dialectic that could be both and or either or. Marx clearly recognizes the potential consequences of either making a revolution or not in a given place and time, and with this the teleology gives way to a much more contingent sense of historical unfolding, even if the motor of history still remains class struggle. As he wrote in his famous letter to Kugelmann on the subject. 175. World history would indeed be very easy to make, if the struggle were taken up only on condition of infallibly favorable chances. It would, on the other hand, be of a very mystical nature, if accidents played no part. Marx and Lenin, 1940, 87. Furthermore, the fact that it was in Paris that the Commune was occurring lent definite qualities, tangible strengths as well as weaknesses, to the movement, while posing the question as to whether and how the revolutionary movement might move outwards from this epicenter to engulf the whole of France and even Europe. The distinction between the dialectic of an open-ended both and the closure presupposed in either or is, as we shall see, no trivial matter. In order to sustain his views, Marx had to deconstruct a different and even then dominant utopianism of process that relied upon the rational activities of economic man in a context of perfected markets. Since this has been by far the most powerful utopianism of process throughout the history of capitalism, we need to pay close attention to it. Adam Smith articulated the argument most precisely in The Wealth of Nations, first published in 1776. His reflections on the theory of moral sentiments — he was in the first instance a moral philosopher rather than an economist — led him to propose a utopianism of process in which individual desires, avarice, greed, drives, creativity, and the like could be mobilized through the hidden hand of the perfected market to the social benefit of all. From this Smith and the political economists derived a political program to eliminate state interventions and regulations, apart from those that secured free market institutions, and curb monopoly power. Laissez-faire, free trade, and properly constituted markets became the mantras of the 19th century political economists. Give free markets room to flourish, then all will be well with the world. And this, of course, is the ideology that has become so dominant in certain of the advanced capitalist countries, most notably the United States and Britain, these last 20 years. This is the system to which, we are again and again told, there is no alternative. Marx mounted a devastating attack upon this utopianism of process in Capital. In the second chapter he concedes the Smithian fiction of a perfected market. Then with a relentless and irrefutable logic he shows the inevitable consequences. An unregulated free market capitalism, he proves, can survive only by sapping the original sources of all wealth, the soil and the laborer, making the despoliation and degradation of the relation to nature just as important as the devaluation and debasement of the laborer. Furthermore, in proportion as capital accumulates, the situation of the worker, be his situation high or low, must grow worse. Accumulation of wealth at 176. Pole is, therefore, at the same time accumulation of misery, the torment of labor, slavery, ignorance, brutalization, and moral degradation at the opposite pole. 1976 edition, 799. Marx's brilliant deconstruction of free market utopianism has largely been suppressed in recent times. Polanyi, writing in America during the Second World War with the Cold War clouds already on the horizon, understood Marx's point all too well and elaborated on it, without attribution, in the following terms. Our thesis is that the idea of a self-adjusting market implied a stark utopia. Such an institution could not exist for any length of time without annihilating the human and natural substance of society. It would have physically destroyed man and transformed his surroundings into a wilderness. Inevitably, society took measures to protect itself, but whatever measures it took impaired the self-regulation of the market, disorganized industrial life, and thus endangered society in yet another way. It was this dilemma which forced the development of the market system into a definite groove and finally disrupted the social organization based upon it. Polanyi, 1957, 3-4. But the rise of neoliberalism as a dominant ideology in the Thatcher-Reagan years, and its export around the world through a mix of persuasion and economic force, swept such objections aside. The free market juggernaut, with its mantras of private and personal responsibility and initiative, deregulation, privatization, liberalization of markets, free trade, downsizing of government, draconian cutbacks in the welfare state and its protections, has rolled on and on. For more than 20 years now we have been battered and cajoled at almost every turn into accepting the utopianism of process of which Smith dreamed as the solution to all our ills. We have also witnessed an all-out assault on those institutions, trade unions and government in particular, that might stand in the way of such a project. Margaret Thatcher proclaimed that there is no such thing as society, only individuals and their families, and set about dismantling all those institutions, from trade unions to local governments, that might stand in the way of her utopian vision. With the fall of the Berlin Wall, Fukuyama put a Hegelian gloss on all of this. We are now at the end of history. Capitalism and the free market are triumphant worldwide. The end of history is here, a sad thought if Baltimore is anything to go by. It may seem strange to view the likes of Thatcher and Gingrich as Hegelians, but the free market triumphalism they espoused was nothing other than Smithian utopianism of process attached to a very Hegelian kind of teleology. Progress is inevitable and there is no alternative. In many respects, as Frankel, 1987, points out, the most effective utopians in recent 177 times have been those of a right-wing persuasion, and they have primarily espoused a utopianism of process rather than a utopianism of spatial form. The odd thing, however, has been the failure to attach the negative epithets of utopian and teleological to this right-wing assault upon the social order. Only recently has a mainstream thinker like John Gray sought to rehabilitate Polanyi and attack the inherent destructiveness of free market utopianism. The precipitous fall from power and influence of both Thatcher and Gingrich testifies to their vulnerability on precisely such account. For the consequences of their utopianism when rendered actual are close to those that Marx's deconstruction depicts. Income inequalities have risen rapidly in all those countries that have given themselves over most energetically to the utopianism of the market, see Chapter 3. This polarization in income and wealth also has its geographical forms of expression, spiraling inequalities between regions as well as escalating contrasts between affluent neighborhoods and impoverished shanty towns, or, in the case of the United States, between impoverished inner cities and affluent and exclusionary suburbs. Accelerating uneven geographical development, the undermining of all forms of social cohesion and state powers, the destruction of whole cultures and of those structures of feeling that give a solid grounding to daily life, and, perhaps most problematic of all, the degradation of large swathes of the environment to the degree that much of the Earth's surface becomes uninhabitable, are some of the effects that Gray, 1998, 207, correctly depicts. As a result, he writes, we stand on the brink not of the era of plenty that free marketeers project, but a tragic epoch, in which anarchic market forces and shrinking natural resources drag sovereign states into ever more dangerous rivalries. These are, I insist, exactly the forces that are at work in the degradation of Baltimore. So why such tragic outcomes to such a supposedly benevolent process? The answer broadly lies in what happens when the utopianism of process comes geographically to Earth. For any materialization of free market utopianism requires that the process come to ground someplace, that it constructs some sort of space within which it can function. How it gets framed spatially and how it produces space become critical facets of its tangible realization. Much of my own work these last 20 years, Harvey, 1982, 1989, has been about trying to track exactly such a process, to understand how capital builds a geographical landscape in its own image at a certain point in time only to have to destroy it later in order to accommodate its own dynamic of endless capital accumulation, strong technological change, and fierce forms of class struggle. The history of creative destruction and of uneven geographical development in the bourgeois era is simply stunning. Much of the extraordinary transformation of the Earth's surface these last 200 years reflects precisely the putting 178 into practice of the free market utopianism of process and its restless and perpetual reorganizations of spatial forms. But the conditions and manner of this spatial materialization have all manner of consequences. As free market capital accumulation plays across a variegated geographical terrain of resource endowments, cultural histories, communications possibilities, labor quantities and qualities, a geographical terrain that is increasingly a differentiated product of capital investments in infrastructures, human capital, and built environments, so it produces an intensification of uneven geographical development in standards of living and life prospects. Rich regions grow richer, leaving poor regions ever poorer. Baltimore provides a dramatic example of such uneven geographical development at the metropolitan scale. Circular and cumulative causation embedded within the utopianism of the market process produces increasing geographical differentiations in wealth and power, rather than gradual progress towards homogeneity and equality. There is, the saying goes, nothing more unequal than the equal treatment of unequals, and it is precisely on this point that the egalitarianism and the democratization implicit in freely functioning markets produces more rather than less inequality in the long run. Community and/or state power has led the way in trying to counteract some of the more egregious consequences of free market utopianism, spiraling income inequalities, uneven geographical developments, externality effects on the environment, and the like. But there is a deep paradox that lurks in this phenomenon. The free market, if it is to work, requires a bundle of institutional arrangements and rules that can be guaranteed only by something akin to state power. The freedom of the market has to be guaranteed by law, authority, force, and, in extremis, by violence. Since state power is usually understood in terms of the monopoly of the forces of violence, the free market requires the state or cognate institutions if it is to work. Free markets, in short, do not just happen. Nor are they antagonistic to state power in general, though they can, of course, be antagonistic to certain ways in which state power might be used to regulate them. The play of free market utopianism can be assured only if, as Marx and Engels pointed out in the Communist Manifesto, the state, and we must now include the local state in this determination, becomes the executive committee of the bourgeoisie. Decolonization after 1945, and the subsequent internationalization and liberalization of global markets, has brought the whole world much closer to that norm, though the uneven pace at which this has occurred, a product of political and social struggles in which resort to traditional solidarities and traditions has played an important role, has affected how the utopianism of process has been materialized in different places and times. Geopolitical struggles between 179 places and, even more destructively, between states or alliances of states are integral to the problem. The upshot of this argument is that the purity of any utopianism of process inevitably gets upset by its manner of spatialization. In exactly the same way that materializations of spatial utopias run afoul of the particularities of the temporal process mobilized to produce them, so the utopianism of process runs afoul of the spatial framings and the particularities of place construction necessary to its materialization. Adam Smith, curiously, saw the problem. It was hard, he wrote, to foresee the mix of benefits and misfortunes that extension of market exchange might confer on different parts of the world. But, he hoped, by uniting, in some measure, the most distant parts of the world, by enabling them to relieve one another's wants, to increase one another's enjoyments, and to encourage one another's industry, their general tendency would seem to be beneficial. To the natives, however, both of the East and West Indies, all the commercial benefits which can have resulted from these events have been sunk and lost in the dreadful misfortunes which they have occasioned. These misfortunes, however, seem to have arisen rather from accident than from anything in the nature of those events themselves. At the particular time when these discoveries were made, the superiority of force happened to be so great on the side of the Europeans, that they were enabled to commit with impunity every sort of injustice in those remote countries. Hereafter, perhaps, the natives of those countries may grow stronger, or those of Europe may grow weaker, and the inhabitants of all the different quarters of the world may arrive at that equality of courage and force which, by inspiring mutual fear, can alone overawe the injustice of independent nations into some sort of respect for the rights of one another. But nothing seems more likely to establish this equality of force than that mutual communication of knowledge and of all sorts of improvements which an extensive commerce from all countries to all countries naturally, or rather necessarily, carries along with it. Adam Smith, cited in Origi, 1994, 19, the effects were by no means as accidental or as transitory as Smith's utopian vision supposed. Nor could Smith's standard response, readily to be found in writings now as then, that the problem of inequality arises because the perfection of the market has not yet been fully realized, carry weight and credibility after 2 centuries of hard experience. 6. Grounding social processes in spatial forms. Utopias of spatial form get perverted from their noble objectives by having to compromise with the social processes they are meant to control. We now see also that materialized utopias of the social process have to 180. Negotiate with spatiality and the geography of place, and in so doing they also lose their ideal character, producing results that are in many instances exactly the opposite of those intended, e.g. increasing authoritarianism and inequalities rather than greater democracy and equality. Let us look more closely at exactly how such an inversion occurs in the case of idealized social processes. There are 2 fundamental points at which a negotiation of spatiality must occur when any utopianism of the social process gets materialized. Consideration of them illustrates how and why the effects that Smith lamented cannot be construed in any way as accidental or transitory. Free markets rely, as we have seen, upon state power. The development of free markets depends crucially upon the extension as well as the intensification of specific forms of state power. Contrary to popular belief, market processes do not lead to a hollowing out of the state. They entail a deepening of the state's grasp over certain facets of the social process, even as it is driven away from performing some of its other more traditional and populist functions. Furthermore, to the degree that the state itself requires legitimacy to perform its role most effectively, populist, nationalist, and imperialist sentiments must be mobilized in its support, turning the extension of the free market into a political or even more markedly geopolitical crusade. The British were pushers of market processes across the world in the 19th century, using gunboat diplomacy, imperial conquest, and a whole range of notions about racial superiority, the white man's burden, and convictions about their civilizing mission in their drive to open up the world to trade. Americans sought a new world order of a free market coupled with a supposedly democratic capitalism after 1945, using all the means of persuasion and violence at their command. In the last 20 years, globalization and freedom of trade have become a crusading theme in American foreign policy, again indicating that hegemonic state power is essential to freely functioning markets. On a more local level, Margaret Thatcher could materialize her free market philosophy within Britain only by ruthless use of state powers, e.g. police violence to quell strikes, strict supervision of university research, and by appeal to nationalist sentiments, the latter creating a paradox that led to her downfall, as she refused the political integration with Europe that freedom of the market truly and logically demanded. This signals a fundamental contradiction. The preservation and extension of state power is crucial to the functioning of free markets. If free markets, as is their wont, undermine state powers, then they destroy the conditions of their own functioning. Conversely, if state power is vital to the functioning of markets, then the preservation of that power requires the perversion of freely functioning markets. This is, as Polanyi so clearly 181 outlines, the central contradiction that lies at the heart of neoliberal political economy. It explains why so much of the developmental pattern in a city like Baltimore is justified by appeal to the rhetoric of free market competition when it in practice relies on state subsidy and monopolization. It also explains why the great eras of globalization and freer international trade have been those where a single power, such as Britain in the late 19th century or the United States after 1945, was in a position to guarantee the political, institutional, and military conditions for market freedoms to prevail. A surface veneer of competitive capitalism therefore depends on a deep substratum of coerced cooperations and collaborations to ensure a framework for the free market and open trade. The second fundamental point of negotiation of free market utopianism with spatiality rests more directly with the construction of physical built environments as resource complexes upon which commercial activity can build. In its crassest forms, this permits the formulation of the kind of commercialized utopianism that had someone like Margaret Thatcher set up urban development corporations to revitalize urban zones, the London Docklands being the great example. But investment in infrastructures always generates geographical biases and uneven geographical developments that then also draw in yet more development as part of the synergism that inevitably arises as free market activities engage in the production of space. The selling of a place, like Baltimore, then itself becomes part of the art of utopian presentation. And it is at this point that rhetorical flourishes drawn from utopias of spatial form get combined with rhetorical flourishes concerning a utopianism of process to produce commercialized and degenerate utopian forms all round us. The outcome of such contradictions is a deepening rather than a lessening of uneven geographical development in both its political and economic dimensions. The extension of all manner of systems of state domination reduces whole zones of the world and various strata in the population living therein to conditions akin to servitude. And the concentration of mainly public resources in space produces spiraling geographical inequalities at all scales. And this all in the interests of preserving the political economic sources of state power that guarantee the functioning of free markets. The paradoxes and contradictions are everywhere self-evident. Yet the utopian rhetoric of freedom, liberty, and markets conceals so effectively that we often find it difficult to articulate the pattern of underlying coerced collaborations that otherwise stares us so blatantly in the face. Chapter 9. Dialectical Utopianism. 1. Towards a spatio-temporal utopianism. Given the defects and difficulties of utopias of both spatial form and social process, the most obvious alternative, other than total abandonment of any pretense at utopianism whatsoever, is to build a utopianism that is explicitly spatio-temporal. It is many years now since Einstein taught us that space and time cannot meaningfully be separated. There are more than a few hints within the social sciences that the separation of space from time, though sometimes useful, can often be misleading. See Harvey, 1996, Part 3. And if space and time are viewed as social constructs, implying the rejection of the absolute theories of space and time attributable to Newton and Descartes, then the production of space and time must be incorporated into utopian thought. The search is on, therefore, for what I shall call dialectical utopianism. The lessons to be learned from the separate histories of utopianisms of spatial form and temporal process must not, however, be abandoned. Indeed, there are even further insights to be had from a closer analysis of them. From the former, the idea of imaginative spatial play to achieve specific social and moral goals can be converted into the idea of potentially endlessly open experimentation with the possibilities of spatial forms. This permits the exploration of a wide range of human potentialities, different modes of collective living, of gender relations, of production-consumption styles, in the relation to nature, etc. This is, for example, how Lefebvre, 1991, sets up his conception of the production of space. He sees it as a privileged means to explore alternative and emancipatory strategies. But Lefebvre is resolutely antagonistic to the traditional utopianisms of spatial form precisely because of their closed authoritarianism. He fashions a devastating critique of Cartesian conceptions, of the political absolutism that flows from absolute conceptions of space, of the oppressians visited upon the world by irrationalized, bureaucratized, technocratically, and capitalistically defined spatiality. For him, the production 182-183 of space must always remain as an endlessly open possibility. The effect, unfortunately, is to leave the actual spaces of any alternative frustratingly undefined. Lefebvre refuses specific recommendations, though there are some nostalgic hints that they got it right in Renaissance Tuscany. He refuses to confront the underlying problem, that to materialize a space is to engage with closure, however temporary, which is an authoritarian act. The history of all realized utopias points to this issue of closure as both fundamental and unavoidable, even if disillusionment through foreclosure is the inevitable consequence. If, therefore, alternatives are to be realized, the problem of closure, and the authority it presupposes, cannot endlessly be evaded. To do so is to embrace an agonistic romanticism of perpetually unfulfilled longing and desire. And this is, in the end, where Lefebvre leaves us. Foucault sought to extricate himself from this same difficulty by a different path. In The Order of Things, first published in 1966, he coined the term heterotopia to describe the incongruity, the enigmatic multiplicity and the fundamental disorder of which language was itself so capable. Utopias afford consolation, although they have no real locality, there is nevertheless a fantastic untroubled region in which they are able to unfold. They open up cities with vast avenues, superbly planted gardens, countries where life is easy, even though the road to them is chimerical. Heterotopias are disturbing, probably because they secretly undermine language. Utopias permit fables and discourse, they run with the very grain of language. Heterotopias desiccate speech, stop words in their tracks, contest the very possibility of grammar at its source, they dissolve our myths and sterilize the lyricism of our sentences. In The Order of Things, heterotopia is considered solely in relation to discourse and language. Foucault later sought to give the term a material referent. In a lecture given in 1967, in an attempt to shape a dialogue with architects and theorists of spatial form, Foucault, 1986, appealed once again to the concept of heterotopia. The lecture was never revised for publication, though he did permit its publication shortly before he died in 1984. Extracted by his acolytes as a hidden gem within his extensive oeuvre, it then became one means, important within the canon of postmodernism, whereby the problem of utopia could be resurrected and simultaneously evaded. The theme of escape underwrites Foucault's essay. The ship is the heterotopia par excellence, he wrote. In civilizations without boats, dreams dry up, espionage takes the place of adventure, and the police take the place of pirates. 1986, 27. The concept allows Foucault to escape from the no place that is a placeful utopia, a theme. 184. That was animating much of the movement of 1968 in France, and come to earth in particular places of actual practices. But he also uses it to escape the world of norms and structures that imprison the human imagination, including, incidentally, his own anti-humanism, and, through a study of the history of space and an understanding of their heterogeneity, identify spaces in which difference, alterity, and the other might flourish or, as with architects, actually be constructed. Hetherington, 1997, summarizes this concept of heterotopia as spaces of alternate ordering. Heterotopia organize a bit of the social world in a way different to that which surrounds them. That alternate ordering marks them out as other and allows them to be seen as an example of an alternative way of doing things. Heterotopia, therefore, reveal the process of social ordering to be just that, a process rather than a thing. The formulation is superficially attractive. It allows us to think of the multiple utopian schemas, spatial plays, that have come down to us in materialized forms as not mutually exclusive. It encourages the idea of a simultaneity of spatial plays that highlights choice, diversity, and difference. It enables us to look upon the multiple forms of deviant and transgressive behaviors and politics that occur in urban spaces. Foucault interestingly includes in his list of heterotopic spaces such places as cemeteries, colonies, brothels, and prisons, as valid and potentially meaningful reassert ions to some kind of right to shape parts of the city in a different image. It forces us to recognize how important it is to have spaces, the jazz club, the dance hall, the communal garden, within which life is experienced differently. There are, Foucault assures us, abundant spaces in which otherness, alterity, and, hence, alternatives might be explored not as mere figments of the imagination but through contact with social processes that already exist. It is within these spaces that alternatives can take shape, and from these spaces that a critique of existing norms and processes can most effectively be mounted. The history of such spaces, he asserts, drawing heavily on the work of Bachelard, shows us how and in what ways spatial forms might connect to radically different social processes and so disrupt the homogeneity to which society, and by extension its utopian antidotes, typically clings. He evidently hoped for that effect, earlier described in The Order of Things, of a disorder in which fragments of a large number of possible orders glitter separately in the dimension, without law or geometry, of the heteroclite, Foucault, 1973, 17. Unfortunately, the concept cannot so easily escape the freight of utopias more generally. Perhaps this is why Foucault refused to elaborate on the concept and even tacitly reneged on it in his Discipline and Punish. It presumes that connections to the dominant social order are or can be 185. Severed, attenuated or, as in the prison, totally inverted. The presumption is that power/knowledge is or can be dispersed and fragmented into spaces of difference. It presumes that whatever happens in such spaces of otherness is of interest and even in some sense acceptable, or appropriate. The cemetery and the concentration camp, the factory, the shopping malls and Disneylands, Jonestown, the militia camps, the open plan office, New Harmony, Privatopia and Ecotopia are all sites of alternative ways of doing things and therefore in some sense heterotopic. What appears at first sight as so open by virtue of its multiplicity suddenly appears either as banal, an eclectic mess of heterogeneous and different spaces within which anything different however defined might go on, or as a more sinister fragmentation of spaces that are closed, exclusionary, and even threatening within a more comprehensive dialectics of historical and geographical transformation. The concept of heterotopia has the virtue of insisting upon a better understanding of the heterogeneity of space, but it gives no clue as to what a more spatio-temporal utopianism might look like. Foucault challenges and helps destabilize, in the realm of discourse, but provides no clue as to how any kind of alternative might be constructed. Consider the matter now from the standpoint of process-oriented utopias. The supposedly endlessly open and benevolent qualities of some utopian social process, like market exchange, have to crystallize into a spatially ordered and institutionalized material world somewhere and somehow. Social, institutional, and material structures, walls, highways, territorial subdivisions, institutions of governance, social inequalities, are either made or not made. The dialectic of either or is omnipresent. Once such structures are built, they are often hard to change. Nuclear power stations commit us for thousands of years, and institutions of law gather more and more weight of precedent as time goes on. Struggle as we might to create flexible landscapes and institutions, the fixity of structures tends to increase with time, making the conditions of change more rather than less sclerotic. A total reorganization of materialized organizational forms like New York City or Los Angeles is much harder to envisage, let alone accomplish, now than a century ago. Free-flowing processes become instantiated in structures, in institutional, social, cultural, and physical realities that acquire a relative permanence, fixity, and immovability. Materialized utopias of process cannot escape the question of closure or the encrusted accumulations of traditions, institutional inertias, and the like, which they themselves produce. The more free market utopianism converges on the inequalities and unfreedoms of actually existing capitalism, the harder it becomes to change or even maintain its own trajectory. 186. Any contemporary struggle to envision a reconstruction of the social process has to confront the problem of how to overthrow the structures, both physical and institutional, that the free market has itself produced as relatively permanent features of our world. Though daunting, that task is not impossible. The revolutionary agenda of neoliberalism has accomplished a lot in the way of physical and institutional change these last 20 years. Consider the dual impact of deindustrialization and the diminution of trade union powers in Britain and the United States, for example. So why, then, can we not envision equally dramatic changes, though pointing in a different direction, as we seek for alternatives? It is at this point that it is useful to consider the works of Roberto Unger, who, like Lefebvre, is deeply committed to the exploration of liberatory alternatives, but equally anxious to avoid the errors of traditional utopian formulations. Unger focuses on social processes and institutional/personal transformations. His critique of existing institutions and behaviors is strong and powerful, as might be expected. So how does he go about the task of envisioning alternatives? Unger avoids utopianism by insisting that alternatives should emerge out of critical and practical engagements with the institutions, personal behaviors, and practices that now exist. Most directly, the arrangements arrived at through the Western versions of democracy that have emerged out of the long history of capitalism. He is, therefore, only interested in the next step in a trajectory rather than in some universal principles of transformation or the description of some millenarian vision. Yet visionary thought and imaginative struggle are critical to this endeavor. Our thinking about ideals becomes visionary or external to the extent that it holds up a picture, however partial or fragmentary, of a radically altered scheme of social life and appeals to justifications that do not stick close to familiar and established models of human association. The visionary is the person who claims not to be bound by the limits of the tradition he or his interlocutors are in. Notice that visionary thought is not inherently millenarian, perfectionist, or utopian, in the vulgar sense of the term. It need not and does not ordinarily present the picture of a perfected society. But it does require that we be conscious of redrawing the map of possible and desirable forms of human association, of inventing new models of human association and designing new practical arrangements to embody them. Unger, 1987b, 359-60. At the heart of Unger's work lies a simple but powerful dialectical conception. Only by changing our institutional world can we change ourselves at the same time, as it is only through the desire to change ourselves that institutional change can occur. The more the technical and social divisions 187 of labor present themselves in everyday life as a rigid grid of functional allocations, he writes, the more they deserve to be smashed up at the micro level of cultural revolutionary defiance and incongruity as well as at the macro level of institutional innovation. 564. The objective, however, is to build a more radically empowered and empowering system of democratic governance that can be both liberatory and transformative. To this end, Unger envisions three key varieties of empowerment. The first opens up social life to practical experimentation, the second strengthens our self-conscious mastery over the institutional and imaginative frameworks of our social experience, while the third helps cleanse group life of some of its capacity to entangle people in relations of dependence and domination and to turn them into the faceless representatives of predetermined roles. 363-4. To this end Unger envisages three main spheres for institutional reconstruction: the constitution of government, the organization of the economy, and the system of rights. He struggles to avoid the romanticism of endlessly open possibilities by exploring a variety of proposals in these domains which will, he hopes, have the effect of both galvanizing the sense of possible alternatives while setting in motion personal transformations that soften the contrast between the structure-preserving routine of daily life in which we are all embedded and the structure-transforming conflicts that are usually manifest as revolutionary and destructive violence. In this way he hopes to free sociability from its script and to make us available to one another more as the originals we all know ourselves to be and less as the placeholders in a system of group contrasts. 563-4. I consider Unger at some length here, though no way sufficiently to do justice to an enormously rich and complicated three-volume study, because it seems to me that he goes far in paying attention to how visionary ideas might be materialized. His analysis is very much of this world. He now works with the Brazilian Workers' Party on the constitutional and legal aspects of progressive political action. And in cities like Porto Alegre, where the Workers' Party has held political control for several years, some highly innovative means have been found to enhance popular empowerment and democratic forms of governance, many of which bear the marks of the sort of thinking that Unger represents. See Abers, 1998, for an account of the Porto Alegre experiments. Translated into a situation like that of Baltimore, these experiments could be very helpful indeed. We have much to learn from them. Unger, however, has no particular spatial model for social ordering in mind. His whole presentation abstracts from spatial considerations throughout. I do not consider this fatal to his argument, since it would not be hard to extend his method of critiquing and re-envisioning social 188 institutions to the plane of spatial forms, thus converting his arguments into a more deliberatively spatio-temporal dynamic of progressive democratization and empowerment, of the sort that is indeed being constructed on the ground in Porto Alegre. Yet there are some serious difficulties with Unger's approach. He notes, for example, what he terms an astonishing gap between the alleged interest in alternatives and the lack of any tangible sign that this interest is real. And he likewise notes how the illusions of deep logic social theory, primarily represented by Marxism and structuralism, and the faith in the spontaneous creative powers of revolutionary action have disarmed the constructive political imagination of the left. He then writes, the few who try to work out alternatives more considered than those found in the party platforms of the mainstream of leftist literature are quickly dismissed as utopian dreamers or reformist tinkerers, utopians if their proposals depart greatly from the established arrangements, tinkerers if they make modest proposals of change. Nothing worth fighting for seems practicable, and the changes that can be readily imagined often hardly seem to deserve the sacrifice of programmatic campaigns whose time chart so often disrespects the dimensions of an individual lifetime. If all of this were not enough, the would-be program writer still has a final surprise in store for him. He will be accused, sometimes by the very people who told him a moment before they wanted alternatives, of dogmatically anticipating the future and trying to steal a march on unpredictable circumstance, as if there were no force to Montaigne's warning that no wind helps him who does not know to what port he sails. 1987a, 443. This is perceptive stuff. The effect, however, is to create a hesitation on everyone's part, including Unger's, in ever identifying to what port he or she might wish to sail. And it is at that point that Unger refuses closure around any one particular set of institutional arrangements or modes of social relating. Like Lefebvre, he wants to keep choices endlessly open. The harsh either or of the dialectic is evaded in favor of the softer, one of Unger's favored words, and more comforting politics of Hegelian transcendence. The anti-authoritarianism of liberatory political thought here reaches some sort of limit. There is a failure to recognize that the materialization of anything requires, at least for a time, closure around a particular set of institutional arrangements and a particular spatial form, and that the act of closure is in itself a material statement that carries its own authority in human affairs. What the abandonment of all talk of utopia on the left has done is to leave the question of valid and legitimate authority in abeyance, or, more exactly, to leave it to the moralisms of the conservatives, both of the neoliberal and religious variety. It has left the concept of utopia, as Marin observes, as a pure signifier without any 189 meaningful referent in the material world. And for many contemporary theorists, Unger among them, that is where the concept can and should remain, as a pure signifier of hope destined never to acquire a material referent. But the problem is that without a vision of utopia there is no way to define that port to which we might want to sail. To utopian dynamics it would be wrong to depict the theoretical set called spatio-temporal utopianism as totally empty. Indeed, there are many ways in which it might be filled. To begin with, the evolutionary style of argumentation adopted by Geddes and Mumford in their respective approaches to the city and region promotes a view of human activity in which the production of spaces at a changing scale is expressive of equally compelling and often conflictual economic, technological, and cultural needs. The city is to be construed, as Mumford put it, above all as a work of art. Mumford's writings, however idiosyncratic and defective, are infused with a certain kind of spatio-temporal utopianism, although with a good deal of dystopian feeling with respect to some of the catastrophic choices made in more recent times. But even more important, the recent evolution within the utopian genre of writing itself from that of a political tract thinly disguised within an often rather boring tale, as in the case of More's Utopia or even Butler's Erewhon, into the full-blown drama of the, sometimes epic, novel signals an important transition in sentiments and techniques. The novel, as an exploration of possible worlds, see Ron N., 1994, has now become the primary site for the exploration of utopian sentiments and sensibilities. Earlier hints of such a turn can be found in the works like Hesse's Magisterludi, H. G. Wells, Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, and Ayn Rand's The Fountainhead, with plenty of dystopian fiction such as Orwell's 1984 being thrown in. But in recent times the tactic has become explicit in the writings of Ursula L. Le Guin, Doris Lessing, Marge Piercy, and many others, and it is instructive to note how many writers now working in this genre are women, as Levitas, 1990, 1993, points out. Such novels typically recognize that societies and spatialities are shaped by continuous processes of struggle. The novel form lends itself, if need be, to a much stronger sense of spatio-temporal dynamics. The static and finally achieved spatial/institutional forms of classical utopias are jettisoned as either unachievable or, if achieved, unstable and still in transition to something else yet to be defined. Consider, for example, Kim Stanley Robinson's trilogy on the settlement of Mars. A voyage of exploration followed by active colonization of a distant planet empty of people. 190. Though not of distinctive qualities, it rewrites the historical geography of colonization as a long-term saga of transformations of environment and of socio-spatial forms on Mars. The saga is marked by struggles against the Martian environment as well as within the colonizing process itself, struggles that pit the first 100 settlers against later arrivals, the authorities on Earth with the nascent society on Mars, and, above all, struggles among the colonizers themselves on a wide range of questions, such as forms of political representation, but most the issue of the moral and political right to terraform the Martian environment. The formation of society on Mars entails the production of a world that is continuously evolving new forms out of itself, but not in an arbitrary way. Each decision point marks an either-or, and who wins the battle, physically or ideologically, changes the trajectory of development without, however, necessarily carrying all of the opposition with it. A residue of power and argument is always left behind, often to be resurrected later on as an alternative subversive force. The reader is not, therefore, introduced to a stable world already made and discovered, but is taken through the dialectics of making a new socio-ecological world. I am not holding up Robinson's tale as some exemplar of how a spatio-temporal utopianism should be set down, though it does illustrate how a cultural form can be used to articulate an alternative spatio-temporal dynamics. There are, moreover, several dangers in relying solely upon novels as a source of inspiration. The displacement of utopianism to pure literature, or art, for example, may mean that we fail to extract the political messages that come through so loud and clear from a political tract like More's Utopia or Bellamy's Looking Backward. It is hard to imagine Robinson's work inspiring a whole political movement of the sort that arose at the end of the 19th century in response to Bellamy's intervention. Worse still, artistic license easily glosses over the real difficulties of transformative action. As Levitas, 1993, 265, observes, The main reason why it has become so difficult to locate utopia in a future credibly linked to the present by a feasible transformation is that our images of the present do not identify agencies and processes of change. The result is that utopia moves further into the realms of fantasy. Although this has the advantage of liberating the imagination from the constraint of what it is possible to imagine as possible, and encouraging utopia to demand the impossible, it has the disadvantage of severing utopia from the process of social change and severing social change from the stimulus of competing images of utopia. We are, as it were, back to Unger's distinction between dreams that seem unrealizable and prospects that hardly seem to matter. 191. On this point, however, one reading of Robinson's trilogy provides a further crucial insight. His utopian tale carries within it innumerable cross-references to the actual historical geography of imperial conquest and colonial and neocolonial activity as promoted throughout the long history of capitalism. The historical and geographical referents of his tale are highly significant. While it is grounded in relation to the tangible qualities of the Martian environment, with all of its distinctive physical hazards, and appeals to futuristic technologies, it inevitably invokes the whole problematic of mastery of nature that has been so central to Western ways of thought since Francis Bacon and Descartes. The struggle to stay alive in the face of a hostile Martian environment is nothing short of heroic. Furthermore, the embeddedness of the colonization process on Mars in the power relations, the ideological debates, and the technological political economy of multinational and globalized capitalism is explicitly acknowledged. The colonization of Mars is a struggle to free the social order from some of its earthly constraints in a new environment. But it is a struggle that can only ever partially succeed for precisely the sorts of reasons that Marx set out in his open letter to the Icarians, see above, Chapter 2. The subterranean comparisons in the novel to the historical geographical experience of post-Enlightenment capitalism is daring. The new Martian social order arises in a way that loosely parallels the manifesto's account of the rise to power of the bourgeoisie. This could make Robinson's trilogy an easy target for highly critical post-colonial deconstruction. But I prefer to assess it in a more positive way. It holds out the tantalizing prospect of an interconnection between actual historical geographical transformations, understood with all the power that a properly constituted historical geographical materialism can command, and the utopian design of an alternative spatio-temporal dynamics to that which we now experience. 3. The historical geography of spatio-temporal utopianism. On one point, at least, Marx and Unger make common cause. They both insist that the future must be constructed, not in some fantastic utopian mold, but through tangible transformations of the raw materials given to us in our present state. Those raw materials were constructed and assembled through a spatio-temporal dynamics that was, however, inspired by a distinctive set of conflicting visions, including the overwhelming vision of capitalist and merchant entrepreneurs. A study of the historical geography of capitalism therefore provides clues as to how a spatio-temporal 192 utopian project can be grounded in both the present and the past. This is obviously a task well beyond the confines of this book, and it takes the notion of utopian thinking into a different dimension. But let me sketch in the sort of argument I have in mind. Consider, for example, how free market utopianism, the process, was put into place globally, geopolitically as spatial form, after World War II. In this the United States had an all-powerful, but specifically situated and particularistic, role. It was the epicenter from which a geopolitical strategy of global domination via freedom of the market was mobilized. It saw the dismantling of empires and decolonization, the shaping of the proper mediating international institutions, managed to ensure its own particular interests became the universal norm, and the opening of international trade as absolutely essential to the creation of a new world order. It saw itself in a life and death struggle with communism. Its self-image was as a beacon of freedom, individual rights, and democracy in a troubled world, as a model society to which everyone aspired, as a shining city on a hill doing battle, as Ronald Reagan framed it, with an evil empire of communism, as well as with the dark forces of ignorance, superstition, and irrationality. A secularized and more open spatio-temporality had to be imposed upon the world at a variety of scales, urban and regional as well as international, within which capital investments could more easily flow, along with movements of information, people, commodities, cultural forms, and the like. Nation and local states had to be built up as facilitators for freely functioning capital markets, executive committees, as in Baltimore City, for capital accumulation. This meant an attempt, often abortive, to impose, with a good deal of militarism and violence on the international stage, a particular conception of political democracy, voting between political parties on a 4 or 5 year cycle, as a universal principle, as if there are no other possible ways of being free and democratic. The world's spaces were forced open through often violent struggles and then reshaped by the power of U.S. policies, including those of satellite states, comprador classes, and international institutions. Many of those engaged upon this project within the United States, of both left and right political persuasions, including many non-government organizations, deeply believed they were involved in a struggle to create a happier, more open, and freer world. They pursued with utopian conviction policies of development, aid, secular and military assistance, and education as means towards a humanistically powered enlightenment around the globe. While this caricatures somewhat, it captures something important about the spatio-temporal utopianism of U.S. internationalism over the last half-century, a view subsequently given a Hegelian gloss in Fukuyama's End of History thesis. It illustrates the possibility of a spatio-temporal 193 utopian mode and gives a sense of what might be involved. By calling it a spatio-temporal utopianism we can better understand how it worked, why and how it went wrong, and how its internal contradictions might form one potential seedbed for some alternative. Of course, events in the world did not dance solely to this vision. But scrutiny of the internal contradictions in this project is helpful. If the seeds of revolutionary transformation must be found in the present and if no society can launch upon a task of radical reorganization for which it is not at least partially prepared, then those internal contradictions provide raw materials for growing an alternative. Let me list some of the main contradictions. 1. The secular project of increasing material well-being throughout the whole world by means of extended capital accumulation failed to deliver on its promises. It could not satisfy human wants, needs, and desires nor liberate time and space for emotional and intellectual development. It promised unlimited consumerism, sometimes even as a collective good in terms of public welfare, as a path for the pursuit of happiness but delivered at best lopsided and at worst fraudulent benefits. It produced substantial wealth and empowerment for the few and disillusionment, repression, misery, and degradation for the rest. Its utopian claims respecting equality and well-being therefore came increasingly into contradiction with realities as one development decade passed into another and as the uneven qualities of capitalism's geography became more and more apparent at a variety of scales, urban, regional, and international. 2. The promise of individual rights, freedoms, and liberties, the liberal illusion, embedded in the, often exported, institutions of liberal democracy produced plenty of egotistical calculation, as the manifesto has it, but produced a freedom to dominate and exploit others who were kept free of political influence and power by a politics of unequal rewards if not downright marginalization. It also failed to acknowledge the collective bases, cultural as well as political, necessary for securing liberties and freedoms, producing either a society of private wealth and public squalor, to use Galbraith's telling formulation, or authoritarian, and in some cases thoroughly corrupt, political structures founded on repressive tolerance. In the United States one is free to spend and vote how one likes, but it is impossible to secure elementary freedoms of the city, e.g. walking the streets at any time of day or night, whereas in Singapore one can walk the city but not oppose the government or, for that matter, even buy chewing gum. 3. The overall success of this utopian project was predicated upon a preparedness to exercise authority and where necessary to resort to 194 means of violence and repression as a necessary path to a more general enlightenment. In this it could not avoid the problems of the classical utopian forms. The trauma of the Vietnam War and subsequent revelations about covert operations around the world tarnished the utopianism of the project and made it appear more and more as an exercise in the power politics of U.S. manifest destiny as seen by an elite few in the United States rather than as a mass movement for global enlightenment. The project could never free itself from the political conditions and often self-serving policies that characterized its command center in Washington. While the United States could reserve the right to be judge and jury of international morality, it would never submit itself to being judged by international institutions like the United Nations and the World Court, nor would it sign any pact, such as those against genocide or those concerning crimes against humanity, that would make it liable to such international judgments. 4. The spatial libertarianism of market forces undermines static territorial structures and powers, even, to some degree, those located in the United States, and were ruthlessly transformative with respect to traditional cultural forms. The counter-effect has been a return to territoriality and national identity as a basis for politics and a penchant for reactionary exclusionism that potentially threatens the free market agenda. After the collapse of communism in particular, many more turned to religion and/or nation as the sole alternative identity. To many, including forces of resistance within the United States, as well as in Iran, India, and Guatemala, to cite just a few, it now seems as if there is a simple choice between the secular spatio-temporalities of the free market or the mythological time-space of religion and nationhood. 5. Market externalities, costs not captured by the price mechanism, generated a wide range of social, economic, and political difficulties. Chief among these were problems of indiscriminate resource use, habitat destruction, and a whole series of environmental difficulties that required urgent attention. The concept of sustainability, evolved in part to confront such difficulties, though easily co-opted, points to spatio-temporal horizons different from those of capital accumulation. When we bundle these contradictions together, the picture that emerges is of a globalization process, centered on the United States, in serious disarray. There exists a broad swathe of disaffection from the undoubted achievements of the spatio-temporal utopianism led by the United States after World War II. Alternative visions need to uncover how to deliver on the promises of considerable improvement in material well-being and democratic forms, without relying upon egotistical calculation. RA 195. Consumerism, and capital accumulation, how to develop the collective mechanisms and cultural forms requisite for self-realization outside of market forces and money power, and how to bring the social order into a better working relation with environmental and ecological conditions. 4. Utopianism now. The broad rejection of utopianism over the past 2 decades or so should be understood as a collapse of specific utopian forms, both East and West. Communism has been broadly discredited as a utopian project, and now neoliberalism is increasingly seen as a utopian project that cannot succeed. Insofar as the geopolitical strategy of the United States can be understood as a form of spatio-temporal utopianism, it, too, is less and less convincing. So, should we just let the whole idea of utopianism of any sort die an unmourned death? Or should we try to rekindle and reignite utopian passions once more as a means to galvanize socio-ecological change? Marx opposed utopianism as he knew it. He savaged the utopias of spatial form and thoroughly deconstructed Adam Smith's utopianism of social process. Yet Marx passionately believed in the emancipatory potential of class struggle as the privileged path towards a happier life. And both he and Engels argued in the Communist Manifesto that there are historical moments when oppositional forces are in such an undeveloped state that fantastic pictures of future society come to represent the first instinctive yearnings for a general reconstruction of society. The literature produced by the socialist utopians of the early 19th century contains a powerful and important critical element. In attacking every principle of existing society, they provided the most valuable materials for the enlightenment of the working class. Furthermore, the practical measures proposed were helpful as landmarks in the struggle to abolish class distinctions. The ever-present danger, they argued, is that we will come to believe in the miraculous effects, 1952 edition, 91, of some utopian science. There is a time and place in the ceaseless human endeavor to change the world, when alternative visions, no matter how fantastic, provide the grist for shaping powerful political forces for change. I believe we are precisely at such a moment. Utopian dreams in any case never entirely fade away. They are omnipresent as the hidden signifiers of our desires. Extracting them from the dark recesses of our minds and turning them into a political force for change may court the danger of the ultimate frustration of those desires. But better that, surely, than giving in to the degenerate utopianism of neoliberalism, and all those interests that give possibility such a bad press, and living in craven and supine fear of expressing and pursuing alternative desires at all. 196. A critical examination of utopianism reveals some important variants and distinctive difficulties within the genre. The stark contrast between spatial form and social process utopianism, for example, reveals some peculiar habits of mind in the handling of space and time in visionary social thought. But even spatial form utopianism does a disservice to spatiality, for it typically treats space as a container for social action and confines utopianism most typically to the scale of the city. It is no accident, therefore, that the most explicit connection between social action and utopian thinking is at the urban scale. How spatial form utopianism would look under conditions of the dynamic production of space and in relation to a theory of uneven geographical developments, cf. Chapter 5, remains unexplored. How, then, can a stronger utopianism be constructed that integrates social process and spatial form? Is it possible to formulate a more dialectical form of utopianism, construct, even, a utopian dialectics? For this to happen requires a dialectics that can operate in relation to both space and time, something impossible within the Hegelian tradition. It also has to face up to the materialist problems of authority and closure. Closure, the making of something, of any sort, contains its own authority because to materialize any one design, no matter how playfully construed, is to foreclose, in some cases temporarily but in other instances relatively permanently, on the possibility of materializing others. We cannot evade such choices. The dialectic is either I or not both/and. What the materialized utopianism of spatial form so clearly confronts is the problematics of closure, and it is this which the utopianism of the social process so dangerously evades. Conversely, we find that fragmentation and dispersal cannot work, and that the bitter struggle of the either-or perpetually interferes with the gentler and more harmonious dialectic of both and when it comes to socio-ecological choices. We also find that the shadowy forms of spatio-temporal utopianism are not too hard to exhume from a study of our own historical geography as impelled by the geopolitics of capitalism. The task is then to define an alternative, not in terms of some static spatial form or even of some perfected emancipatory process. The task is to pull together a spatio-temporal utopianism, a dialectical utopianism, that is rooted in our present possibilities at the same time as it points towards different trajectories for human uneven geographical developments. It is to that task that I now turn. Chapterlo. On architects, bees, and species being. When, sometime in the early 18th century, Bernard Le Bouvier Fontenelle wrote his Conversations on the Plurality of Worlds, he devised a novel way in which to try to persuade a skeptical audience of the possible truth of the Newtonian worldview. The conversations, with an elegant and discerning lady, took place in the course of evening walks in a garden. In such a setting, it seemed possible to contemplate alternative possibilities away from the hurly-burly of daily life and gain thereby a different perspective on the world. It is hard, in contemporary circumstances, to think of ways in which to conduct a similar conversation. Yet this is what we must do if we are to uncover possible alternatives to the social world we currently inhabit. In the absence of any obvious blueprint for social change, a blueprint which would in any case likely be dismissed as visionary nonsense, and in the absence, regrettable as it may be, of any major social movement or vigorous class alliance pressing forward immediate theses and plans for social change, the best that I can offer is a series of talking points around which conversations about alternatives and possibilities might coalesce. This means, if the arguments of Part 3 are correct, coming to terms with something called dialectical utopianism. Dialectics here denotes something different from that usually understood from studies of Hegel or even of Marx. It presumes, for example, a dialectics able to address spatiotemporal dynamics openly and directly and able also to represent the multiple intersecting material processes that so tightly imprison us in the fine-spun web of contemporary socio-ecological life. It then entails a willingness, if only in the world of thought, to transcend or overturn the socio-ecological forms imposed by uncontrolled capital accumulation, class privileges, and gross inequalities of political economic power. In this way, a space for thought experiments about alternative possible worlds can be constructed. While there is always a danger that this might degenerate into the production of unrealizable dreams, getting the historical end. 199. 200. Geographical materialism right should help convert those dreams into prospects that really do matter. 1. On architects and bees. I begin with the figure of the architect. I do so in part because that figure, and it is the figure rather than the professional person of whom I speak, has a certain centrality and positionality in all discussions of the processes of constructing and organizing spaces. The architect has been most deeply enmeshed throughout history in the production and pursuit of utopian ideals, though not solely those of spatial form. The architect shapes spaces so as to give them social utility as well as human and aesthetic/symbolic meanings. The architect shapes and preserves long-term social memories and strives to give material form to the longings and desires of individuals and collectivities. The architect struggles to open spaces for new possibilities, for future forms of social life. For all of these reasons, as Karatani, 1995, XXXV, points out, the will to architecture understood as the will to create is the foundation of Western thought. Plato held to that view and Leibniz even went so far as to say, God as architect fully satisfies God as lawgiver. But the other reason I insist on the figure of the architect is because there is a sense in which we can all equally well see ourselves as architects of a sort. To construe ourselves as architects of our own fates and fortunes is to adopt the figure of the architect as a metaphor for our own agency as we go about our daily practices and through them effectively preserve, construct, and reconstruct our life world. This reconnects directly to Marx. For it is hard to find a better statement of the foundational principles of the dynamics and dialectics of socio-ecological change than those laid out in the first volume of Capital, 1967 edition, 177-8. Labor is, in the first place, a process in which both man and nature participate, and in which man of his own accord starts, regulates, and controls the material reactions between himself and nature. By thus acting on the external world and changing it, he at the same time changes his own nature. He develops his slumbering powers and compels them to act in obedience to his sway. We presuppose labor in a form that stamps it as exclusively human. A spider conducts operations that resemble those of a weaver, and a bee puts to shame many an architect in the construction of her cells. But what distinguishes the worst architect from the best of bees is this, that the architect raises his structure in imagination before he erects it in reality. At the end of every labor process we get a result that existed in the imagination of the laborer at its commencement. He not only effects a change of form in the material on which he works, but he also realizes a purpose. 0 N Archet ECTS, Bs, and SPECIESB in G 201. The parallel with Park's conception of urbanization, see Chapter 8, is uncanny. More important for the present argument is that Marx's analogy can easily be reversed. While the activities of the architect help us understand the labor process in general, everyone who engages in any kind of labor process whatsoever is like the architect rather than like the bee. Marx's evocation of bees has, however, a double reckoning. Not only does it relate directly to the sophistication of their architectural practices, so fascinating to naturalists, but Marx is undoubtedly also referring to Mandeville's famous tract of 1714 on the fable of the bees, with its subtitle of Private Vices and Public Virtues. Mandeville not only commented therein on how public prosperity and virtue necessarily rested on private vanity, envy, vice, and waste, a problem that Adam Smith's utopianism of the market was later designed to redress, but took the even more invidious though honest position, Marx 1976 edition, 764-5, that society in general could prosper only if the workers remained poor, ignorant, and deprived of any and all knowledge that might multiply their desires. Marx's concept of human labor in general is obviously meant to contrast with this idea of the ignoble and degraded status of a worker bee under capitalism. The latter obviously has little or no chance to awaken those slumbering powers latent within us to change the world and change ourselves. We now know a lot more about bees. They are, for example, very communicative creatures. The dance choreography they perform in the hive provides precise information as to where food sources can be found. The intricacy and complexity of the communication system, and the accuracy and precision incorporated in it, demonstrates a truly amazing capacity for bees to encode and communicate information in an abstract, symbolic way that would put to shame many a communications or GI specialist, let alone any architect. Von Frisch, 1965, took 40 years to map the dances. The code to the dance patterns was broken, almost by accident, by a mathematician who happened to be the daughter of a bee researcher. She recognized the patterns when projecting the properties of a six-dimensional flag manifold, a rare and obscure kind of mathematics, onto a two-dimensional space. Frank, 1997. The entire repertory of bee dances with all of its innumerable parts and variations falls within a mathematical schema unknown to any architect. The only other known physical process to which such a mathematics applies concerns the quarks of quantum theory. This raises the speculative possibility that the bees are somehow sensitive to what's going on in the quantum world of quarks, that quantum mechanics is as important to their perception of the world as sight, sound, and smell. 86. If this turns out to be true, then not only do bees know, with a tiny brain, a kind of mathematics known to only a 202 handful of people, but they also may be able to do what no human appears ever able to do, operate in quantum fields without disturbing them. So, even as we enter the age of quantum computing with all of its untold power, we still cannot do what bees seem able to do. The more we know about bees, the more the comparison with even the best of human labor, let alone the worst of architects, appears less and less complementary to our supposedly superior powers. This seriously dents any idea that humans are somehow at the summit of living things in all or even most respects. But it also sharpens interest in the question of what our exclusive species capacities and slumbering powers might be. To human capacities and powers, many species, like bees, possess basic senses entirely outside the human repertory. From this, Wilson, 1998, 47-8, formulates an informal rule of biological evolution important to the understanding of the human condition. If an organic sensor can be imagined that picks up any signal from the environment, there exists a species somewhere that possesses it. It is not surprising, therefore, that the unaided human senses we possess seem remarkably deficient relative to the bountiful powers of life expressed in such diversity. Wilson's characteristically reductive answer to why this is so runs as follows. Biological capacity evolves until it maximizes the fitness of organisms for the niches they fill, and not a squiggle more. Every species, every kind of butterfly, bat, fish, and primate, including Homo sapiens, occupies a distinctive niche. It follows that each species lives in its own sensory world. When, therefore, we appeal as we did in Chapter 6 to the idea of the body as the measure of all things, we immediately encounter the limitations of our own sensory world. But human beings have acquired means to listen, see, and hear far beyond such limitations. Our capacities as cyborgs and scientists cannot be ignored. This poses a fundamental problem for both Marx and Wilson, unlikely allies both, in their search for some sort of unity of knowledge. Wilson's version of it is this: natural selection cannot anticipate future needs. If the principle is universally true, how did natural selection prepare the mind for civilization before civilization existed? That is the great mystery of human evolution, how to account for calculus and Mozart. 48. This is a familiar problem in Marx. In innumerable passages, from the Communist Manifesto on, he appears to contradict the conception of the 0 Archet ECTS, BS, and SPECIESB in G203. Labor process laid out in Capital and insist that our ideas, conceptions, views, in one word, our consciousness, change with every change in material conditions of existence, and that the material form of a mode of production gives rise to institutional, legal, and political structures which imprison our thoughts and possibilities in particular ways. In perhaps the most famous rendition of this, Marx argues it is not the consciousness of men that determines their being but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. Marx and Engels, 1972 edition, 4. How, then, can the human imagination, made so much of in Capital, range freely enough outside of the existing material and institutional conditions, e.g. those set by capitalism, to even conceptualize what the socialist alternative might look like? In exactly the same way that Wilson has a problem accounting for the explosion of cultural and scientific forms in recent history, so Marx's historical materialism has a problem in preparing our imaginations, let alone our political practices, for the creation of a socialist, or for that matter any other, alternative. While this may explain how we can be such puppets of the institutional and imaginative worlds we inhabit, to repeat Unger's trenchant phrase, it also presents a difficult paradox. The historical geographical experience of revolutionary movements in power, and of materialized utopianism of any sort, indicates the deep seriousness of the problem of unpreparedness for radical change. Many revolutionary movements did not or could not free themselves from ways of thinking embedded in the material circumstances of their past. The dilemma is as pertinent and real in political practices as it is salient theoretically. Unger's thought perpetually gravitates back to this central problem. It is a fundamental dilemma that any grounded form of dialectical utopianism must confront. Marx, 1970 edition, 20-1, does, however, soften the theoretical paradox somewhat. At a certain stage of their development, the material forces of production come in conflict with the existing relations of production. From forms of development of the forces of production these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an epoch of social revolution. With the change of the economic foundation, the entire immense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed. In considering such transformations, a distinction should always be made between the material transformation of the economic conditions of production, which can be determined with the precision of natural science, and the legal, political, religious, aesthetic, or philosophic, in short ideological forms in which men become conscious of this conflict and fight it out. The latter, the ideological forms, do not here appear to be as strictly 204 determined by material conditions as initially proposed, in part because of their inherent fuzziness, while the very existence of contradictions, particularly between the forces and relations of production, holds out the possibility for creative maneuver and open decision-making. Nevertheless, we often seem to oscillate in our understandings of ourselves and in our ways of thinking between an unreal fantasy of infinite choice, Unger's alternatives that scarcely seem to matter, and a cold reality of no alternative to the business as usual dictated by our material and intellectual circumstances. This is why the figure of the architect is so instructive. Consider it further. It takes a huge exercise of the imagination to design an office tower, a residence, a factory, a leisure park, a city, or whatever. The architect has to imagine spaces, orderings, materials, aesthetic effects, relations to environments, and deal at the same time with the more mundane issues of plumbing, heating, electric cables, lighting, and the like. The architect is not a totally free agent in this. Not only do the quantities and qualities of available materials and the nature of sites constrain choices, but educational traditions and learned practices channel thought. Regulations, costs, rates of return, clients' preferences, all have to be considered to the point where it often seems that the developers, the financiers, the accountants, the builders, and the state apparatus have more to say about the final shape of things than the architect. The process of doing architecture entails all these complications. Doing architecture is an embedded, spatio-temporal practice. But there is, nevertheless, always a moment when the free play of the imagination, the will to create, must enter. The inner connection at work within Marx's oppositional statements then becomes more understandable. All capitalist ventures, including those of the architect, are speculative. This is what it means to throw money into circulation as capital and hope to realize a profit. All capitalist ventures must exist in the imagination before they are realized in the market, hence the acknowledged power of human expectations in economic action. The incredible power of capitalism as a social system lies in its capacity to mobilize the multiple imaginaries of entrepreneurs, financiers, developers, artists, architects, and even state planners and bureaucrats, and a whole host of others, including, of course, the ordinary laborer, to engage in material activities that keep the system reproducing itself, albeit on an expanding scale. The discipline such as it is imposed by the system comes through the acid test of profitability. It is only then that the imaginary realizes itself in ways that gain positive reinforcement. But there are as many ways to make a profit as to skin a proverbial cat. So while the singular goal of profit may guide capitalist activity, there is no single path to reach that goal. Indeed, the whole history of the capitalist imaginary has, on architects, bees, and species being 205, been to find all sorts of innovative and often quirky ways to realize that singular objective. Giving free rein to the imagination is fundamental to the perpetuation of capitalism, and it is within this space that an alternative socialist imaginary can grow, though not now in a manner that is disembedded from capitalism and its dominant ways of thinking and doing. What we then recognize is a simple material fact about the way our world, the world of capitalist culture, economy, politics, and consciousness, works. It is full of an incredible variety of imagined schemes, political, economic, institutional, many of which get constructed. Some schemes fail. Others are wildly successful. Some work for a time and then fall apart. It is the cold logic of the marketplace, often lubricated by a hefty dose of political favoritism and conniving collusions, that fixes the success or failure of the outcome. But it is engagement with future possibilities that starts the whole affair. Zola captured this idea beautifully in his expose of the power of money to transform the world through speculation. Says Saccard, Zola's anti-hero in his novel Money, "You will behold a complete resurrection over all those depopulated plains, those deserted passes, which our railways will traverse, yes. Fields will be cleared, roads and canals built, new cities will spring from the soil, life will return as it returns to a sick body, when we stimulate the system by injecting new blood into exhausted veins. Yes. Money will work these miracles. You must understand that speculation, gambling, is the central mechanism, the heart itself, of a vast affair like ours. Yes, it attracts blood, takes it from every source in little streamlets, collects it, sends it back in rivers in all directions, and establishes an enormous circulation of money, which is the very life of great enterprises. Speculation, why, it is the one inducement that we have to live, it is the eternal desire that compels us to live and struggle. Without speculation, my dear friend, there would be no business of any kind. It is the same as in love. In love as in speculation there is much filth, in love also, people think only of their own gratification, yet without love there would be no life, and the world would come to an end. Zola, 1891, 140. Saccard's vision, his love of life, seduces all around him. Even his cautious and demure companion, Madame Caroline, is struck by how the present state of the land in the Levant fails to match up with human desires and potentialities, and her love of life, her ever-buoyant hopefulness, filled her with enthusiasm at the idea of the all-powerful magic wand with which science and speculation could strike this old sleeping soil and suddenly reawaken it. And it was just this that she saw rising again, the forward, irresistible march, the social impulse towards the greatest possible sum of happiness, the need of action, of going ahead, without knowing exactly whither, and 206. Amid it all there was the globe turned upside down by the ant swarm rebuilding its abode, its work never ending, fresh sources of enjoyment ever being discovered, man's power increasing tenfold, the earth belonging to him more and more every day. Money, aiding science, yielded progress. 75. While the outcome suggests there is no alternative, the starting point holds that there are at least 1,000,001 alternatives as we seek to probe future possibilities with all the passion and imagination at our command. The dialectic of the imaginary and its material realization, mediated in most instances through production, locates the two sides of how capitalism replicates and changes itself, how it can be such a revolutionary mode of production. Capitalism is nothing more than a gigantic speculative system, powered, as Keynes for one clearly recognized, by some mix of expectations, respectable, and speculative behavior, disreputable. If such fictitious and imaginary elements surround us at every turn, then the possibility also exists of growing imaginary alternatives within its midst. Marx did not object to the utopian socialists because they believed that ideas could be a material force in historical change, but because of the way they derived and promoted their ideas. Plucked from some rarefied ether of the imagination, such ideas were doomed to failure. Extracted from the womb of bourgeois society, or, as Zola might put it, from the fertile dung heap of its contradictions, ideas could provide the basis for a transformative politics. The working class have no ideal to realize, Marx and Engels 1972 edition, 558, wrote in his commentary on the Civil War in France, but to set free the elements of the new society with which old collapsing bourgeois society itself is pregnant. It is the task of dialectical and intellectual inquiry to uncover real possibilities and alternatives. This is where a dialectical utopianism must begin. 3. The conception of our spectes being to speak of our capacities to transform the world through labor and thereby to transform ourselves, and to speak also of how we might deploy our albeit constrained imaginations in such a project, is to presuppose some way of understanding ourselves as a species, our specific capacities and powers, including the slumbering powers of which Marx speaks, in relation to the world we inhabit. The dialectical and metabolic relation we have to nature and through that back to a distinctively human nature, with its special qualities and meanings, must therefore lie at the basis of what we, as architects of our futures and our fates, can and want to accomplish. Serious problems have arisen in social theory as well as in the quest for alternatives whenever a biological basis such as that invoked in a concept, like species being, has been invoked. Familiar examples include the way the arguments of social Darwinism were incorporated into Nazism, organicist theories of the state, the dismal history of the eugenics movement as applied to racial categories, and the profound social antagonisms generated in the debate over sociobiology during the 1970s. Much of the writing in this genre has indeed been reactionary, conservative, and fatalistic with a strong dash of biological determinism, these days usually genetic, thrown in. The general response on the social science side and throughout much of the left in recent times has been to retreat from any examination of the biological/physical basis of human behavior. Within Marxism, for example, the trend has been to treat human nature as relative to the mode of production, or to material life in general, and to deny any universal qualities to our species being. This is not, as Garros, 1983, expertly argues, an adequate response, nor is it at all consistent with Marx's formulations. Unless we confront the idea, however dangerous, of our human nature and species being and get some understanding of them, we cannot know what it is we might be alienated from or what emancipation might mean. Nor can we determine which of our slumbering powers must be awakened to achieve emancipatory goals. A working definition of human nature, however tentative and insecure, is a necessary step in the search for real as opposed to fantastic alternatives. A conversation about our species being is desperately called for. I propose a basic conception that goes roughly like this. We are a species on Earth like any other, endowed, like any other, with specific capacities and powers that are put to use to modify environments in ways that are conducive to our own sustenance and reproduction. In this we are no different from all other species, like termites, bees, and beavers, that modify their environments while adapting further to the environments they themselves help construct. This conception defines the nature-imposed condition of our existence. We are sensory beings in a metabolic relation to the world around us. We modify that world and in so doing change ourselves through our activities and labors. Like all other species, we have some species-specific capacities and powers, arguably the most important of which are our ability to alter and adapt our forms of social organization, to create, for example, divisions of labor, class structures, and institutions, to build a long historical memory through language, to accumulate knowledge and understandings that are collectively available to us as guides to future action, to reflect on what we have done and do in ways that permit learning from experience, not only our own but also that of others, and, by virtue of our particular dexterities, to build all kinds of adjuncts, e.g. 208. Tools, technologies, organizational forms, and communication systems, to enhance our capacities to see, hear, and feel way beyond the physiological limitations given by our own bodily constitution. The effect is to make the speed and scale of adaptation to and transformation of our species being and of our species environment highly sensitive to the pace and direction of cultural, technological, economic, social, and political changes. It is this, of course, that makes so much, though not all, of what we think and do subservient to the inherent dynamics of a dominant mode of production. The argument for seeing human nature in relative terms, as something in the course of construction, is not without weight and foundation. But it also points to a connection between the concept of species being and species potential. We can never get away from the universal character of our existence as sensory and natural beings, the product of a biological and historical geographical evolutionary process that has left its mark upon our species both in terms of genetic endowments and rapidly accumulating cultural acquisitions. The sociobiologists are right to insist upon the significance of our genetic heritage. No conception of human nature can ignore what modern genetics and microbiology are revealing about human constraints, capacities, and powers. The collapse of the Cartesian dualism of mind versus matter through contemporary studies of the mind/brain problem is likewise leading the way to a radical reformulation of the relation between thought and action in human behaviors. Sociobiology provides no adequate explanation of cultural and social evolution, especially that of recent times. While it is plausible to argue for some kind of co-evolution between biological characteristics and cultural forms over the long term, the explosion of cultural/technical/linguistic understandings and practices over the last 300 years has provided no time for biological adaptation. It has, furthermore, no possible causative or reductive explanation in terms of physical or biological processes alone. The latter may form the necessary foundations for socio-ecological change, but they cannot provide sufficient explanations for the rise of civilizations, let alone for calculus and Mozart. In effect, the situation we have to confront is one in which genetic endowments have been put to use in entirely new cultural ways. But what are these endowments that provide the raw materials out of which we are fashioning our historical geography? We are, at root, curious and transformative beings endowed with vivid imaginations and a certain repertoire of possibilities that we have learned to put together in different ways at different places and times. We are political and semiotic animals with respect to each other, and politics is grounded in communicative abilities that are themselves evolving rapidly. 209. Among our more endearing habits, furthermore, is the ability to be sophisticated rule makers and compulsive rule breakers. Indeed, a case can be made, and here I parallel the general thrust of Unger's work, that emancipation is best defined by a condition in which we can be both rule makers and rule breakers with reasonable impunity. For this reason Unger considers what he calls immunity rights to be a fundamental feature of any society that aspires to emancipatory forms of development. But the rule-making has to acknowledge a bundle of constraints and possibilities derived from our distinctive and achieved metabolic condition. The basic repertoire derived from evolutionary experience provides strategic options for human action. The repertoire includes, competition and the struggle for existence, the production of hierarchy and homogeneity through natural or, in human history, economic, political, and cultural selection. 2. Adaptation and diversification into environmental niches, the production of diversity through proliferation and innovation in economic, political, or cultural terms. 3. Collaboration, cooperation, and mutual aid, the production of social organization, institutional arrangements, and consensual political discursive forms, all of which rest upon capacities to communicate and translate. 4. Environmental transformations, the transformation and modification of nature into, in our case, a humanist nature broadly in accord, though with frequent unintended consequences with human requirements. 5. Spatial orderings, mobilities and migrations coupled with the production of spaces for distinctive purposes such as escape, defense, organizational consolidation, transport, and communication. And the organization of the spatially articulated material support system for the life of individuals, collectivities, and the species. And 6. Temporal orderings, the setting up of biological, social, and cultural clocks that contribute to survival coupled with the use of various time orderings for biological and social purposes. In human societies time orderings vary from the almost instantaneous transmission of computerized orders to the long-term contracts that evolve by culture into moral precepts, tradition, and law. These 6 elements form a basic repertoire of capacities and powers handed down to us out of our evolutionary experience. When faced with a difficulty we have choices. Put crudely, we can stand and fight, defuse the difficulty by diversifying into something non-competitive, cooperate, change the environmental conditions that give rise to the problem, move. 210. Out of the way, or put ourselves on a different time horizon, e.g. delay and defer into the future. While all organisms may possess some or even all of the repertoire in some degree, there is no question that human beings have highlighted each element in particular ways, e.g. the long-term temporal relations of culturally transmitted traditions, and achieved rich and flexible ways of combining the different elements into complex social systems. Each mode of production can be construed as a special combinatorial mix of elements drawn from this basic repertoire. But it is vital to interpret the categories relationally rather than as mutually exclusive. See Harvey, 1996, for a fuller statement. I think sociobiologists are correct, for example, to argue that cooperation, reciprocal altruism is their preferred term, is in some sense an adaptive form of competition, organisms that help each other survive better. The difficulty arises when they make the competitive moment the foundation of everything else, a convenient way to make capitalist competition appear as the fundamental law of nature. From a relational standpoint, competition can just as easily be seen as a form of cooperation. The production of territoriality is an interesting case in point. By defining territories competitively, organisms cooperatively organize the partition of resources to save on ruinous and destructive competition. Properly organized, territoriality is as much about collaboration in human affairs as it is about competition and exclusion. The character of a social formation is defined by exactly how the elements in the overall repertoire get elaborated upon and combined through the exigencies of class power. Capitalism, for example, is often construed as being basically about competition. Survival of the fittest, measured in terms of profitability, is the Darwinian mechanism that creates order out of the chaos of speculative and competitive economic activity. But capitalism is also highly adaptive, constantly searching out innovative strategies, new market niches, and new product lines precisely to avoid competition in already established fields. Furthermore, capitalism could not survive without a lot of cooperation, collaboration, and mutual aid. I speak here not only of the ways in which supposed competitors so frequently collude, clandestinely or overtly, or of the extensive arenas of social organization, such as air traffic control, that rely upon tight submission of any competitive instincts to organized social control, but also of the extensive regulatory mechanisms embedded primarily in state power and the law to ensure that markets function as a consensual and collaborative framework for competition. The transformation or production of nature through collaborative efforts, in, say, the fields of plant and animal breeding, and now genetic engineering, the construction of on architects, bees, and species being 211. Physical infrastructures, the building of cities, and the like, generates rapidly evolving environments, both social and physical, within which different forms of competitive, adaptive, or collaborative behavior can arise. Uneven geographical developments shape entirely new market niches, for example. And, as I have often emphasized, capitalism has found remarkable ways to produce new spatial configurations, to measure and coordinate turnover times, and thereby construct entirely different spatio-temporalities to frame its own activities. It is not, therefore, competition alone that defines capitalism, but the particular mode of competition as embedded in all the other evolutionary processes. Institutions, rules, and regulations struggle to ensure that only one sort of competition, that within relatively freely functioning markets respecting property rights and freedom of contract, will prevail. The normal causal ordering given in sociobiology can easily be reversed. It is only through the collaborative and cooperative structures of society, however coerced, that competition and the struggle for existence can be orchestrated to do its work, and it is notable how often capitalists complain of ruinous competition and call immediately for government regulation to cure the problem. Without the extensive networks of collaboration and cooperation already in existence, most of us would be dead. Competition is always regulated and conditioned by cooperation, adaptation, environmental transformations, and through the production of space and time. This illuminates how an alternative to capitalism might begin to be construed. The traditional way of thinking about socialism/communism, for example, is in terms of a total shift from, say, competition to cooperation, collaboration, and mutual aid. This is far too simplistic and restrictive. If capitalism cannot survive without deploying all of the repertoire in some way, then the task for socialism must be to find a different combination of all the elements from within the basic repertoire. This cannot be done by presuming that only one of the elements matters and that the others can be suppressed. Competition, for example, can never be eliminated. But it can be organized differently and with different ends and goals in view. The balance between competition and cooperation can be altered. This has frequently occurred in capitalist history as phases of excessive competition alternate with phases of strong state regulation. The recent move towards globalization is an example of how a shift in one key element in the repertoire, the production of space, can occur in the struggle to sustain the system. The history of socialist theory is full of debates on the feasibility of this or that form of social organization. Recent arguments have focused on whether market socialism is more achievable or desirable than democratically controlled central planning. The lively debate brought together by 212. Ohman, 1998, revolves around these issues, but it is curious that not one of the participants cares to set his arguments in the context of species' capacities and powers. Had they done so, they might have seen a quite different set of possibilities. Any mode of production is a contradictory and dynamic unity of different elements drawn from the basic repertoire I have outlined. There is plenty of contradiction, tension, and conflict within it, and these provide a set of embedded possibilities to construct alternatives. The transition from one mode of production to another entails transformations in all elements in the repertoire in relation to each other. No natural laws can be done away with, Marx wrote in a letter to Kugelmann in 1868, adding, "What can change, in historically different circumstances, is only the form in which these laws operate." Or, just as persuasively, no social order can accomplish transformations for which it is not already internally prepared. All species, including human beings, can affect subsequent evolution through their behavior. All species, including humans, make active choices and by their behavior change the physical and social conditions with which their descendants have to cope. They also modify their behavior in response to changed conditions, and by moving expose themselves to new conditions that open up different possibilities for evolutionary change. Organisms are not simply objects of the laws of nature, altering themselves to bend to the inevitable, but active subjects transforming nature according to its laws. Lewontin, 1982, 162. Here the concept of species potential returns to the fore because we are now more than ever architects of evolution by virtue of the scientific, technical, and cultural powers that we have acquired. We are not, nor can we ever be, master architects so close to God as to be the ultimate lawgiver, as Leibniz evidently thought. But we have worked ourselves into a position in which the future of all evolution, including our own, is as much a function of conscious political and social choices as it is of random events to which we respond. So what kind of evolution do we, as savvy architects, imagine and plan? The answer depends on how we recombine the elements of the repertoire. Chapter 11. Responsibilities towards nature and human nature. Consider just one element in the repertoire of our evolutionary capacities, the kind of nature we are now in a position to produce. As active subjects in the evolutionary game, we have accumulated massive powers to transform the world. The way we exercise those powers is fundamental to the definition of what we as a species will become. This is now an open and critical focus of discussion and debate, as much among the capitalists and their allies, many of whom are obsessed with the issue of long-term sustainability, as among those who seek alternatives. Do we have a distinctive species being, and what does that entail about our future relation to external nature? The concept of species being is, of course, species-centered. It entails a resolutely anthropocentric stance. We cannot ever avoid, any more than can bees and beavers, asserting our own species identity, being expressive of who we are and what we can become, and putting our species' capacities and powers to work in the world we inhabit. To construe the matter any other way is to fool ourselves, alienate ourselves, as to who and what we are. What partially separates us human architects from bees, however, is that we are now obliged, by our own achievements, to work out in the imagination as well as through discursive debates our individual and collective responsibilities not only to ourselves and to each other but also to all those others that comprise what we usually refer to as external nature, external, that is, to us. We have reached an evolutionary condition in which conscious choices can and need to be made not only about our own evolutionary paths but also about those of other species. Even genetic evolution, says Wilson, 1998, 270, is about to become conscious and volitional, and usher in a new epoch in the history of life for which, unfortunately, according to his schema, we are not genetically prepared. We have long been powerful evolutionary agents through everything from plant and animal breeding, massive habitat modification, and rapid population growth to the diffusion and mixing. 213. 214. Of species on a global scale. But we have been rapidly accumulating far vaster powers over the last 2 centuries. This in no way means we are somehow outside of metabolic or evolutionary constraints or invulnerable to natural forces. But we are in a position to consciously deploy the repertoire of evolved possibilities in radically different combinatorial ways. If the full volitional period of evolution is about to begin, then, says Wilson, 1998, 277, in a statement that smacks far more of traditional humanism than biological reductionism, soon we must look deep within ourselves and decide what we wish to become. That question is as deeply speculative about our species being and our species' destiny as anything that any architect has ever faced before. 1. The discourses of nature grappling with responsibilities and ethical engagements towards all others entails the construction of discursive regimes, systems of knowledge, and ways of thinking that come together to define a different kind of imaginary and different modes of action from those which Zola, for example, depicted as so typical of the capitalist entrepreneur determined to master nature and construct a world in his own image. But on what basis do we seek to construct some alternative? There is no lack of passionate advocacy of this or that solution. The environmental and ecological movements are full of competing and cacophonous claims as to the possible future of the human species on planet Earth. Consider some of the major axes of difference. Ecocentric or biocentric views vie with naked anthropocentrism. Individualism clashes with collectivism, communitarianism. Culturally and historically geographically embedded views, those of indigenous peoples, sit uneasily alongside universal claims and principles, often advanced by scientists. Broadly materialist and economistic concerns over access to life chances, whether it be of species, individuals, social groups, or habitats, are frequently opposed to aesthetic, spiritual, and religious readings. Hubristic attitudes of Promethean domination contrast with humility before the mighty and wondrous powers of nature. Innumerable villains, Enlightenment reason, speciesism, modernity and modernization, scientific/technical rationality, materialism in both the narrow and broader sense, technological change progress, multinationals oil, the World Bank, patriarchy, capitalism, the free market, private property, consumerism usually of the supposedly mindless sort, state power, imperialism, state socialism, meddling and bumbling bureaucrats, military-industrial complexes, human ignorance, indifference, arrogance, myopia. Responsibilities towards nature 215. And stupidity, and the like, all jostle, singly or in some particular combination, for the position of arch-enemy of ecological sanity. And the long-standing debate over ends versus means, authoritarian, democratic, managerial, personal, has plenty of echoes in environmental politics. I know these are caricatures of some of the binary positions to be found within the environmental/ecological movement. They are, however, the sorts of oppositions that make for innumerable confusions, when taken in combination. But there are added complications. Nobody knows, for example, exactly where an ecosystem or a community, the usual unit of analysis, begins and ends. Claims worked out and agreed upon at one geographical scale, the local, the by-origin, the nation, do not necessarily make sense when aggregated up to some other scale, e.g. the globe. What makes sense, furthermore, for one generation will not necessarily be helpful to another. And every political movement under the sun, from Nazis to free market liberals, from feminists to social ecologists, from capitalists to socialists, from religious fundamentalists to atheistic scientists, necessarily considers it has the exclusive and correct line on environmental issues because to be seen as natural is to assume the mantle of inevitability and probity. Put all this together and we have a witch's brew of political arguments, concepts, and difficulties that can conveniently be the basis of endless academic, intellectual, theoretical, and philosophical debate. There is enough grist here to engage participants at learned conferences until kingdom come. Which, in a way, is what makes the whole topic so intellectually interesting. To speak of consensus, or even sketch it as a goal, is plainly impossible in such a situation. Yet some common language, or at least an adequate way of translating between different languages, scientific, managerial, and legal, popular, critical, etc., is required if any kind of conversation about alternatives is to take place. Even in the midst of all this conflict and diversity, therefore, Some sort of common grounding must be constructed. Without it, authoritarianism, discursive violence, and hegemonic practices become the basis for decisions, and this, of course, is unlikely to create space for alternative possibilities. Two metaphors for survival. There are, however, some dominant simplifying metaphors to help guide deliberations. Such metaphors, while indispensable, have their pitfalls. Consider, for example, the overwhelmingly powerful role now played by ideas of environmental crisis, imminent ecological collapse, or even the end of nature in oppositional environmental thinking. For some on the left, this rhetoric attracts because it has the convenient effect of displacing. 216. A long-standing belief in the ultimate crisis and collapse of capitalism from the field of class struggle to that of the environment. An alternative must be found immediately, the argument goes, if the world as we know it is not to end in environmental catastrophe. This is the crucible out of which entirely new alternative social forms must be forged in the near future. Apocalyptic argument of this sort is not confined to extreme environmentalists. Many scientists sound similarly alarmist calls. In a declaration signed by more than 2,000 of the world's most prestigious scientists we read, "Human beings and the natural world are on a collision course. Human activities inflict harsh and often irreversible damage on the environment and on critical resources. If not checked, many of our current practices put at risk the future that we wish for human society and the plant and animal kingdoms, and may so alter the living world that it will be unable to sustain life in the manner that we know. Fundamental changes are urgent if we are to avoid the collision our present course will bring about." Union of Concerned Scientists, 1996. This language of humanity on a collision course with the natural world is odd in many respects. Making it seem as if human beings are somehow outside of nature, it turns humanity into the metaphorical equivalent of some asteroid set to collide with the rest of nature, thereby avoiding the long history of evolutionary changes through which human beings have symbiotically transformed the world and themselves. The statement reeks of those abstract and ideological conceptions of which Marx, 1976 edition, 494, complained whenever natural scientists venture beyond the bounds of their own speciality. Such an alarmist rhetoric of crisis and imminent catastrophe is dangerous. To begin with, it presumes we know with utmost certitude and precision the flashpoint of some collision between human beings and the natural world. But most scientists, even those who issue clarion calls for action, continuously hedge their bets as to where the really serious problems lie and how imminent they truly are. Wilson, 1998, 285-7, thinks the wall toward which humanity is evidently rushing is a shortage not of minerals and energy, but of food and water. The capacity of the earth to support its voracious human biomass is, he suggests, becoming dicier and dicier. But others point to global warming and climate change, loss of habitats, and biodiversities, a theme also dear to Wilson's heart, degradation of a wide array of biosystems, from tropical rainforests to oceans, and the problems of absorbing the extraordinary array of new chemical compounds, many with highly toxic qualities, in biosystems ill-prepared for them. Even though a broad scientific consensus. Responsibilities towards nature 217. Exists concerning the potentially serious nature of such problems, the ability of scientists to predict impacts and outcomes of environmental transformations with accuracy is severely limited. Most willingly admit so. Their worries and concerns are guided as much by beliefs as by evidence. In the face of this unpredictability, the uncertainties, risks, and unintended consequences that attach to taking the wrong kind of preemptive action in the face of some imagined collision may be just as bad as not taking action in the face of impending disaster. The problem, however, is that neither the environmental movement nor their allies within the scientific community are well prepared to acknowledge, let alone take seriously, the potentially negative consequences, for human beings as well as for other species, of the unintended consequences of their own proposals. An unthinking crisis rhetoric also helps legitimize all manner of actions irrespective of social or political consequences. When the British government came to the climate change conference in Kyoto in 1997 as one of the few countries that had met its target for the carbon dioxide reductions earlier proposed at the Rio conference of 1994, it did so because of the Conservative Party's determination to crush the power of labour anchored in the miners' union by freeing the British energy industry from its dependency on coal. Closing the mines for class struggle reasons could be legitimised by appeal to environmental well-being. There are, unfortunately, far too many examples, historical as well as contemporary, see Harvey, 1996, Chapter 8, where social and political aims have been clothed or excused in the rhetoric of environmentalism, dictated by natural limits or nature-imposed scarcities. A rhetoric of impending environmental catastrophe will not, furthermore, necessarily sharpen our minds in the direction of cooperative, collective, and democratic responses. It often sparks elitist and authoritarian impulses, among many scientists, or even a lifeboat ethic in which the powerful pitch the rest overboard. The invocation of limits and ecoscarcity should, therefore, make us as politically nervous as it makes us theoretically suspicious, see Harvey, 1996, 139-49. While there are versions of this argument that accept that limits and ecoscarcities are socially evaluated and produced, in which case the question of limits in nature gets so softened as to become almost irrelevant, it is hard to stop this line of thinking slipping into some version of naturalism, the absolutism of fixed limits in nature, or, worse still, a fatalistic Malthusianism in which disease, famine, war, and multiple social disruptions are seen as the natural correctives to human hubris. Not a few radical environmentalists now claim that Malthus was right rather than wrong. 218. Against the idea that we are headed over the cliff into some abyss, collapse, or that we are about to run into a solid and immovable brick wall, limits, I think it consistent with both the better sorts of environmental thinking and Marx's dialectical materialism to construe ourselves as embedded within an ongoing flow of living processes that we can individually and collectively affect through our actions. We are profoundly affected by all manner of events, physical changes in energy flows on earth, land, and sea, adaptations by other species as well as changes we ourselves induce. We are active agents caught within the web of life, see, example Capra, 1996, or Birch and Cobb, 1981, for elaborations of this concept. The dialectical conceptions laid out by Levins and Lewontin, 1985, or the process-based arguments of someone like Whitehead, 1969, can be brought together with those of Marx, see Harvey, 1996, Chapter 2, to consolidate the web of life metaphor into a theoretical and logical structure of argument. I consider this by far the most useful metaphor to understand our situation. It is certainly more accurate and more useful than the linear thinking that has us heading off a cliff or crashing into a brick wall. It is therefore significant that the world scientist's warning to humanity shifts its metaphorical ground in mid-flight from that of a collision between two entities to the idea of the world's interdependent web of life, Union of Concerned Scientists, 1996. 3. The web of life, the kind of nature we might be in a position to produce in years to come, will have powerful effects upon emergent and even new social forms. How we produce nature in the here and now is therefore a crucial grounding for any dialectical utopianism. And how we construct the problem discursively also has its crucial moment in the sun as constituting the imaginative moment through which alternative visions can be constructed. How, then, can perspectives on future alternatives be constructed from within the web of life metaphor? We must first consider the directly negative and positive consequences of diverse past and present human activities, both for ourselves, with appropriate concern for class, social, national, and geographical distinctions, as well as for others, including non-human species and whole habitats. But even more importantly, we need to recognize how our actions filter through the web of interconnections that make up the living world with all manner of unintended consequences. Like many other species, we are perfectly capable, without necessarily being conscious of it, of fouling our own nest or depleting our own resource base so as to seriously threaten the conditions of our own survival, at least in achieved cultural and economic if not in more basically. Responsibilities towards nature 219. Physical terms. There are innumerable historical and geographical examples where human populations have, in effect, died in their own wastes and excrements. The original colonial settlements in Jamestown may have died out for this reason. But accepting this is different from thinking we are reaching some limit in nature, that environmental catastrophe is just around the corner, or, even more dramatically, that we are about to destroy the planet Earth. We can likewise overextend ourselves and create walls and limits around ourselves where there were none before. But these are self and socially created barriers and scarcities rather than nature-imposed limits and walls. This was, of course, the central point that George Perkins Marsh drove home with historical geographical example after example in that remarkable book Man and Nature published back in 1864. He wrote, "It is certain that man has done much to mold the form of the earth's surface, though we cannot always distinguish between the results of his action and the effects of purely geological causes. The physical revolutions thus wrought by man have not all been destructive to human interests. But man has too long forgotten that the earth was given to him for usufruct alone, not for consumption, still less for profligate waste. Nature has provided against the absolute destruction of any of her elementary matter, the raw material of her works. But man is everywhere a disturbing agent. Wherever he plants his foot, the harmonies of nature are turned to discords. The proportions and accommodations which ensured the stability of existing arrangements are overthrown. Indigenous vegetable and animal species are extirpated, and supplanted by others of foreign origin. Spontaneous production is forbidden and restricted, and the fate of the earth is either laid bare or covered with a new and reluctant growth of vegetable forms, and with alien tribes of animal life. These intentional changes and substitutions constitute, indeed, great revolutions, but vast as is their magnitude and important, they are, as we shall see, insignificant in comparison with the contingent and unsought results which have flowed from them." Marsh, 1965 edition, 18. Merely monitoring such interactions, threats, and environmental challenges turns out to be a huge and complicated task. It requires the deployment of massive research and intellectual resources within a hard-to-coordinate academic division of labor across a wide range of political and ideological beliefs. The work of the International Panel on Climate Change these last few years shows it can be done, at least in a fashion. The issue of scale, both temporal and spatial, is here vital to how we identify and assess the seriousness of environmental issues and try to track unintended consequences. Global issues, warming and loss of biodiversity, contrast with micro-local issues, radon in the basement, and short-term. 220. Difficulties intermingle with long-term trends. The theory of uneven geographical developments, see Chapter 5, with its emphasis upon scalars and differentiations, is as applicable here as anywhere. Relations between scales must be understood because our responsibilities to nature and to our species being comprise actions that vary from the micro-preservation of habitat diversities in hedgerows and in nooks and crannies of gardens through regional issues like deteriorating water resources and tropospheric ozone concentrations to the hugely complicated global issues of stratospheric ozone depletion, resource degradation, maintenance of biodiversity, and global warming. Dialectical utopianism has to incorporate such issues within its compass, for this is the ecological world we have to change as we seek to change ourselves. How, then, should we generalize about our contemporary situation and the alternatives to which it points? The environmental movement backed by science has pioneered in alerting us to many of the risks and uncertainties to be confronted. There is far more to the environmental issue than the conventional Malthusian view that population growth might outstrip resources and generate crises of subsistence. Up until as late as the 1970s this was the dominant form environmentalism took. A strong case can be made that the humanly induced environmental transformations now underway are larger scale, riskier, and more far-reaching and complex in their implications, materially, spiritually, aesthetically, than ever before in human history, as Marsh pointed out over a century ago, and many others, such as Beck, 1992, have emphasized. The quantitative shifts that have occurred in the last half of the 20th century in, for example, scientific knowledge and engineering capacities, industrial output, waste generation, invention of new chemical compounds, urbanization, population growth, international trade, fossil fuel consumption, resource extraction, habitat modification, just to name some of the most important features, imply a qualitative shift in environmental impacts and potential unintended consequences that requires a comparable qualitative shift in our responses and our thinking. The evidence for widespread unintended consequences of the massive environmental changes now underway, some distinctly harmful to us and others unnecessarily harmful to other species, though not uncontested, is now persuasive. Cf. Loss of biodiversity at accelerating rates. The web of planetary life has become so permeated with human influences that evolutionary paths depend heavily, though by no means exclusively, on our collective activities and actions. For this reason alone it is important to side with caution. While I do not accept the apocalyptic rhetoric of limits and catastrophe as an overarching metaphor, I do not therefore dismiss all worrying data and all serious concerns as merely alarmist, as do many environmental skeptics. RESP0 Nsib by lit IEST 0 Ward S Nature 221. In this regard, Wilson, 1998, 2902, has it roughly right. We face a series of environmental bottlenecks in the 21st century which have already largely been constructed by past human actions. It is important to take evasive action now to prevent them closing to form solid walls. I agree with his view that we not only have a responsibility to emerge from those bottlenecks in a better condition than we entered, though I would define better in a different way from him, but we also need to ensure that we take as much of the rest of life with us as possible. Prudence in the face of such mounting risks is a perfectly reasonable posture. It also provides a more likely basis for forging some collective sense of how to exercise our responsibilities to nature as well as to human nature. But matters are far from simple. To begin with, the definition of environmental issues often entails a particular bias, with those that affect the poor, the marginalized, and the working classes frequently being ignored, e.g. occupational safety and health, while those that affect the rich and the affluent get emphasized, e.g. poverty is a far more important cause of shortened life expectations in the United States than smoking, but it is smoking that gets all the attention. Secondly, environmental impacts frequently have a social bias. Class, racial, and gender discriminations are evident in, say, the location of toxic waste sites and the global impacts of resource depletion or environmental degradation. Thirdly, some risks and uncertainties can strike anywhere, even against the rich and the powerful. The smoke from the fires that raged in Indonesia in the fall of 1997 did not respect national or class boundaries any more than did the cholera that swept 19th-century cities. Problems of the latter sort can sometimes provoke a universal, rather than a specifically class-based, approach to public health and environmental regulation. The threat of increased hurricane frequencies from global warming terrifies insurance companies as much as it irritates the auto and oil companies to hear that they should cut back on their global plans for expansion because of the threat of emissions to the atmosphere, though even here the drive to produce a non-polluting car is becoming more and more evident within the auto industry itself. Finally, the distinction between the production/prevention of risks and the capitalistic bias towards consumption/commodification of cures has significance. The implication is that there are multiple contradictions to be worked out as we contemplate responsibilities to nature on the one hand and responsibilities to human nature on the other. The latter are not by definition antagonistic to the former, but traditional ways of looking upon the solution to poverty as lying entirely with redistributions out of growth, or, for that matter, that the path towards communism lies solely by way of liberation of the productive forces, cannot easily be sustained. Other ways. 222. Of achieving such social and political objectives must be found. And there are now, fortunately, abundant examples of how more equitable access to life chances can produce environmentally beneficial as well as socially advantageous results, cf. the case of Kerala. Environmental arguments are not necessarily or even broadly antagonistic to class politics. An evolving socialist or other alternative perspective needs to understand the specific class content and definition of environmental issues and seek alliances around their resolution, as, for example, in the environmental justice movement. Furthermore, many issues that start out as non-class can end up having a strong class content as remedies are sought and applied. For example, AIDS and poverty are becoming increasingly interlocked because the expensive ways of controlling the spread of AIDS are leaving poor countries in Africa or impoverished inner-city populations most horribly exposed. In some of the poorest countries of Africa, nearly a quarter of the population is HIV positive. The politics of any class-based environmental movement entails building alliances across many social layers in the population, including many of those not directly affected by the issue at hand. But there is a more general point. The risk and uncertainty we now experience acquires its scale, complexity, and far-reaching implications by virtue of processes that have produced the massive industrial, technological, urban, demographic, lifestyle, and intellectual transformations and uneven developments that we have witnessed in the latter half of the 20th century. In this, a relatively small number of key institutions, such as the modern state and its adjuncts, including international coordinating agencies, multinational firms and finance capital, and big science and technology, has played a dominant and guiding role. For all the inner diversity, some sort of hegemonic economistic engineering discourse has also come to dominate discussion of environmental questions and to dictate how we are to construe our responsibilities to nature and to human nature. Commodifying everything and subjecting almost all transactions, including those connected to the production of knowledge, to the singular logic of commercial profitability and the cost-benefit calculus is a dominant way of thinking. The production of our environmental difficulties, both for the working class, the marginalized, and the impoverished, many of whom have had their resource base stripped from under them by a rapacious commercialism, as well as for some segments of capital and even of some elements of the rich and the affluent, is consequential upon this hegemonic class project, its market-based philosophy and modes of thinking that attach thereto. This invites as response the organization of an equally powerful class project of risk prevention and reduction, resource recuperation and RESP0NSIBIL at IEST0 Ward S Nature 223. Control, in which the working class, the disempowered, and the marginalized take a leading role. In performing that role, the whole question of constructing an alternative mode of production, exchange, and consumption that is risk-reducing and environmentally as well as socially just and sensitive can be posed. Such a politics must rest on the creation of class alliances, including disaffected scientists who see the problem but have little conception of how to construct a socially just solution in which the environmental issue and a more satisfying relation to nature have a prominent place alongside the reconstruction of social relations and modes of production and consumption. A political project of this sort does not, I insist, need a rhetoric of limits or collapse to work effectively and well. But it does require careful and respectful negotiation with many environmental movements and disaffected scientists who clearly see that the way contemporary society is working is incompatible with a satisfactory resolution to the environmental questions that so bother them. The basis for such a project must rest, however, upon some broad agreement on how we are both individually and collectively going to construct and exercise our responsibilities to nature in general and towards our own human nature in particular. For learning to be distinctively ourselves in a world of others, the construction of some broad political movement around the whole issue of responsibility to nature and to human nature requires negotiation and translation between diverse habits of mind that derive from the uneven ways in which material life, social practices, and knowledge systems are orchestrated and organized. We are necessarily anthropocentric, ethnocentric, and autocentric. Nevertheless, even if our task is, as White, 1990, 257-64 264, puts it, to be distinctively ourselves in a world of others, then there are still various ways in which we can be ourselves. The choices we make and the practices we engage in have everything to do with constructing our species' potential. The 20th century has in many respects been dominated by introspective approaches to such questions. Much of the great art and literature of our time, and not a little of the academic inquiry prosecuted in the last 30 years in terms of understanding situated knowledges, positionalities, and the like has been dominated by the quest to understand the inner self, either of oneself or, with the aid of psychoanalytic findings, of others, and to understand forms of expression, texts, representations, and even whole symbolic systems in terms of their inner meanings. Such deconstructive and introspective techniques have yielded 224. Much of value but have the habit, when set up in a relational or dialectical mode, of turning inside out. The quest to understand inner meanings is inevitably connected to the need to understand relations with others. Arne, a deep ecologist, argues, for example, that it is essential to replace the narrow and ineffective egotistical concept of self with the broader idea of self as an internal relation of all other elements in the natural world. Derrida claims that the only true form of expression is that which unchanged ends the voice of the internalized other within ourselves. There is, therefore, an external frontier of understanding which still remains relatively untilled and unexplored. This concerns relations with others who live their lives and have their being in different material circumstances and whose experiences are shaped in different sensory worlds to those which we immediately experience. In this regard, we can, if we wish, create a frame that includes both self and other, neither dominant, in an image of fundamental equality. White, 1990, 264. We can strive to construct our actions in response to a wide range of imaginaries, even if it is still we who do the thinking and we who choose to use our capacities and powers this way rather than that. Such a principle applies to all others, be it the grand other of nature or others within our own species who have pursued different imaginaries with different understandings born out of different cultural configurations and material practices. In the latter case, however, my capacity to empathize and think like the other is further aided by the possibility to translate across the languages and the varied discursive regimes, including all manner of systems of representation, that express often radically different attitudes to how we should and actually do, both individually and collectively, construct ourselves through transformations of the world. So though it is always an I or a we who does the imagining and the translation, and although it is always in the end through my, our, language that thinking gets expressed, there are many different ways in which we can hope to build frames of thought and action that relate across self and others. I can try to think like a mountain or a river or a spotted owl or even as the Ebola virus in ways that many ecologists urge, and in so doing regulate my ways of thinking and being in the world differently from those who prefer to think like Rupert Murdoch or Australian Aborigines. We exercise such choices in part because that is how we can explore our capacities and powers and become something other than what we already are. If respect and love of others is vital to respect and love of self, then we should surely approach all others, including those contained in what we often refer to as external nature, in exactly such a spirit. Concern for our environment is concern for ourselves. Responsibilities towards nature 225. Two compelling conclusions then follow. First, that the long-lost techniques of empathy and translation, see Chapter 12, across sensory realms is reconstituted as a vital way of knowing to supplement, and in certain instances to transcend, introspection and all the various objectivizing modes of inquiry that exist mainly in the sciences and social sciences. Secondly, where and who we learn it from and how we learn it overrides the contemporary postmodern fascination with where we see it from as the basis for intellectual engagements. Knowledges are and can be constituted in a variety of ways, and how they are constructed plays a crucial role in our ability to interpret and understand our way of being in the world. 5 Thoughts on the unity of knowledge. From time to time the idea has arisen that there is, or, more often, there ought to be, some unity within the evidently diverse knowledges human beings possess. In recent times the search for such a unity has been all but abandoned within the humanities and even most of the social sciences. All totalizing systems of thought have been judged wanting and therefore beyond the pale of discussion. The effect has been to leave the whole question of the potential unity of knowledges to mavericks, religious fanatics, and a small select band of thinkers, mainly drawn from the natural sciences, still admiring of Enlightenment traditions. It has not always been so. The logical positivists of the Vienna Circle mounted a serious quest for the unity of knowledge through the examination of symbolic and mathematical forms from the 1930s onwards. But this effort faded in the 1960s largely as a consequence of the movement's manifest failure to unlock an adequate key to the problem of how language in itself could uniquely represent the world. Wittgenstein persuasively showed that when languages are understood as language games they lose their preeminent role as the privileged site where unification might be found, even if, as Chomsky has long contentiously argued, capacities for a deep structure of language are inherent to our species being. The Marxist version of the unity of knowledge, mainly set out in the early works such as the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844, likewise fell apart because its increasingly formalistic interpretation, given a hearty push by Lenin among others, made it too internally contradictory for its own good. The internal contradictions ended up being expertly exposed by, among others, Althusser. That current of thought dubbed Althusserian within Marxism deconstructed the notion of any simple formalistic unity, based on the idea that material circumstances determine states of consciousness, for example, but failed to put anything else. 226. Substantial in its place. The frontal assault upon all forms of meta-narrative from the mid-1970s onwards spelled doom for Marxist ambitions when coupled with this deep internal questioning within the Marxist tradition itself. The effect has been to leave serious debate on the question of unity to the scientists. The complex problem of the unity of diverse knowledges has thereby been reduced to the more specific quest for unity within the sciences. Much can be learned from these recent efforts, from general systems theory, complexity theory, or even the vaguer but intriguing arguments that surround the notions of Gaia. But such efforts only make sense when translated back into the quest for a unity of all manner of knowledges, including those that are of a non-scientific nature. Consider, for example, the arguments put forward by E0. Wilson, 1998. He insists on the unity of knowledge as a primary goal in liberating the human imaginary to confront the responsibilities we now have to both nature and human nature. Such a unity, which he calls consilience, crucially depends upon an ability to work at and relate across different genres, from physics to aesthetics and ethics, and scales. With respect to the latter he argues that the conception of scale is the means by which the biological sciences have become consilient during the past 50 years. According to the magnitude of time and space adopted for analysis, the basic divisions of biology are from top to bottom as follows: evolutionary biology, ecology, organismic biology, cellular biology, molecular biology, and biochemistry. The degree of consilience can be measured by the degree to which the principles of each division can be telescoped into those of the others. Wilson, 1998, 83. The question of scale, I argued in Chapter 5, is fundamental to any theory of uneven geographical development. So I listened carefully to Wilson on this point. The evident successes of the biological sciences as a whole, he argues, have depended crucially on a readiness to embed understandings at one scale, e.g. evolution, in findings generated at another, e.g. genetics, thus establishing consilience across spatio-temporal scales. Although this success is threatened by an increasingly myopic approach on the part of individual scientists working within the divisions of scientific labor, the focus of the natural sciences has begun to shift away from the search for new fundamental laws and toward new kinds of synthesis, holism, if you prefer, in order to understand complex systems. 267. Consilience depends, however, on general acceptance of a scientific method that brings the disciplines together even in the absence of the will of individual researchers. The strategy that works best, he writes, is the construction of coherent cause and effect explanations across levels of responsibilities towards nature. 227. Organization, 267. This reductionism forms the central guiding thread, perhaps better understood as a coercive disciplinary apparatus of rules of engagement, for constructing the unity not only of the sciences but of all other forms of knowledge. The central idea of the consilience worldview is that all tangible phenomena, from the birth of stars to the workings of social institutions, are based on material processes that are ultimately reducible, however long and tortuous the sequences, to the laws of physics. 266. Such a view will gain little sympathy in the humanities or the social sciences, given the provocative way Wilson characterizes knowledges in these fields. Nor will his arguments garner much sympathy on the left, except, perhaps, among ecologists, because of the fear of any resort to biologism, naturalism, or reductionism. There are, however, all sorts of interesting internal tensions in Wilson's argument. He never does solve the problem of how reductionism to physical law can explain the rise of civilization or even the construction of knowledge. Calculus and Mozart remain unexplained. He resorts to the pure belief, without any scientific evidence whatsoever, that reductionism can work in principle even if the practical possibility is remote. He recognizes vaguely that the task of synthesis requires a different kind of intelligence and procedure from the mere additive cause and effect reductionism he formally advocates. And as evolution becomes volitional, he ends up arguing that we should look deep inside ourselves as to what we want to become, thereby inverting the causal ordering from physics and evolutionary biology to moral and ethical choice. In the end, it is the humanization of science that gets advocated, though his reductionism overtly points in precisely the opposite direction. Marx, it is useful to note, was not averse to similarly reductionist arguments. He rooted his thinking in Darwin's theory of evolution, while criticizing Darwin's actual formulations. Darwin has directed attention to the history of natural technology, i.e. the formation of the organs of plants and animals, which serve as the instruments of production for sustaining their life. Does not the history of the productive organs of man in society, of organs that are the material basis of every particular organization of society, deserve equal attention? And would not such a history be easier to compile since, as Vico says, human history differs from natural history in that we have made the former, but not the latter? Technology reveals the active relation of man to nature, the direct process of production of his life, and thereby it also lays bare the process of production of the social relations of his life, and of the mental conceptions that flow from those relations. Even a history of religion that is written in 228. Abstraction from this material basis is uncritical. It is, in reality, much easier to discover by analysis the earthly kernel of the misty creations of religion than to do the opposite, i.e. to develop from the actual, given relations of life the forms in which these have been apatheosized. The latter method is the only materialist, and therefore the only scientific, one. The weaknesses of the abstract materialism of natural science, a materialism which excludes the historical process, are immediately evident from the abstract and ideological conceptions expressed by its spokesmen whenever they venture beyond the conceptions of their own speciality. Marx, 1976 edition, 493-4. It would be intriguing to get Wilson's commentary on such a passage. But several points can usefully be made about this, one of Marx's most considered methodological statements. To begin with, theorizing is here left open to accommodations to the evolutionary process as well as to advances in evolutionary science. Marx does see a qualitative shift as history differentiates itself from biological evolution. This qualitative shift is construed dialectically and not in causative mechanistic terms of the sort that Wilson prefers. Furthermore, It does not entail any radical break with evolution but effectively grafts an understanding of human endeavors and of the historical geography of human activity into the web of evolutionary change. The difficulty with Wilson's vision, leaving aside its internal inconsistencies, unjustifiable claims, and polemical shortcuts, is that he cannot openly admit, except as an opening and closing gambit about his own beliefs, in the historical and humanizing side of what he must necessarily profess in his quest for some unity of science. This, however, is typical of many of the past attempts to uncover the unity of knowledge. It presumes that such unity depends on a single thread, hence the thirst for reductionism, and that the endpoint is stability and harmony of completely achieved understanding. For Wilson, the single thread is a causative mechanistic principle which provides reductionist links, and the endpoint lies where everything, including ethics and aesthetics, is brought within its domain as a harmonious whole. This is, however, just one possible, and inherently limited, mode of unification that can operate successfully only under limited conditions and within a limited domain. Let us grant, for example, that it has worked in the way Wilson describes in some of the biological sciences. Against this predominant mode of thought, I suggest we view knowledge as constructed more on the model of complex interlocking ecologies made up of distinctive processes and parts dynamically feeding off each other in often confusing and contradictory ways. Within this system it is possible to think of families of meanings, a phrase that Wittgenstein RESP0NSIB lit IEST0 Ward SN at URE 229. Favored as opposed to the mutually exclusive meanings sometimes inferred from his theory of language games. Like any extended family, there are abundant interactions, interdependencies, differences, and not a little contentiousness and conflict, including, on occasion, violent and internecine struggles between different clans and branches. This is exactly the case with the extraordinary diversity of discourses about the environment. Wilson, interestingly, ends up constructing an example of exactly such an interdigitation of knowledge structures. He sets up an irresolvable but dynamic conversation between a transcendentalist and empiricist worldview, a conversation between two different modes of knowing. But he views them as mutually exclusive rather than internally related. Wilson's own history as a Christian and a rigorous scientist, a history which he readily sees as both contradictory and enriching, plays into his theorizing at all levels. He here illustrates how radically different meanings can and must relate. Without faith his whole mission of scientific consilience would be inconceivable, and without commonalities conversation would be impossible. An ecological and evolutionary view of knowledge provides a sense of how to think about both the unity and the diversity of knowledges. The metaphor of the family, when extended through the idea of the family of man to our species being, provides a way of thinking through the possible interrelations. Armed with a wide variety of capacities and powers, including those of empathy and translation as well as objectivized observations, it is possible to think of ways in which different families of meanings can be, internally, related to each other. The methodological stance becomes one of dialectics, in which, as Levins and Lewontin in 1985, 278 put it, there is no basement, and within which it is therefore entirely legitimate to search for distinctive fundamental units and processes operating at distinctive scales and levels, rather than of a reductionist causation. Setting boundaries with respect to space, time, scale, and environment then becomes a major strategic consideration in the development of concepts, abstractions, and theories. It is usually the case that any substantial change in these boundaries will radically change the nature of the concepts, abstractions, and theories. Levins and Lewontin make a similar point with respect to time and change. The dialectical view insists that persistence and equilibrium are not the natural state of things but require explanation, which must be sought in the actions of the opposing forces. The conditions under which the opposing forces balance and the system as a whole is in stable equilibrium are quite special. They require the simultaneous satisfaction of as many mathematical relations as there are variables in the system, usually expressed as inequalities among the parameters of that system. 1985, 275. 230. Nature, says Whitehead, 1969, 33, is always about the perpetual exploration of novelty. And human nature is in this regard no exception. Dialectical inquiry necessarily incorporates, therefore, the building of ethical, moral, and political choices, values, into its own process and sees the constructed knowledges that result as discourses situated in a play of power directed towards some goal or other. Values and goals, what we might call the teleological as well as the utopian moment of reflexive thought, are not imposed as universal abstractions from outside but arrived at through a living process, including intellectual inquiry, embedded in forms of praxis and plays of power attaching to the exploration of this or that potentiality, in ourselves as well as in the world we inhabit. The unity of knowledges is, moreover, not seen in terms of harmony but in terms of an evolutionary process in which the facets of competition, diversification, collaboration, dispersal and diffusion, modifications of the objective world, both social and natural, and determinations of spatio-temporal orderings are all brought into play. This reveals perhaps the most striking paradox of all in Wilson's own presentation, that the only place where such evolutionary processes fail to play out their role is in the production of the conciliant knowledge system itself. 6. Spatio-temporal utopianism and ecological qualities. Let us return to the figure of the architect. What kind of unity of knowledge and action is presupposed in what architects do? Karatani's, 1995, 38th, characterization of architectural practices is here helpful. Design is similar to Wittgenstein's term game, where, as he says, we play and make up the rules as we go along. No architect can predict the result. No architecture is free of its context. Architecture is an event par excellence in the sense that it is a making or a becoming that exceeds the maker's control. Plato admired the architect as metaphor but despised the architect as an earthly laborer, because the actual architect, and even architecture itself, are exposed to contingency. Contingency does not imply, however, that, as opposed to the designer's ideal, the actual architecture is secondary and constantly in danger of collapse. Rather, contingency ensures that no architect is able to determine a design free from the relationship with the other, the client, staff, and other factors relevant to the design process. All architects face this other. Architecture is thus a form of communication conditioned to occur without common rules. It is a communication with the other, who, by definition, does not follow the same set of rules. The architecture of dialectical utopianism must be grounded in contingent matrices of existing and already achieved social relations. These comprise political economic processes, assemblages of technological capacities, and the superstructural features of law, knowledge, political beliefs, and the like. It must also acknowledge its embeddedness in a physical and ecological world which is always changing. To paraphrase Marx, we architects all exercise the will to create but do so under conditions not chosen or created by ourselves. Furthermore, since we can never be entirely sure of the full implications of our actions, the resultant trajectories of historical geographical change always escape from the total control of our individual or collective wills. This conception is antagonistic to a strongly binary tradition in Western thought that goes back to the Greeks. Karatani, 1995, 5, summarizes it thus. On the one hand, evolutionists consider the world a living, growing form or organism. On the other hand, creationists consider it a designed work of art. These two types represent two worldviews, one that understands the world as becoming and another that understands the world as a product of making. The contemporary version of this debate pits social constructivism against the objective science of, for example, genetic determination. But Marx does not fit easily into such a binary. Nor, interestingly, does Wilson in practice in spite of all his avowals to the contrary. Such a binary cannot, I conclude, capture what evolution in general and human evolution in particular might be about. There is, as Marx insisted, nothing unnatural about the historical geography of human development. We act upon the world as a force of nature and, like all architects, seek to create works of art whose implications we can never fully understand or control. The challenge is, therefore, to work out a language for dialectical utopianism that is materially grounded in social and ecological conditions but which nevertheless emphasizes possibilities and alternatives for human action through the will to create. The ecological dimension to utopian thinking has, of course, its own tradition. But it has either been marginalized. Most classical utopian schemes say little or nothing about the negotiation with nature, and if they do, it tends to presume a land like Cochin, full of milk and honey, or far too restrictive, usually predicated upon some doctrine of the harmony with nature achieved at some relatively small scale, the commune, the village, or the small town. Many residues of a utopian environmentalism can be detected in the landscape of capitalism, garden cities, suburbs, and access to recreational areas, as well as movements for clean air, clean water, and adequate sewage disposal in metropolitan regions. While such achievements and movements should not be discounted, we have plainly gone beyond situations easily addressed. 232. By such modes of thought, our collective responsibilities to human nature and to nature need to be connected in a far more dynamic and co-evolutionary way across a variety of spatio-temporal scales. Issues like conservation of microhabitats, ecological restoration projects, urban design, fossil fuel utilization, resource exploitation patterns, livelihood protections, sustenance of certain geographically specific cultural forms, enhancement of life chances at everything from the global to the local level, all somehow need to be brought together and factored into a more generalized sense of how a political economic alternative might arise out of the ecological contradictions of a class-bound capitalist system. We can all seek to be architects of our fates by exercising our will to create. But no architect is ever exempt from the contingencies and constraints of existing conditions, and no architect can ever hope, except in that realm of pure fantasy that does not matter, to so control the web of life as to be free of the contingent and unsought results which flow from their actions. Architects and bees at least have that in common, even if what distinguishes them also clearly signals where and how the real political movement to abolish the present abysmal state of things can be set in motion. Chapter 12. The Insurgent Architect at Work. Imagine ourselves as architects, all armed with a wide range of capacities and powers, embedded in a physical and social world full of manifest constraints and limitations. Imagine also that we are striving to change that world. As crafty architects bent on insurgency, we have to think strategically and tactically about what to change and where, about how to change what and with what tools. But we also have somehow to continue to live in this world. This is the fundamental dilemma that faces everyone interested in progressive change. But what kind of world are we embedded in? We know that it is a world full of contradictions, of multiple positionalities, of necessary flights of the imagination translated into diverse fields of action, of uneven geographical developments, and of highly contested meanings and aspirations. The sheer enormity of that world and its incredible complexity provide abundant opportunities for the exercise of critical judgment and of limited freedom of the individual and collective will. But the enormity of apparent choice and the divergent terrains upon which struggles can be conducted is perpetually in danger of generating a disempowering confusion, of the sort that globalization, for example, has strongly promoted. Furthermore, it appears impossible to avoid unintended consequences of our actions, however well thought out. How are we to cut through these confusions and build a different sense of possibilities while acknowledging the power of the constraints with which we are surrounded? Here are some conversation points in lieu of answers. In the last chapter I argued for a system of translations across and between qualitatively different but related areas of social and ecological life. The spatio-temporal scale at which processes operate here makes a difference. For this reason, Wilson considers scale as one of the most important differentiations within the unity of science. The Communist Manifesto notes the same problem as revolutionary sentiment passes from the political individual through the factory, political parties, and the nation-state to a movement in which workers of the world can unite. Dialectics permits diverse 233. 234. Knowledges and practices to be rendered coherent across scales without resort to some narrow causal reductionism. This dialectical way of thinking echoes aspects of the theory of uneven geographical developments laid out in Chapter 5. I there suggested that the production of spatio-temporal scale is just as important as the production of differentiations within a scale in defining how our world is working and how it might work better. I now take up these ideas in greater depth. I propose first that we consider political possibilities at a variety of spatio-temporal scales. I then argue that real political change arises out of simultaneous and loosely coordinated shifts in both thinking and action across several scales, either simultaneously or sequentially. If, therefore, I separate out one particular spatio-temporal scale for consideration, in order to understand its role in the overall dynamics of political change, then I must do so in a way that acknowledges its relation to processes only identifiable at other scales. The metaphor to which I appeal is one of several different theaters of thought and action on some long frontier of insurgent political practices. Advances in one theater get ultimately stymied or even rolled back unless supported by advances elsewhere. No one theater is privileged, even though some of us may be more able, expert, and suited to act in one rather than another. A typical political mistake is the thoroughly understandable habit of thinking that the only theater that matters is the one that I or you happen to be in. Insurgent political practices must occur in all theaters on this long frontier. A generalized insurgency that changes the shape and direction of social life requires collaborative and coordinating actions in all of them. With that caveat in mind, I consider 7 theaters of insurgent activity in which human beings can think and act, though in radically different ways, as architects of their individual and collective fates. 1. The personal is political. The insurgent architect, like everyone else, is an embodied person. That person, again like everyone else, occupies an exclusive space for a certain time. The spatio-temporality of a human life is fundamental. The person is endowed with certain powers and skills that can be used to change the world. He or she is also a bundle of emotions, desires, concerns, and fears, all of which play out through social activities and actions. The insurgent architect cannot deny the consequences of that embodiment in material, mental, and social life. Through changing our world we change ourselves. How, then, can any of us talk about social change without at the same time being prepared? 235. Both mentally and physically, to change ourselves. Conversely, how can we change ourselves without changing our world? That relation is not easy to negotiate. Foucault, 1984, rightly worried that the fascism that reigns in our heads is far more insidious than anything that gets constructed outside. Yet we also have to decide to build the road, the factory, the houses, the leisure park, the wall, the open space. And when a decision is made, it forecloses on other possibilities, at least for a time. Decisions carry their own determinations, their own closures, their own authoritarian freight. Praxis is about confronting the dialectic in its either I or rather than its transcendent both/and form. It always has its existential moments. Many of the great architects of the past made their personal political in incredibly decisive as well as authoritarian ways, with results both good and bad according to the partial judgment of subsequent generations. It is in this sense, therefore, that the personal, including that of the architect, is deeply political. But that does not mean, as feminists, ecologists, and the innumerable array of identity politicians who have strutted their stuff these last few years have discovered to their cost, that virtually anything personal makes for good politics. Nor does it mean, as is often suggested in some radical alternative movements, such as deep ecology, that fundamental transformations in personal attitudes and behaviors are sufficient, rather than necessary, for social change to occur. While social change begins and ends with the personal, therefore, there is much more at stake here than individualized personal growth, a topic that now warrants a separate and large section in many bookstores in the United States, or manifestations of personal commitment. Even when it seems as if some charismatic and all-powerful person, a Haussmann, a Robert Moses, or an Oscar Niemeyer, builds a world with the aim of shaping others to conform to their particular and personal visions and desires, there turns out to be much more to it than just the vision of the person. Class interests, political powers, the mobilization of forces of violence, the orchestration of discourses and public opinion, and the like, are all involved. But in reflecting on what we insurgent architects do, a space must be left for the private and the personal, a space in which doubt, anger, anxiety, and despair as well as certitude, altruism, hope, and elation may flourish. The insurgent architect cannot, in the end, suppress or repress the personal any more than anyone else can. No one can hope to change the world without changing themselves. The negotiation that always lies at the basis of all architectural and political practices is, therefore, between persons seeking to change each other and the world, as well as themselves. 236. 2. The political person is a social construct. To insist on the personal as political is to confront the question of the person and the body as the irreducible moment, defined at a particular spatio-temporal scale, for the grounding of all politics and social action. But the individual, the body, the self, the person, or whatever term we wish to use, is a fluid social construct, see chapters 6 and 7, rather than some absolute and immutable entity fixed in concrete. How social construction and embodiment is understood then becomes important. For example, a relational conception of self puts the emphasis upon our porosity in relation to the world of socio-ecological change and thereby tempers many theories of individual rights, legal status, and the like. The person that is political is then understood as an entity open to the innumerable processes, occurring at different spatio-temporal scales, that transect our physical and social worlds. The person must then be viewed as an ensemble of socio-ecological relations. But an already achieved spatio-temporal order can hold us to some degree apart from this fluid and open conception in our thought and practices. In the United States, private property and inheritance, market exchange, commodification and monetization, the organization of economic security and social power, all place a premium upon personalized private property vested in the self, understood as a bounded entity, a non-porous individual, as well as in-house, land, money, means of production, etc., all construed as the elemental socio-spatial forms of political economic life. The organization of production and consumption forges divisions of labor and of function upon us and constructs professionalized personas, the architect, the professor, and the poet as well as the proletarian, all of whom, as Marx and Engels point out in the Communist Manifesto, have lost their halo and become in some way or another paid agents of bourgeois power. We live in a social world that converts all of us into fragments of people with particular attachments, skills, and abilities integrated into those powerful and dynamic structures that we call a mode of production. Our positionality or situatedness in relation to that is a social construct in exactly the same way that the mode of production is a social creation. This positionality defines who or what we are, at least for now. And where we see it from within that process provides much of the grist for our consciousness and our imaginary. But what and how far we can see from where we see it from also varies according to the spatio-temporal constructions and our choices in the world we inhabit. Access to information via the media, for example, and the qualities and controls on information flow play an important role in how we can hope to understand and change the world. These horizons. 237. Both spatial and temporal, have simultaneously expanded and compressed over the past 30 years, and part of any political project must be to intervene in the resultant information flows in ways that are progressive and constructive. But there is also the need to persuade people to look beyond the borders of that myopic world of daily life that we all necessarily inhabit. In contrast, the fierce spatio-temporalities of daily life, driven by technologies that emphasize speed and rapid reductions in the friction of distance and of turnover times, preclude time to imagine or construct alternatives other than those forced unthinkingly upon us as we rush to perform our respective professional roles in the name of technological progress and endless capital accumulation. The material organization of production, exchange, and consumption rests on and reinforces specific notions of rights and obligations and affects our feelings of alienation and of subordination, our conceptions of power and powerlessness. Even seemingly new avenues for self-expression, multiculturalism being a prime recent example, are captive to the forces of capital accumulation, e.g. love of nature is made to equal ecotourism. The net effect is to limit our vision of the possible. No less a person than Adam Smith, cited in Marx, 1976 edition, 483, considered that the understandings of the greater part of men are necessarily formed by their ordinary employments and that the uniformity of the laborer's life naturally corrupts the courage of his mind. If this is only partially true, as I am sure it is, it highlights how the struggle to think alternatives, to think and act differently, inevitably runs up against the circumstances of and the consciousness that derives from a localized daily life. Most insidious of all, is the way in which routine, by virtue of its comfort and security, can mask the ways in which the jarring prospects of transformative change must in the long run be confronted. Where, then, is the courage of our minds to come from? Let us go back to the figure of the insurgent architect. She or he acts out a socially constructed, sometimes even performative, role, while confronting the circumstances and consciousness that derives from a daily life where demands are made upon time, where social expectations exist, where skills are acquired and supposed to be put to use in limited ways for purposes usually defined by others. The architect then appears as a cog in the wheel of capitalist urbanization, as much constructed by as constructor of that process. Was this not as true of Haussmann, Serta, Ebenezer Howard, L. E. Corbusier, Oscar Niemeyer, as of everyone else? Yet the architect can, indeed must, desire, think and dream of difference. And in addition to the speculative imagination which he or she necessarily deploys, she or he has available some special resources for critique. 238. Resources from which to generate alternative visions as to what might be possible. One such resource lies in the tradition of utopian thinking. Where we learn it from may then become just as, if not more, important as what we can see from where we see it from. Utopian schemas of spatial form typically open up the construction of the political person to critique. They do so by imagining entirely different systems of property rights, living and working arrangements, all manifest as entirely different spatial forms and temporal rhythms. This proposed reorganization, including its social relations, forms of reproductive work, its technologies, its forms of social provision, makes possible a radically different consciousness, of social relations, gender relations, of the relation to nature, as the case may be, together with the expression of different rights, duties, and obligations founded upon collective ways of living. Postulating such alternatives allows us to conduct a thought experiment in which we imagine how it is to be, and think, in a different situation. It says that by changing our situatedness, materially or mentally, we can change our vision of the world. But it also tells us how hard the practical work will be to get from where we are to some other situation like that. The chicken and egg problem of how to change ourselves through changing our world must be set slowly but persistently in motion. But it is now understood as a project to alter the forces that construct the political person, my political person. I, as a political person, can change my politics by changing my positionality and shifting my spatio-temporal horizon. I can also change my politics in response to changes in the world out there. None of this can occur through some radical revolutionary break, though traumatic events and social breakdowns have often opened a path to radically different conceptions. The perspective of a long revolution is necessary. But to construct that revolution, some sort of collectivization of the impulse and desire for change is necessary. No one can go it very far alone. But positioned as an insurgent architect, armed with a variety of resources and desires, Some derived directly from the utopian tradition. I can aspire to be a subversive agent, a fifth columnist inside of the system, with one foot firmly planted in some alternative camp. 3. The politics of collectivities. Collective politics are everywhere, but they usually flow in constrained and predictable channels. If there is any broad swathe of insurgent politics at work in the interstices of urbanization in the advanced capitalist countries, for example, it is a mobilization in defense of private property rights. The violence and anger that greets any threat to those rights and values, be it 239 from the state or even from agents of capital accumulation like developers, is an awesome political force. But it typically turns inwards to protect already existing personalized privatopias. The same force can be found in the militia or neo-fascist movements on the right, a fascinating form of insurgent politics, as well as within the radical communitarianism of some ecologists. Such formations of collective governance preclude the search for any far-reaching alternatives. Most politics and collective forms of action preserve and sustain the existing system, even as they deepen some of its internal contradictions, ecologically, politically, and economically, e.g. the collective rush to suburbanize increases car dependency, generates greenhouse gases, particulate matter pollution, and tropospheric ozone concentrations, etc. The gated communities of Baltimore are a symbol of collective politics, willingly arrived at, gone awry. Traditional utopianism seeks to confront this prevailing condition. Communitarianism as a utopian movement typically gives precedence, for example, to citizenship, to collective identifications and responsibilities, over the private pursuit of individual advantage and the rights talk that attaches thereto. This ideal founds many a utopian dream, from Thomas More to Fourier, and infuses many contemporary religious movements like those for a Christian-based community, or even the much softer, and some would say much weaker, cultivation of concepts of citizenship as the basis for the good life. See, example Douglas and Friedman, 1998. Distinctive communities are painstakingly built by social practices including the exercise of authoritarian powers and conformist restrictions. They are not just imagined, however important the imaginary of them may be. It is useful, therefore, to view an achieved community as an enclosed space, irrespective of scale or even frontier definitions, within which a certain well-defined system of rules prevails. To enter into that space is to enter into a space of rules which one acknowledges, respects, and obeys, either voluntarily or through some sort of compulsion. The construction of community entails the production of such a space. Challenging the rules of community means challenging the very existence of such a collectivity by challenging its rules. It then follows that communities are rarely stable for long. Abundant opportunities exist here for the insurgent architect to promote new rules and or to shape new spaces. Our capacities as rule makers and rule breakers here enters fully into play. Part of the attraction of the spatial form utopian tradition is precisely the way in which it creates an imaginary space in which completely different rules can be contemplated. And it is interesting to note how the figure of the city periodically re-emerges in political theory as the spatial scale at which ideas and ideals about democracy and belonging can best be articulated. 240. It is not always easy here to define the difference between insurgent politics of a progressive sort and the exclusionary and authoritarian practices of, say, homeowner associations who defend their property rights. Etzioni, 1997, a leading proponent of the new communitarianism, actively supports, for example, the principle of closed and gated communities as a progressive contribution to the organization of social life. Collective institutions can also end up merely improving the competitive strength of territories in the high-stakes game of the uneven geographical development of capitalism. See, example Putnam's 1993 account of the institutional basis of uneven geographical development in Italy. For the privileged, community often means securing and enhancing privileges already gained. For the underprivileged, it all too often means controlling their own slum. Dialectical utopianism must confront the production of community and coming together for purposes of collective action in some fashion and articulate the place and meaning of this phenomena within a broader frame of politics. This means a translation to a different scale from that of the embodied political person. Community should be viewed as a delicate relation between fluid processes and relatively permanent rules of belonging and association, like those formally imposed by the nation-state. The tangible struggle to define its limits and range, sometimes even territories and borders, to create and sustain its rules and institutions through collective powers such as constitutional forms, political parties, the churches, the unions, neighborhood organizations, local governments, and the like, has proven central to the pursuit of alternatives to the selfishness of personalized market individualism. But, as many have recently pointed out, the remaking and reimagining of community will work in progressive directions only if it is connected en route to a more generalized radical insurgent politics. That means a radical project, however defined, must exist. The rule-making that ever constitutes community must be set against the rule-breaking that makes for revolutionary transformations. The embeddedness and organized power community offers as a basis for political action is crucial even if its coherence requires democratically structured systems of authority, consensus, and rules of belonging. Thus, although community in itself has meaning as part of a broader politics, community for itself almost invariably degenerates into regressive exclusions and fragmentations, what some would call negative heterotopias of spatial form. Means must therefore be found whereby we insurgent architects can reach out across space and time to shape a more integrated process of historical geographical change beyond the limits typically defined by some community of common interest. The 241. Construction of collective identities, of communities of action, of rules of belonging, is a crucial moment in the translation of the personal and the political onto a broader terrain of human action. At the same time, the formation of such collectivities creates an environment and a space, sometimes, like the nation-state, relatively stable and enduring, that shapes the political person as well as the ways in which the personal is and can be political. For militant particularism and political action, the theory of militant particularism argues that all broad-based political movements have their origins in particular struggles in particular places and times. See Harvey, 1996, Chapter 1. Many struggles are defensive, for example, struggles against plant closures or excessive exploitation of labor, the siting of noxious facilities, toxic waste dumps, the dismantling or lack of social or police protections, violence against women, the environmental transformations proposed by developers, the appropriation of indigenous resources by outsiders, attacks upon indigenous cultural forms, and the like. A widespread politics of resistance now exists, for example, to neoliberalism and capitalism throughout the world. But some forms of militant particularism are proactive. Under capitalism, this typically means struggles for specific group rights that are universally declared but only partially conferred. In the past, this has usually meant the rights of entrepreneurs and owners of means of production to freely exercise their rights of ownership without restraint, but it has also extended to include the rights of slaves, labor, women, gays, the culturally different, animals and endangered species, the environment, and the like. The critical problem for this vast array of struggles is to shift gears, transcend particularities, and arrive at some conception of a universal alternative to that social system which is the source of their difficulties. Capitalism, coupled with modernism and, perhaps, a Eurocentric Westernism, successfully did this vis-a-vis pre-existing modes of production, but the oppositional movements of socialism, communism, environmentalism, feminism, and even humanism and multiculturalism have all constructed some sort of universalistic politics out of militant particularist origins. It is important to understand how this universalization occurs, the problems that arise, and the role traditional utopianism plays. Dialectics here is useful. It teaches that universality always exists in relation to particularity, neither can be separated from the other even though they are distinctive moments within our conceptual operations and practical engagements. The notion of justice, for example, acquires universality through a process of abstraction from particular instances and 242 circumstances, but becomes particular again as it is actualized in the real world through social practices. But the orchestration of this process depends upon mediating institutions, those, for example, of language, law, and custom within given territories or among specific social groups. These mediating institutions translate between particularities and universals and, like the Supreme Court, become guardians of universal principles and arbiters of their application. They also become power centers in their own right. This is, broadly, the structure set up under capitalism with the state and all of its institutions, now supplemented by a variety of international institutions such as the World Bank and the IMF, the United Nations, GATT, and the World Trade Organization, being fundamental as executive committees of capitalism's systemic interests. Capitalism is replete with mechanisms for converting from the particular, even personal, to the universal and back again in a dynamic and interactive mode. Historically, of course, the primary mediator has been the nation-state and all of its institutions, including those that manage the circulation of money. No social order can, therefore, evade the question of universals. The contemporary radical critique of universalism is sadly misplaced. It should focus instead on the specific institutions of power that translate between particularity and universality rather than attack universalism per se. Clearly, such institutions favor certain particularities, such as the rights of ownership of means of production, over others, such as the rights of the direct producers, and promote a specific kind of universal. But there is another difficulty. The movement from particularity to universality entails a translation from the concrete to the abstract. Since a violence attaches to abstraction, a tension always exists between particularity and universality in politics. This can be viewed either as a creative tension or, more often, as a destructive and immobilizing force in which inflexible mediating institutions, such as an authoritarian government apparatus, claim rights over individuals and communities in the name of some universal principle. It is here that critical engagement with the static utopianism of spatial form, its penchant for nostalgia, and the loosening of its hold by appeal to a utopianism of spatial temporal transformation can keep open prospects for further change. The creative tension within the dialectic of particularity universality cannot be repressed for long. Mediating institutions, no matter how necessary, cannot afford to ossify, and traditional utopianism is often powerfully suggestive as to institutional reforms. The dynamic utopian vision that emerges is one of sufficient stability of institutional and spatial forms to provide security and continuity, coupled with a dynamic negotiation between particularities and universals so as to force mediating institutions and spatial structures to be as open as possible. 243. At times, capitalism has worked in such a way. Consider how, for example, the law gets reinterpreted to confront new socio-economic conditions and how the production of space has occurred throughout the long history of capitalism. Any radical alternative, if it is to succeed as it materializes, must follow capitalism's example in this regard. It must find ways to negotiate between the security conferred by fixed institutions and spatial forms on the one hand and the need to be open and flexible in relation to new socio-spatial possibilities on the other. Both Jefferson and Mao understood the need for some sort of permanent revolution to lie at the heart of any progressive social order. The failure to acknowledge that imperative lies at the heart of the collapse of the Soviet Union and seriously threatens the United States. The perspective of a permanent revolution, in, for example, the production of spatial forms, must therefore be added to that of a long revolution as we reach for the principles of a spatio-temporal and dialectical utopianism. 5. Mediating institutions and built environments. The formation of institutions and built environments that can mediate the dialectic between particularity and universality is of crucial importance. Such institutions typically become centers for the formation of dominant discourses as well as centers for the exercise of power. Many of them, medical care, education, financial affairs, and the state, cultivate a special expertise in the same way that built environments of different sorts facilitate possibilities for social action in some directions while limiting others. Many institutions, e.g. local governments and the state, are organized territorially and define and regulate activity at a particular spatial scale. They can translate militant particularism into an institutionalized spatial order designed to facilitate or repress certain kinds of social action and thereby influence the ways in which the personal can be political, encouraging some, like entrepreneurial endeavor, say, and discouraging others, like socialist communes. Much the same can be said of the built environments that get constructed. Consider, for example, the form and style of urbanization and the consequences that flow therefrom. How can the personal be openly political when environmental conditions inhibit the free exploration of radically different lifestyles, such as living without an automobile or private property in Los Angeles? The uneven conditions of geographical development that now prevail in Baltimore do not allow the personal to be political in anything other than rather restrictive ways, equally repressive, though in every different ways, for the affluent child of suburbia as for the child of inner-city poverty. 244. The creation of mediating institutions is deeply fraught and frequently contested, as one might properly expect. The chief difficulty is to bring multiple militant particularisms. In the contemporary U.S. this might mean the aspirations of radical ecologists, the Chamber of Commerce, ethnic or religious groups, feminists, developers, class organizations, bankers, and the like, into some kind of institutional relation to each other without resort to arbitrary authority and power. The Porto Alegre experience, C. Abers, 1998, suggests that this sort of thing can be done. But decisions have to be made and arbitrary authority and power are invariably implicated in the process. With the best will in the world these cannot be eliminated. The effect is to render the mediating institutions sites of power and thereby sources of distinctive discourses and constructions which can be organized in a system of dominance which individual persons find hard to resist let alone transcend. The capture or destruction of mediating institutions, such as the state, the financial sector, education, and the reshaping of built environments has often, therefore, been the he-all and end-all of insurgent radicalism. While this is one crucial theater in the long frontier of insurgent politics, it is far from being the whole of the story. 6 Translations and aspirations. The insurgent architect with a lust for transformative action must be able to translate political aspirations across the incredible variety and heterogeneity of socio-ecological and political economic conditions. He or she must also be able to relate different discursive constructions and representations of the world, such as the extraordinary variety of ways in which environmental issues are discussed. He or she must confront the conditions of and prospects for uneven geographical developments. The skills of translation here become crucial. For James Boyd White, 1990, 257-64. Translation means confronting unbridgeable discontinuities between texts, between languages, and between people. As such it has an ethical as well as an intellectual dimension. It recognizes the other, the composer of the original text, as a center of meaning apart from oneself. It requires one to discover both the value of the other's language and the limits of one's own. Good translation thus proceeds not by the motives of dominance and acquisition, but by respect. It is a word for a set of practices by which we learn to live with difference, with the fluidity of culture and with the instability of the self. 257. We should not feel that respect for the other obliges us to erase ourselves, or our culture, as if all value lay out there and none here. As the traditions of the 245 other are entitled to respect, despite their oddness to us, and sometimes despite their inhumanities, so too our own tradition is entitled to respect as well. Our task is to be distinctively ourselves in a world of others, to create a frame that includes both self and other, neither dominant, in an image of fundamental equality. This is true of us as individuals in our relations with others, and true of us as a culture too, as we face the diversity of our world. This is not the kind of relativism that asserts that nothing can be known, but is itself a way of knowing, a way of seeing one thing in terms of another. Similarly, it does not assert that no judgments can be reached, but is itself a way of judging, and of doing so out of a sense of our position in a shifting world. 264. This, in itself, has its own utopian ring. It is not hard to problematize such an argument, as Said did so brilliantly in Orienta/ism, as the power of the translator, usually white male and bourgeois, to represent the other in a manner that dominated subjects, Orientals, blacks, women, etc., are forced to internalize and accept. But that historical understanding itself provides a hedge against the kinds of representational repressions that Said and many feminists have recorded. This links us back to how the personal is always political. As White notes, to attempt to translate is to experience a failure at once radical and felicitous. Radical, for it throws into question our sense of ourselves, our languages, of others; felicitous, for it releases us momentarily from the prison of our own ways of thinking and being. 1990, 257. The act of translation offers a moment of liberatory as well as repressive possibility. The architects of spatio-temporal utopianism must be open to such possibilities. But as real architects of our future, we cannot engage in endless problematization and never-ending conversations. Firm recommendations must be advanced and decisions taken, in the clear knowledge of all the limitations and potentiality for unintended consequences, both good and bad. We need to move step by step towards more common understandings. And this for two compelling reasons. First, as Zeldin, 1994, 16, among others remarks, we know a great deal about what divides people but nowhere near enough about what we have in common. The insurgent architect has a role to play in defining commonalities as well as in registering differences. But the second compelling reason is this: without translation, collective forms of action become impossible. All potential for an alternative politics disappears. The fluid ability of capitalists and their agents to translate among themselves using the basic languages of money, commodity, and property, backed, where necessary, with the theoretical language of a reductionist economics, is one of their towering class strengths. Any insurgent oppositional movement must do this just as well, if not better. Struggle as we may, it is impossible to conduct politics. 246. Without an adequate practice of translation. If reductionism of the Wilsonian sort is rejected, then the only option is translation. Thomas Kuhn, in his Structure of Scientific Revolutions, considers translation, rather than reduction, as the privileged and perhaps sole means by which fundamentally different paradigms of scientific knowledge might be related, and Judith Butler, 1998, 38, under pressure from her critics as to the fragmenting effect of identity politics, argues. Whatever universal becomes possible, and it may be that universals only become possible for a time, flashing up in Benjamin's sense, will be the result of the difficult labor of translation in which social movements offer up their points of convergence against a background of ongoing social contestation. The omnipresent danger in any dialectical utopianism is that some all-powerful center or some elite comes to dominate. The center cajoles, bullies, and persuades its periphery into certain modes of thought and action, much as the United States has done since World War II, culminating in the infamous Washington Consensus, through which the United States sought to institutionalize its hegemonic position in the world order by gaining adhesion of everyone to certain universal principles of political economic life. As opposed to this, the democratic and egalitarian rules of translation should be clear. But so should the universal principles that, however much they merely flash up as epiphenomena, emerge from the rich experience of translation to define what it is we might have in common. 7. The moment of universality. On personal commitments and political projects, the moment of universality is not a final moment of revelation or of absolute truth. I construe it, in the first instance, as a moment of existential decision, a moment of either I or praxis, when certain principles are materialized through action in the world. It is, as it were, a nature-imposed condition of our species' existence that we have to make decisions, individually and collectively, and we have to act upon them. The moment of universality is the moment of choosing, no matter how much we may reserve judgment on our actions afterwards. How we come to represent those decisions to ourselves in terms of principles or codes of action that act as guidelines for future decisions is an important cultural value that gains power over us as it becomes instantiated in discourses and institutions. It is here that abstract universal principles operate as plays of power. 247. Universals cannot and do not exist, however, outside of the political persons who hold to them and act upon them. They are not freestanding nor do they function as abstracted absolutes that can be brought to bear upon human affairs for all times and places. They are omnipresent in all practices. But to the degree that we begin to shape and order them for given purposes, they take on the guise of abstract principles, even written codes and laws, to which we adhere. And if we find in them successful guides to action, as we do, for example, within the corpus of scientific understandings, so they shape our worldview and become institutionalized as mediating discourses. They tend to cluster and converge as dominant paradigms, as hegemonic discourses, or as pervasive ethical, moral, or political economic principles that inform our beliefs and actions. They become codified into languages, laws, institutions, and constitutions. Universals are socially constructed, not given. While social construction can betoken contestation, it is more often the case that the dominant principles handed down to us so limit our conceptions as to inhibit alternative visions of how the world might be. A wide range of possible universal and unifying principles has in fact been bequeathed to us, the fruit of long and often bitter experience. But, as many commentators point out, usually with critical intent, many of these principles have their origins in the Western Enlightenment, when theorists of the natural and social order had, unlike now, no hesitation in expressing their opinions as universal truths and propositions. It is fashionable in these times to denigrate these, at least in the humanities, while at the same time leaving crude versions of them fully in play in society in general. But we can never do without universals of some sort. We can, of course, pretend to do without them. Much of what now passes for radical argument in the humanities and some segments of the social sciences resorts to much dissimulation and opacity, when it is not engaged in downright chicanery, with respect to this point. It is therefore important at the outset to exhume the traces of universal principles expressed in the ways the personal is and can be political. This is so because without certain criteria of judgment, explicit or implied, it is impossible to distinguish between right and wrong or between progressive and regressive lines of political action. The existential moment of do I or do I not support this or that line of action entails such a judgment. Even though I may prefer not to make it, not to decide is in itself a form of decision, one that many Americans now prefer at the ballot box with specific consequences. So though the moment of universality is not the moment of revelation, it is the moment of judgment and decision, and these willy-nilly entail expression of some universal whether we like it or not. It is only in these terms that we are able to say that this form of insurgent 248 politics, embedded, say, in a movement for environmental justice, is progressive and worthy of support, while that form of insurgent politics, like the militia movement in the Michigan woods, is not. The moment of the universal is, therefore, the moment of political judgment, commitment, and material praxis. For this reason it is, paradoxically, the moment that gets argued over in the most abstract of terms. In effect, we seek to create a generalized discourse about rights and wrongs, about moral imperatives and proper and improper means and ends, through which we try to persuade ourselves as well as others to certain consistent lines of action, knowing full well that each of us is different and that no particularity is exactly the same as any other. Such arguments can easily seem redundant, but when connected back across all the other theaters of action on the long frontier of insurgent politics, they can acquire a stronger force and even provide some sort of political and emotive thread that helps us recognize in what ways the personal, The collective, the mediating institutions can relate to each other in dynamic ways through the activities of the translator and the insurgent architectural imagination. Furthermore, it is also the case that universals draw their power and meaning from a conception of species being. It is only in terms of species rights that universal principles of conduct can make sense. It then also follows, as I argued in Chapter 11, that acceptance of some sort of unity of science is a necessary condition for the promulgation of universality claims. Conversely, discussions of universality crucially depend upon critical engagement with notions of species being and the unity of science. So what universals might we currently embrace as meaningful ideals upon which to let our imaginations roam as we go to work as insurgent architects of our future? I have already referred in Chapter 5 to the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights as a document that expresses such universal principles in problematic but to some degree persuasive terms. The application of these principles has often been contested and their interpretation has had to be fought over in almost every particular case. Can we add or reformulate those universals in interesting ways? My own preferred short list of universal rights worthy of attention runs as follows. 1. The right to life chances. This entails a basic right to sustenance and to elemental economic securities. Food security would be the most basic manifestation of such rights, but a general system of entitlements, as Sen. 1982, would call them, is also fundamental. This reaffirms the UN Declaration, Article 23, Section 3, that everyone has the right to just and favorable remuneration, ensuring himself and his family an existence worthy of. 249. Human dignity, and supplemented, if necessary, by other means of social protection. The universal right to a living wage and to adequate social security is one way to both demand and problematize such a universal package of rights. 2. The right to political association and good governance. Individuals must have the right to associate in order to shape and control political institutions and cultural forms at a variety of scales, cf. Articles 20 and 21 of the Union Declaration. The presumption is that some adequate definition can be found for properly democratic procedures of association and that collective forms of action must offer reasonable protections to minority opinions. The presumption also exists that some definition of good governance can be found, from the local to the global level. Here, too, the demand highlights problems and differences. The definition of good governance is far from homogeneous, at the same time as it takes up universalizing claims. But individuals plainly should have rights to produce their own spaces of community and inscribe their own rules therein, even as limitations on such rights become critical to restrict the narrow exclusions and the internal repressions to which communitarianism always tends. 3. The rights of the direct laborers in the process of production. The rights of those who labor to exercise some level of individual and collective control over labor processes, over what is produced as well as over how it shall be produced, is crucial to any conception of democracy and freedom. Long-standing concerns over the conditions of labor and the right of redress in the event of unreasonable burdens or sufferings, such as those that result in shortened life expectancy, need to be reinforced on a more global scale. This entails a demand for the radical empowerment of the laborer in relation to the production system in general, no matter whether it is capitalist, communist, socialist, anarchist, or whatever. It also highlights respect for the dignity of labor and of the laborer within the global system of production, exchange, and consumption. On this point, at least, a variety of papal encyclicals as well as the UN Declaration provide supportive materials. 4. The right to the inviolability and integrity of the human body. The UN Declaration, Articles 1 to 10, insists on the right to the dignity and integrity of the body and the political person. This presumes rights to be free from the tortures, incarcerations, killings, and other physical coercions that have so often been deployed in the past to accomplish narrow political objectives. The right of women to control their own reproductive functions and to live free of coercions and violence, domestic, cultural, and institutionalized, must also lie at the core of this conception. violence against women and the subservience of women to patriarchal and paternalistic systems of domination has become a major issue for which universal rights claims have become deeply plausible and 250. Compelling, though often in conflict with claims for autonomy of cultural traditions. 5. Immunity I destabilization rights. Everyone has the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, according to the UN Declaration, Articles 18 and 19. On this point the declaration is definitive and clear. But I here think Unger's, 1987b, 524-34, argument for a system of immunity rights that connects to a citizen's rights to destabilize that which exists is even stronger, for it insists on the right to critical commentary and dispute without fear of retaliation or other loss. It is only through the exercise of such rights that society can be both reimagined and remade. Unger's arguments on this point are persuasive. 6. The right to a decent and healthy living environment. From time to time legislation in particular countries has been predicated on the right of everyone to live in a decent and healthy living environment, one that is reasonably free from threats and dangers and from unnecessary hazards, those produced through human activities, such as toxic wastes, dirty air, and polluted waters. The spreading cancers of environmental injustice throughout the world and the innumerable consequences for human health and well-being that flow from environmental degradations, both physical and social, indicate a terrain where the proper establishment of universal rights is imperative, even if it is surely evident that the meaning, interpretation, and application of such rights will be difficult to achieve. 7. The right to collective control of common property resources. The system of property rights by which capitalism has typically asserted its universalizing claims, actively supported in Article 17 of the Union Declaration, is widely understood as both defective and in some instances destructive with respect to our physical and social world. This is nowhere more apparent than in instances of common property resources, everything from genetic materials in tropical rainforests to air, water, and other environmental qualities including, incidentally, the rights to control built environments for historical, cultural, or aesthetic reasons. The definition of such resources and the determination of who is the collective in whose name rights of control will be vested are all deeply controversial issues. But there are widespread arguments now for alternative systems of property rights to those implied in a narrowly self-serving and myopic structure of private property rights that fail to acknowledge any other form of public or collective interest to that given through a pervasive market, and corporation-dominated, individualism. 8. The rights of those yet to be born future generations have a claim upon us, preferably to live in a world of open possibilities rather than of foreclosed options. The whole rhetoric of sustainable environmental development rests on some sense, however vague and undefined, of responsibilities and obligations that stretch. 251. Beyond the ken of our own immediate interests. In extremis, this right also recognizes our volitional role in the evolutionary process and our responsibilities not only to our own species but also to the innumerable others whose prospects for survival depend upon our actions. See item 11. 9. The right to the production of space. The ability of individuals and collectivities to vote with their feet and perpetually seek the fulfillments of their needs and desires elsewhere is probably the most radical of all proposals. Yet without it there is nothing to stop the relative incarceration of captive populations within particular territories. If, for example, labor had the same right of mobility as capital, if political persecution could be resisted, as the affluent and privileged have proven, by geographical movement, and if individuals and collectivities had the right to change their locations at will, then the kind of world we live in would change dramatically. This principle is stated in Article 14 of the Union Declaration. But the production of space means more than merely the ability to circulate within a preordained spatially structured world. It also means the right to reconstruct spatial relations, territorial forms, communicative capacities, and rules, in ways that turn space from an absolute framework of action into a more malleable relative and relational aspect of social life. 10. The right to difference including that of uneven geographical development. The UN Declaration, Articles 22 and 27, states that everyone should be accorded the economic, social, and cultural rights indispensable for his dignity and the free development of his personality, while also pointing to the importance of the right freely to participate in the cultural life of the community and to receive protection of the moral and material interests resulting from scientific, literary or artistic production. This implies the right to be different, to explore differences in the realms of culture, sexuality, religious beliefs, and the like. But it also implies the right for different group or collective explorations of such differences and, as a consequence, the right to pursue development on some territorial and collective basis that departs from established norms. Uneven geographical development should also be thought of as a right rather than as a capitalistically imposed necessity that diminishes life chances in one place in order to enhance them elsewhere. Again, the application of such a principle in such a way that it does not infringe upon others in negative ways will have to be fought over, but the statement of such a principle, like that of the living wage, provides a clear basis for argument. The recent UN extension of cultural rights, those specified in Article 27 of the original Union Declaration, to encompass those of minorities, cf. Phillips and Rosas, 199-5, provides an initial opening in this direction. 11. Our rights as species beings. This is, perhaps, the vaguest and least easily specifiable of all rights. Yet it is perhaps the most important of them all. It must become central to 252. Debate. If we review our position in the long history of biological and social evolution, then plainly we have been and continue to be powerful evolutionary agents. If we are now entering a phase of volitional and conscious interventions in evolutionary processes, interventions that carry with them enormous risks and dangers, then we must necessarily construe certain universals to both promote and regulate the way we might engage upon such interventions. We all should have the right freely to explore the relation to nature and the transformative possibilities inherent in our species being in creative ways. This means the right to explore the possibility of different combinations of our evolutionary repertoire, the powers of cooperation, diversification, competition, the production of nature and of different dimensionalities to space and time. But that right to free experimentation, made much of by Unger, must also be tempered by duties, responsibilities, and obligations to others, both human and non-human, and it most certainly must accord strong protections against the potential powers of a non-democratic elite, or a capitalist class, to push us down technological, social, and evolutionary pathways that represent narrow class interests rather than human interests in general. Any concept of species interests will inevitably be riven by rampant divisions of class, gender, religion, culture, and geography. But without some sense of where our common interests as a species might lie, it becomes impossible to construct any family of meanings to connect or ground the incredible variety of partial claims and demands that make our social world such an interestingly divided place. On this point Nice and Rothenberg, 1989, 164-70, have much to offer, by insisting that the universal right to self-unfolding is related to the recognition of that same right across all species, and that the unfolding of life in general is as important as the unfolding of our own personal trajectories of self-discovery and development. This interlocking and oftentimes conflictual system of universal rights, I insist, is not the be-all and end-all of struggle, but a formative moment in a much more complicated social process directed towards socio-ecological change that embraces all the other distinctive theaters of social action. But the insurgent architect has to be an advocate of such rights. At the same time he or she must clearly recognize that their formulation arises out of social life and that they remain otiose and meaningless unless brought to bear in tangible ways upon mediating institutions, processes of community formation, and upon the ways in which the personal is construed and acted upon as the political. 8. Shaping socio-ecological orders. The dialectical utopianism to which I aspire requires the perspective of a long and permanent historical geographical revolution. Thinking about 253. Transformative political practices as manifestations of a dialectical and spatio-temporal utopianism is helpful. but it will only be so if we understand how activity and thought in the different theaters of social action relate, combine, and dissolve into each other to create an evolving totality of social action. Unfortunately, much that passes for imaginative architectural and political practice often stays immobilized in only one or two of the theaters I have here defined. Our mental and practical divisions of labor and of perspectives are now so deeply ingrained in everything we do that it becomes impossible for any one of us to be fully present in much more than one of these theaters of thought and action at any one time. The problem is not that this cannot work. Indeed, it may work far too well as it so patently has in the past, as, for example, dominant mediating institutions use divisions of mental and practical labors to dictate the terms of universality and the ways it is admissible for the personal to be political. The errors of that past always threaten to return and haunt us, though perhaps in different ways. By seeing the 7 moments I have described as integral to each other, by recognizing how they are all internally related, and by seeking to flow our analysis, our thinking, and our practices across their entire range, we may better situate our capacities as insurgent architects of some alternative possible dynamics. Any aspiring insurgent architect must learn, in association with others, to collate and combine action on all fronts. Universality without the personal is abstract dogma if not active political hypocrisy. Community without either the personal or universal becomes exclusionary and fascistic. Mediating institutions that consolidate their powers and oppress the personal or translate universals into bureaucratic systems of despotism and control subvert the revolutionary impulse into state authoritarianism. The translator who assumes omnipotence represses. The great individual, the architect/philosopher, who becomes detached from the masses and from daily life becomes either an irrelevant joke or an oppressive and domineering figure on the local if not on the world stage. It is open dialogue and practical interactions across theaters on this long frontier that counts. And it is to dialectics rather than Wilsonian reductionism that we must appeal to make the connections, however putatively, across these different scales. Only then can the impulse towards dialectical utopianism be prevented from dissolving into the arid and ultimately self-destructive utopianism of either closed spatial form or of temporal processes of perpetual creative destruction. But aspirations must be tempered by a sense of limitations and of vulnerability. There are necessary limits to even the most vaunting of ambitions. If, as I have argued, dialectical utopianism must be effectively 254. Grounded in historical geographical realities and achievements, if, to return to Marx's celebrated formulation, we can always aspire to make our own historical geography but never under historical and geographical conditions of our own choosing, then the leap from the present into some future is always constrained, no matter how hard we struggle to liberate ourselves from the 3 basic constraints of 1. Where we can see it from, 2. How far can we see, and 3. Where we can learn it from. And as we make that leap, we also have to acknowledge that it is a speculative leap into the unknown and into the unknowable. There is a level at which, no matter how hard we try, we simply cannot know with certainty what kind of outcomes will emerge. Both the social and the ecological orders, when taken together, are open and heterogeneous to the point where their totality can never quite be grasped, let alone manipulated into predictable or stable states. No matter how hard we try to construct and reconstruct the socio-ecological order to a given plan, we inevitably fall victim not only to the unexpected consequences of our own actions but also to evolutionary contingencies, those accidents to which Marx referred, that impinge upon us at every twist and turn and at every scale. It is precisely for this reason that the ideals of community, of utopias of spatial form, exercise such an attraction, because they depict a closed world of known certainties and rules where chance and contingency, uncertainty and risk, are resolutely locked out. Herein lies perhaps the most difficult of all barriers for the insurgent architect to surmount. In facing up to a world of uncertainty and risk, the possibility of being quite undone by the consequences of our own actions weighs heavily upon us, often making us prefer those ills we have than flying to others that we know not of. But Hamlet, beset by angst and doubt and unable to act, brought disaster upon himself and upon his land by the mere fact of his inaction. It is on this point that we need to mark well the lessons of capitalist historical geography. For that historical geography was created through innumerable forms of speculative action, by a preparedness to take risks and be undone by them. While we laborers, and philosophical under-laborers, may for good reasons lack the courage of our minds, the capitalists have rarely lacked the courage of theirs. And, arguably, when they have given in to doubt they have lost their capacity to make and remake the world. Marx and Keynes, both, understood that it was the animal spirits, the speculative passions and expectations of the capitalist, like those that Zola so dramatically depicted, that bore the system along, taking it in new directions and into new spaces, both literal and metaphorical. And it is perhaps no accident that architecture as a supremely speculative and heroic profession, rather than as either a Platonic metaphor or a craft, emerged in Italy along with the merchant. 255. Capitalists who began upon their globalizing ventures through commercial speculations in the 15th and 16th centuries. It was that speculative spirit that opened up new spaces for human thought and action in all manner of ways. The lesson is clear: until we insurgent architects know the courage of our minds and are prepared to take an equally speculative plunge into some unknown, we too will continue to be the objects of historical geography, like worker bees, rather than active subjects, consciously pushing human possibilities to their limits. What Marx called the real movement that will abolish the existing state of things is always there for the making and for the taking. That is what gaining the courage of our minds is all about. Appendix. Italia, or make of it what you will. Sometime in 1888, Ebenezer Howard read Edward Bellamy's just published utopian novel Looking Backward. He did so at one sitting and was fairly carried away by it. The next morning he went into some of the crowded parts of London, and as I passed through the narrow dark streets, saw the wretched dwellings in which the majority of the people lived, observed on every hand the manifestations of a self-seeking order of society and reflected on the absolute unsoundness of our economic system, there came to me an overpowering sense of the temporary nature of all I saw, and of its entire unsuitability for the working life of the new order, the order of justice, unity and friendliness. Howard fused the two sentiments. He sought a way to realize Bellamy's vision and promote the order of justice, unity, and friendliness that he found so lacking in the London of his day. In 1898, he published, at his own expense, publishers and magazine editors having proven indifferent or hostile, what was later to be called Garden Cities of Tomorrow. And so the New Towns movement was born, a movement that turned out to be one of the most important interventions in urban re-engineering in the 20th century. The end of another century. I walk the streets of Baltimore and am even more appalled than Howard at the lack of justice, unity, and friendliness. I say more appalled because now the inequalities are so striking, so blatantly unnecessary, so against any kind of reason, and so accepted as part of some immutable natural order of things, that I can scarcely contain my outrage and frustration. The immense pool of talents of a whole generation has been drained away into festering pits of alienation and enemy, anger and despair, blasé disinterest. Is there no alternative? Where is that inspiring vision of the sort that Bellamy provided? It is, alas, all too fashionable in these times to proclaim the death of utopia, to insist that utopianism of any sort will necessarily and inevitably culminate in totalitarianism and disaster. Naturally enough. 257. 258. Our urban problems, when seen through the prism of such cynicism, seem intractable, immune to any remedy within the grasp of us mere mortals. There is, we conclude, no alternative on this earth. We either look for remedies in the afterlife or, Hamlet-like, prefer meekly to accept those urban ills we have than fly to others that we know not of. I retire to my study and browse among my books. I read the critical legal scholar Roberto Unger, who complains that all of us have become helpless puppets of the institutional and imaginative worlds we inhabit. We seem unable to think outside of existing structures and norms. We are torn, he says, between dreams that seem unrealizable, the fantasy worlds given to us by the media, and prospects that hardly seem to matter, daily life on the street. I put Unger's book down and pick up another by the philosopher Ernst Bloch, who wonders why it is that possibility has had such a bad press. There is, he sternly warns, a very clear interest that has prevented the world from being changed into the possible. So there it is. There is no alternative. I hark back to how often and to what political effect Margaret Thatcher repeatedly used that phrase. I fall into a reverie. No alternative, no alternative, no alternative echoes in my mind. It pummels me into sleep where a whole host of utopian figures return to haunt me in a restless dream. This is what they tell me. It will doubtless surprise you to know that by 2020 the revolution was over. In just 7 years society underwent such a radical restructuring that it became unrecognizable. The collapse began early in 2013. It centered on the stock market, which rose in the first decade of the century to 85,000 points on the Dow, a level necessary, as many analysts pointed out, to properly service the aspirations of baby boomers like you whose accumulated savings were fueling the rise. But there were many other signs of trouble. Global warming had kicked in with a vengeance by 2005, creating environmental havoc and crop failures in certain regions. This unleashed a pandemic of infectious diseases, created millions of environmental refugees, and generated a raft of increasingly burdensome insurance claims. Social inequality was severe enough in your time. Remember how in 1990, 358 billionaires commanded assets equivalent to 2.7 billion of the world's poorest people. But by 2010, 10% of the world's population controlled 98% of its income and wealth. Much of this wealth was spent on building formidable barriers against the poor, far stricter than your modest gated communities. Building barriers to keep themselves out was, indeed, a primary occupation for those who were lucky enough to find employment as common laborers in those. Appendix 259. Years. But the higher the barriers, the more the wretched of the earth seemed to constitute an ever-growing danger. But it was the stock market crash that unhinged the world. Nobody knows quite how it happened, does one ever? Stock markets in Russia suddenly collapsed, but by then the world was used to events of this sort. Recall Indonesia or even Russia in 1998. The general expectation was that another round of forced austerity, pushed by the world's central banks, coupled with financial jiggery-pokery, would be sufficient to cure the problem. However, some of the affluent baby boomers decided it was time to cash in. As they did so, the market fell, and the more it fell, the more others tried to cash in before it was too late. For some 4 months, governments and central banks pumped in enough liquidity to hold markets steady. The Dow held at around 50,000. But then the world was awash with useless paper currencies. Inflation accelerated so that cans of tuna and bags of rice became more legitimate forms of currency than dollars, yen, or euros. Interest rates soared into the 1,000% range. Firms, even profitable ones, went bankrupt in the financial meltdown, and unemployment, in those places where such measures still mattered, soared to levels well beyond those ever before experienced, touching even the affluent. You professors really came off badly. Political power slowly dissolved under the crushing weight of rapid currency depreciations. Governments fell into disrepute and disarray. If the best government is limited to that which money can buy, then, it stands to reason, worthless money buys worthless government. Private property rights and the artificial scarcities they underpin began to erode before the sheer force of human want and need. The law lost much of its meaning as the power to enforce private contracts evaporated in a maelstrom of entangling indebtedness. The legal system slowly surrendered to brute force, since police power could not discriminate between the rights and wrongs of so many unenforceable contracts. The dam finally broke in early fall of 2013. By year's end the Dow stood at less than 2,000. Pension funds and insurance companies went under, as did banks and most other financial institutions. Stock markets disappeared. Paper wealth meant nothing. Baby boomers like you lost their financial security, your pension rights completely disappeared, for example. Everyone lost because in the Great Reform of 2005 people had foolishly accepted that privately funded social security schemes were better than those of governments. This had fueled the march of the stock market just as it was now a victim of its collapse. 260. The military takeover of 2014 was violent. A tough hierarchy of command and administration was devised. Military law and order was ruthlessly imposed upon the world. Dissidents were rounded up and the wretched of the earth were pushed back into their corners and left to suffer and die under the fearful and malevolent eye of the military apparatus. The generals issued proclamations stating that the central problem was overpopulation. Too many people were chasing too few resources. Carrying capacities were everywhere being violated and optimal populations, calculated by certain ecologists of your time to stand at no more than 100 million for the United States, were being grossly exceeded. Regrettable as it may seem, they said, the checks to population growth that Malthus had described in his famous essay on population, published first in 1798, principally those of famine, disease, and war, provided the only proper means to bring population and resources back into balance. Only when nature, red in tooth and claw, had done its work could sustainability be achieved and the natural order be restored. Thus was the coming anarchy predicted, justified, and managed. The military did, however, lay the groundwork for a complete reorganization and rationalization of social life. By 2010 the data banks on individuals compiled by credit institutions, already far more highly developed in your times than even you suspected, had been consolidated into one mass surveillance system. To protect themselves, the rich had insisted upon the implantation of electronic surveillance devices into the bodies of those that served them to ensure that nobody unwanted ever ventured into their presence. It became possible to scan individuals and obtain an instant bio on each. Imagine the uses to which this was put. The military universalized this system. Everyone they could round up was electronically implanted and coded. Everyone's location could be monitored from space. This was George Orwell's Big Brother raised to the nth power. Among the revolutionary-minded it was regarded as something to be smashed in the name of personal liberty and freedom. The military also took every technology that lay to hand plus a few more to create a remarkable communications system immune to attack from even the most talented hackers. They similarly established highly efficient and far more ecologically sound systems of transportation. Used for ever tighter forms of surveillance and control, these systems could later be converted to satisfy different needs. Lacking any clear moral authority or popular legitimacy, the military entered into alliances with religious powers, creating a global system of governance that amounted to militarized theocracies, divided regionally according to religious affiliations, a division that initially sparked massive Appendix 261 and disruptive population movements that made those of 1947 on the Indian subcontinent seem minuscule. These military theocracies even negotiated, briefly, a period of world unitary governance, calling back an aging George Soros to be the first president of the concert of the world. But that soon fell apart. The more centralized and hierarchically tight each military theocracy became, the more Darwinian the struggle between them, sparking costly wars of attrition all around the world. At first, such struggles, invariably depicted on both sides as a struggle against some other evil empire, helped consolidate internal controls by mobilizing nationalistic fervors and religious hatreds. But the falling apart of internal powers of provision made it harder and harder for central authorities to exercise control within localities where people waged the bitter but crucial economic struggle for daily survival. As the authorities appropriated more and more resources, so local discontents burgeoned. Many movements of opposition sprang up everywhere, militating against the corruptions and policies of hierarchical powers, criticizing the authorities for failing to deal with pressing problems of survival. These movements began to organize themselves on a localized basis. They built pioneering collective structures for both survival and resistance. But, unarmed, they were often subject to violent repression. How exactly it happened remains obscure, but in 2019 these disparate and fragmented movements suddenly came together, some later said through the machinations of some secret society of revolutionary organizers, though there was little evidence for that at the time. The wretched of the earth spontaneously and collectively rose up. They created a massive movement of nonviolent resistance, silently occupying more and more spaces of the global economy, while issuing rapid-fire demands for greater equality, the disbanding of military power, and the impeachment of military and religious leaders. The authorities viewed this as collective madness. Frustrated and frightened, they launched into irrational and uncontrollable violence, lashing out in fear and loathing at their own peoples as well as against each other. Such actions confirmed rather than diminished the determination of the dispossessed to take control. And in many of those enclaves of opposition and self-support, peoples had already achieved levels of conviction, understanding, and solidarity unparalleled in human history. Sickened by the egregious violence, elements within the military deserted, as did many holy men who had long sympathized with the people against the authorities. Hierarchical religion and militarism began to collapse. Their corrupt reliance upon each other and their blatant hypocrisy and venality proved their undoing. 262. Many scientists, doctors, and technicians dropped their support of the militarized theocracies and put their skills at the service of the new movement, at first subversively but then openly as liberated territories began to be defined. Deserting their positions as privileged hacks of a corrupt military theocracy, they launched a movement to reassert the emancipatory and humanizing mission of science, medicine, and learning. This proved an extraordinary cultural moment, and one which was to be memorable for everyone who participated. While religious authority self-destruct and the hierarchical powers of an absolutist militarized science fell apart, the two most powerful forces with which humans are endowed, those of spiritual commitments and scientific inquiry, merged to found a humanized and politically aware scientific sensibility that was to be the cornerstone of political revolution. Many intellectuals and artists joined the uprising. Some managers and technicians, those in charge of idle factories, became enamored of the prospects of real change and sporadically led the occupation of their workspaces, factories, farms, and offices, committing themselves to put the productive apparatus back to work for different social ends. After the military theocracies had been reduced to an illegitimate rump of power, brandishing weapons of mass destruction and on a couple of terrible occasions actually using them, a peaceful, nonviolent mass movement, led almost entirely by women, swept across the globe. This movement disarmed both the military and the motley array of marauding bands, mafiosi, and vigilante groups that had here and there sprung up to fill the vacuum left by waning military power. Such marauding bands threatened to form an entirely new anarcho-nihilistic social order in which male violence and patriarchy would be the primary source of political authority. The women's movement that counteracted this threat arose among the billion or so women who, by 2010, formed the majority of the proletariat. It was this feminized proletariat that was to be the agent of historical transformation. These women worked under insufferable conditions of oppression and continued to be lumbered with all the key responsibilities of reproduction, while being excluded, under the military theocracies, from public power. They everywhere came to call themselves the mothers of those yet to be born, a name taken from the first manifesto of such a movement in Buenos Aires published in June 2019. They went from house to house and place to place, destroying every weapon and firearm they could find, ultimately galvanizing a whole army of newly recruited technicians, both men and women, to neutralize and eliminate all weapons of violence and mass destruction. It was a nonviolent movement, combining passive. Appendix 263. Resistance and mass action. It was the most powerful blow of all struck for social equality and mutual respect, albeit in the midst of revolutionary turbulence. This movement proved the catalyst that turned the world away from centralized hierarchies of power to a politics of egalitarian mass force connecting localities, individuals, and all manner of social groups into an intricate and interactive network of global exchange. By 2020 much of the world was disarmed. Military and religious authority had slowly asphyxiated in a deadly embrace. All those interests that would prevent the realization of the possible were subdued. People could think about, discuss, and communicate their alternative visions. And this is the society that the wretched of the earth led by the mothers of those yet to be born dreamed up and actually made, in alliance with the scientists, intellectuals, spiritual thinkers, and artists who had liberated themselves from their deadening political and ideological subservience to class power and to military theocratic authority. The basic unit of habitation is called a hearth. It is comprised of anywhere between 20 and 30 adults and whatever children are attached to parenting collectives called pradeshas, on which more anon, within it. Each hearth forms a collective living arrangement organized as a common economy for mutual self-support. The members of the hearth eat and work together, arriving at collective decisions as to how to organize themselves internally and how to make a living through exchanges with other hearths. A neighborhood comprises some 10 or so hearths, and a larger organizational unit, called an Edalaya, loosely coordinates activities across 200 or more hearths, roughly 60,000 people. The largest continuous political unit is a regiona comprising anywhere from 20 to 50 Edalayas, at most 3 million people. The aim is for this to form a bioregion of human habitation that strives to be as self-sufficient as practicable, paying close attention to environmental problems and sustainabilities. Beyond this there is the Nashana, which is a loosely organized federation of regionas collected together for purposes of mutual barter and trade. It typically comprises at least a couple of regionas in each of the tropical, subtropical, temperate, and subarctic parts of the world respectively, with a similar diversification between continental and maritime, arid and well-watered regionas. The statutes of federation are periodically renegotiated, and regionas sometimes shift from one nashana to another as they see fit. Furthermore, new nationas can form at will while others dissolve, so there is no fixed scale of population nor even any fixed political organization beyond the statutes of federation. 264. Since the free flow of goods across these ecologically defined regions is fundamental to the support of a reasonable standard of living, guaranteeing as far as possible against localized famines and shortages, it also means an equally free flow of people. As a consequence, the degrees of racial, ethnic, and cultural mixing, already much jumbled up during the revolutionary period, make any kind of definition of nashana along ancient lines of race, ethnicity, or even common cultural heritage quite meaningless. This does not imply homogenization. Indeed, the levels of economic, political, and cultural diversification are astounding compared to your times. But this occurs within an intricate system of mutual self-support and non-exclusionary practices across the whole nashana. Some rough sort of answer has therefore been devised to the dilemma of constructing on the one hand a well-ordered system for the purposes of guaranteeing adequate life chances for all, while, on the other hand, allowing for that kind of chaotic disorder that provides the seedbed for creative interactions and personal self-realization. What is interesting about the hearths and neighborhoods, for example, is the degree to which they achieve a high degree of self-sufficiency and are themselves centers for the creation of cultural and lifestyle diversity. They are centers of intense sociality and cultural experimentation, places where the art of after-dinner conversation, of musical performances and poetry readings, of spirit talk and storytelling, are so tenderly cultivated as to make them sites of continuous social engagement, not all of it harmonious by the way. They are places where people who want to be different can express that want with the greatest freedom. Their general manner of organization is symbolized by the physical outlay. The nuclear family home that dominated urban form in your countries and times had to be displaced by some more collective arrangement. The prototype turned out to be some of the structures set up by the polygamous Mormons in the American West in the late 20th century. Whole city blocks have been converted. Entrances have been punched through dividing walls among the row houses or, in the case of detached housing and sprawling suburbs, walkways and infill rooms have been constructed between the already existing structures to link them into a continuous unit of high-density habitation, liberating some formerly sprawling suburban tracts for intensive cultivation. Larger spaces have been carved out as the common kitchens and eating halls, but everyone has their own private room equipped with some basic equipment and within which they are free to use their space as they wish. Several hearths are linked together around a neighborhood center that houses both general educational and healthcare functions. In some Appendix 265 instances we have adapted older town and even city centers to these tasks, though our virulent opposition to any structures higher than 4 or at most 7 stories meant major transformations in urban design in what used to be called the West. Elsewhere, particular traditional forms and ways of life have been adapted as need be to the new circumstances. Neighborhoods are also points of intense social interaction and entertainment. The Eidalaya's centralized store of videos and recordings can here be tapped into at will. The sheltered areas within the reorganized city blocks are mostly converted into walled gardens, with a few appropriate play spaces for children and restful arbors for adults, in which all manner of intensive cultivation occurs, producing fruits and vegetables galore, supplemented by glass houses and hydroponic cultivation systems that guarantee a year-round supply of everything from salad vegetables to excellent high-quality marijuana, the main recreational drug of choice. Urban agriculture and gardening is a prominent feature. Some derelict land in New York City was used this way in your day. This has both a social as well as an economic significance, since many people evidently take pleasure in such activities. On pleasant days the gardens become a venue for a lot of socializing and spirit talk. Composting of organic wastes is combined with an adaptation of an ancient Chinese system of night soil circulation, a triumph of biochemical engineering, so that nutrients are recycled on both a neighborhood and Eidalaya basis. You doubtless remember Victor Hugo's comment that the history of civilization lies in its sewers. Well, we present our system as evidence of a society well on the way to forming a radically different kind of civilization. The roofs of the habitations are adorned with solar panels and small wind sails. The effect is somewhat Heath Robinsonish and would probably not be aesthetically pleasing to you. Powerful batteries store energy in basement areas, supplemented by an elaborate system of fuel cells, an innovation perfected by the military. A variety of other local sources of energy are likewise mobilized. Energy reliance on the outside is generally regarded as debilitating and degrading. Each neighborhood has its buried reserve of oil for emergencies. But it is a matter of pride not to use it. Replenishment is costly. People often prefer to bundle up, or cuddle up, in cold weather rather than use up that oil. Everyone partakes of the tasks within the hearth. Cooking, cleaning, and all the other chores are divided up on a rota. Most neighborhoods have individuals trained to undertake the maintenance necessary for the physical structure and its electronic systems. 266. In addition, each hearth specializes in some particular kind of production: baking, brewing, sewing, dress and shirt making, pasta making, sauces, conserves, etc., which it exchanges with other hearths. Your expertise in baking and conserving would be put to good use. The communication system is here crucial. Orders can be placed electronically and surpluses advertised on bulletin boards. Work and exchanges can then be organized on an efficient and waste-minimizing basis. Particular hearths often use their labor credits, these will shortly be explained, to build a specialized stock of raw materials: dried beans, rice, flour, sugar, coffee, cloth, and thread, or whatever, which can be traded to other hearths for other produce. A collective store of surplus produce is dispersed among the hearths so that the Eidalaya is well stocked with several months of basic non-perishable provisions. Labor is exchanged among the hearths. For example, major construction or renovation projects within the neighborhood are undertaken by workers of different skills from various hearths, though in some instances labor from other neighborhoods is imported in exchange for reciprocal engagements at some later date. Computerized balances of labor credits provide a rough accounting measure to ensure fair exchange. Hearths also acquire fame and reputation according to the generosity and sophistication of the hospitality they offer. The reciprocal exchanges that take place between them in this way have become a vital aspect of social and political life. Competition with respect to generosity towards others is an important value. The hearths might seem to you oppressive to the individual. They are not, of course, conducive to the more blatant forms of individualism to which you are accustomed. But individuals can change hearths if they wish. Since the hearths are so different in character, they vary according to food preparation styles, musical tastes, cultural expression, traditions, gender mixes. The individual has even more choice of hearth type than New Yorkers of your generation had with respect to ethnic restaurants. The only restraint is that changes should occur on an annual basis and at a given time. The first week of November is the general date of removal. Notice of 1 month of intention to move is required so that vacancies can be advertised on the computer bulletin board and hopefully filled. Most people choose not to move, but individuals who feel oppressed have the opportunity to do so, and some restless individuals, you would probably be among them, never settle for long in any one hearth. This arrangement is supplemented by another important innovation: the institution of sabbaticums. Every 7th year, after the age of 17, each and every individual is entitled to spend a year elsewhere, almost anywhere in the world. Appendix 267. Such individuals must commit themselves as full participants of whatever hearth they become attached to. But sabbaticums provide a remarkable opportunity to learn and to explore the world in a different way. Many choose not to avail themselves of the opportunity, more than, say, once in a lifetime, but an almost equal number regularly take their sabbaticums with profit and pleasure, sometimes seizing the opportunity to retrain themselves in quite different skills. Individuals also have their own private resource budget that gives them limited rights to exchange goods and services on their own account outside of the framework of the hearth economy. This is a residual from the many local economic trading systems, LETs, that sprang up at the time of the collapse. You even had a few of them in your day. It amounts to an extensive computerized bartering network. Individuals have to earn their points by providing particular goods and services to others and can then use those points to acquire things or services they need for themselves. Individuals enter into the system at age 17 when each person receives an initial social endowment, set by the wealth of the Edalaya, which gives them an initial number of points to begin to trade. Inheritance is thereby made a collective rather than a personal and individual good. Since much of the basic organization of sustenance had been taken over by the collective activities of the hearth, individual exchanges have declined somewhat in significance. But there are all sorts of items, such as collectibles and vanity objects, that trade in this way. The appetite for higgling and haggling, for truck and barter, is thereby satisfied. The innumerable flea markets and other informal markets scattered throughout every Edalaya testify to the importance of this activity. It must be said, however, that going to market is now regarded more as an occasion for sociality than serious trade. Objects are often traded more for the opportunity of conversation and social contact than for any thought of economic advantage. The most prevalent form of this activity, and probably most shocking to your prurient eyes, is the exchange of sexual favors, a practice that deserves a somewhat fuller and franker discussion. In effect, all those personal ads and dating networks that littered the media in your times have been converted into a computerized system for organizing sexual exchanges. Were they really ever anything more? We fully recognize what should long ago have been obvious, that the relationship between sexual activity on the one hand and the organization of parenting on the other is entirely accidental. The last-ditch efforts by theocratic powers to keep the family alive as the foundation of the social order were increasingly seen as an exercise in 268. Social control through the tight control over the desires, dispositions, and even functions of individual bodies. The demise of theocracy coincided with the collapse of these controls. There then followed an intensive debate on how sexual life and parenting activities might be so organized as to displace the dysfunctional and ancient structures of the family, an institution which occasionally worked well in your days but was for the most part the center of violence, abuse, alienation, and, worst of all, neglect of the real needs of children to be raised in secure, loving, and supportive environments. The solution we have arrived at looks something like this. What are called pradeshas comprise a number of individuals who bond together in an irrevocable contract for the purpose of raising children. The unit can be of any size, but the minimum is 6 adults and the average is between 8 or 9. Instances can be found where the pradesha is all male or all female, but usually there is some mix of sexes. Adjuncts can also be participants in parenting, though they are not bound to the unit in any irrevocable way. They act as grandparents and aunts and uncles once did and can be called upon for help when necessary. The whole is constructed rather like the large extended family of yore, though it is now based on voluntary bonding rather than blood relations. The formation of a pradesha takes a good deal of preparatory negotiation. It brings together people who take great pleasure in the having and raising of children and creates a supportive environment for that activity. The sole focus on child rearing will, we feel sure, shortly pay off, raising children whose psychic makeup and attitudes are totally different from those you are familiar with. Relations based on affection, love, and respect are fundamental to the well-being of the pradesha, and this includes sexual relations. But individuals are entirely free to enjoy sexual relations with others, of any sort. To this end, an extensive computerized market for the exchange of sexual services exists, in which individuals earn points by providing sexual favors for others and spend points on procuring sexual favors from others. This freedom is accompanied by certain measures that to you would seem draconian. By 2005, a contraceptive system for men had finally been designed, and it became possible to insert a small capsule within the bloodstream to last for 1 year. All men who wish to be placed on the dating network have to submit to this medical procedure from pubescence onwards. Furthermore, careful monitoring of sexual health, sexually transmitted diseases in particular, is now mandatory. The sexual health of any prospective partner is coded into the dating network and available for inspection. This would, of course, be anathema to your mode of thinking, but if one considers the incredible freedoms it confers in other ways, then the thought should be more palatable. Indeed, it seems to us that your intense preoccupation with privacy in such matters had more to do with controlling sexual behaviors through fear than with the true protection of individual rights. Sexual exchanges of this sort have some unintended benefits as well as problems. On the positive side, the points system leads to a much greater equality between the sexes with respect to sexual practices. Men, for example, in order to gain points, must build a reputation with respect to the satisfaction of women, and the sexuality of the latter has become much more dominant as a result. The women's movement, many of whose members were forced to participate in the sex trade in order to make ends meet in your times, actually took the lead in setting up this more egalitarian system during its movement for disarmament. They also took the lead, largely out of necessity, in the design of collective systems of child care that later evolved into the pradeshas. The exploration of all manner of sexual relations also means the disappearance of categories like heterosexual, gay, and queer, since no one holds to such identities anymore but freely roams among sexual practices as they see fit. The biggest danger is that of sexual obsession, the inability to treat sexuality as a source of pleasure and the desire to use it for possession of the other or for the total merging of personalities. This has proven one of the deepest problems, and it has taken a lot of hard work and careful counseling to limit the potential damage that comes from such bad habits. The balance we now strike between sexual exchanges and parenting works very well. Children are nurtured in the right kind of way, full of love and attention, and the joy of so doing is as widespread as anyone could want. They are no longer viewed as property, as possessions, and their development occurs outside of those awful blandishments of the commodity economy and the struggle for personal advantage that so darkened their lives in your day. The world of parenting is protected from the potentially disruptive and destructive effects of the pursuit and liberation of sexual desires, making all the divorces, extramarital activities, and prurient public morality of your times a thing of the past. Parenting is also immune to the damage wrought in your times by crushing demands of a labor market oriented solely to the production of profit rather than to public wants and needs. This illustrates, however, a more general principle. There can never be a condition of total freedom in any society. Some sort of balance has. 270. Always to be struck between individual rights and the personal pursuit of desires on the one hand and collective rights, rules, and obligations on the other. The revolution of 2020 simply changed the balance around relative to that which you now know. It liberates individualism and the pursuit of self-realization in certain directions because it does not fear to constrain them in others. This shift is nowhere more apparent than in the conversion of the system of personal identification set up initially by the credit agencies and pressed home by the military. Libertarians wanted to abolish it entirely. But the women argued it was not a bad thing to be able to know instantly by scanning who one is dealing with. Someone remembered a proposal that democracy might best be served by opening up the data banks to everyone rather than trying to do without them or, even worse, pretending they did not exist. Everyone now knows about everyone else what all credit and government agencies knew in your times, and a good deal more besides. That information is instantaneously scanned between one person and another, so nobody can use it for privileged or authoritarian purposes. The loss of a presumed, but in practice mainly fictitious, privacy has to be accepted, but the gain in individual security is immense. The identity of any perpetrator of some violent act, for example, is immediately known. Hearths and neighborhoods can become open to all, since all outsiders are easily identified. All social spaces are opened up in hitherto inconceivable ways. Security no longer depends upon walls, doors, locks, fences, electronic barriers. It rests on the simple knowledge, available to all, as to who is present where. Take another example. Free transportation is available to everyone. The efficient and ecologically sound transportation systems devised by the military were put to excellent use to facilitate exchange and movement around the world. Locally, small electric cars, designed not to travel more than 20 miles and to move no faster than 20 miles an hour, and bicycles are located at the edge of every neighborhood. The insertion of a key card allows any adult to command any vehicle and to plug it back in on arrival at one's destination. The vital key card is released only on satisfactory reconnection, and abuse of any equipment can quickly be tracked down. Locomotion may be slow and restricted, but it is, like sex, free and safe. This also illustrates another important feature of our society. It has generally slowed down rather than speeded up. It has also become notably much quieter. The violent levels of noise pollution that were such a bane in your time have largely disappeared. Of course, in this as in many other. Appendix 271. Things, considerable variation exists between neighborhoods and Elias. Some of the latter, much beloved by some of the younger generation, are marked by a frenzied style of life and loud and boisterous festivals. Some young people also exercise their love of movement by rollerblading at fantastic, and occasionally, we regret to report, fatal, speeds. Technological innovation in your times had never really been about lightening the load of labor or making life easier for anyone. It was about gaining profits and pressuring whole populations into behaviors that made them like cyborgs, human appendages of machines both in the workplace and, even more insidiously, in the home. It forced levels of stress to supremely high levels through its relentless pursuit of speed up and intensification. Emancipation from want, pressures, and needs was not its aim. The prospects for humanizing technical relations were foreclosed. That is how we see it now. We hold that technology must make life simpler rather than more complicated. Technological change has not stopped. Indeed, there is great emphasis upon it, in areas such as electronics, genetic medicine, which we see as the ultimate cure for many diseases, and materials science, but the rules that govern its application are quite stringent. Committees evaluate new technologies in the following terms. They must, 1. Lighten the load of labor, 2. Be environmentally friendly if not beneficial, generating wastes that are non-toxic and easily reused, for example, 3. Be less rather than more complicated and therefore more easily used and maintained by all, and 4. Be consistent with the ideal that labor is as much a social as a technical activity, Technologies that isolate people are less favored than those that bring them together. Finally, technology should work to the benefit of all, with special emphasis upon the least privileged. These requirements are not always compatible, as you will doubtless quickly object. So the committees are often hard put to reach a decision. We cannot claim we always judge right. But uncertainty of this sort never hurt anyone, and we actually like the challenge. Another trenchant symbol of change is calendar reform. This had been tried several times before, most notably during the French Revolution, but it never succeeded until now. The abolition of weekends will doubtless shock you. This happened because of the religious significance of Saturdays and Sundays and the abusive ways theocratic power manipulated whole populations through calls to submission and worship at these times. 272. We now have a 5-day week with 6 weeks to each month, which leaves 5 days over, 6 in a leap year, which we insert between June and July as festival days. This is an occasion of wild celebration, for which Elias and neighborhoods prepare assiduously throughout the year. It makes events like your Mardi Gras and the Rio Carnival pale in comparison. But back to more serious matters. Each adult person is expected to work 3 of the 5 days in a week with 5 hours work a day. Flexibility is built in so individuals can work 2 days of 7.5 hours, or whatever. This means a workload of around 90 hours per month, and, with 1 month off a year plus a sabbaticum every 7th year, the formal working time of each person over a lifetime is much reduced. Hearths can also designate 10 other days as days of ritual. Most hearths use at least 4 of their days to participate in neighborhood and Elias celebrations, rather like your street festivals, but the rest remain particular to each hearth. All sorts of occasions are chosen, though it is notable that older religious and mythological rituals, like the Day of the Dead, are often preserved. The manner of celebration varies from quiet inner contemplation to boisterous guest days where outsiders are bidden to visit, eat, drink, perform, or whatever. There is another interesting adjustment to the work system. Half the collective labor of a hearth is normally allocated to activities organized by the Edalia or Regina in return for needed materials, rights, and services, such as free transportation, machinery and equipment, building materials, etc. The other half is given over to activities within the hearth destined for exchange with other hearths, the baking, brewing, sewing, etc. already mentioned. One of the most important discussions within the hearth, and sometimes a cause of bitter dissension, is how to vary these proportions. The supply of labor hours to the Edalia or Regina can be cut down if the hearth decides upon lifestyle changes or internal production mechanisms to make it less dependent upon external exchanges. If the hearth wants materials from the Regina's factories or increased rights to transportation, it must send so many more units of labor to the Regina in order to get them. But the number of labor credits needed to procure products or services from the Edalia or Regina varies. When labor is lacking at the Edalia or Regina level, it takes a lot more labor credits to procure materials and services from them. A curious kind of labor market arises. Exchange ratios, measured in labor credits, between Edalias, Reginas, and hearths fluctuate on a monthly basis. Appendix 273. This system results in occasional instabilities, but it generally runs smoothly enough. Most hearths provide a steady supply of labor to both Reginas and Edalias in return for a steady supply of credits to be used to procure whatever they need. The occasional shortages that result are an occasion for loud complaints. But they also have the positive effect of encouraging a lot of recycling, everything from nails to plastics and paper, and reminding everyone that the bad old days, typical of your times, of the throwaway society and instantaneous obsolescence must not return. In any case, such scarcity as exists has the virtue of being equally shared instead of being foisted upon the least fortunate, as happened in your day. Perhaps the most beautiful aspect of this system, however, is the gradual dissolution of the boundary between work and play. While it is commonly recognized that some formal accounting system is needed for society to function at all, The fact is that active people are active because they enjoy being active, and much of that activity is now channeled into pleasurable but productive work. What once passed as hobbies have become part of production, and much of production is organized as if it were a hobby. Gardening and orchard management, education of young children, care of the environment, doing carpentry and small odd jobs of improvement, even major projects to extend or refurbish buildings, as well as cooking and experimentation with cultural forms, painting, mathematics, music, poetry, etc., are all organized in a way that has nothing to do with formal work requirements and everything to do with the pursuit of a satisfying social life. The hearths are forever organizing projects for their own amusement and self-betterment. In this way, the number of formal hours given over to children's education has been much reduced. Children daily accompany adults, most, though not all, of whom enjoy the experience, into the gardens and orchards, into the hothouses or down to the fish ponds, into the workshops, or wherever. They do practical work while learning about botany, biology, principles of agronomy, mechanical arts, and the like. There are no formal places of worship anymore. The churches are converted to other uses, the smaller ones to communal living spaces, others into neighborhood centers, and still others into large recreation halls. Gymnastics is a much favored activity, or places where concerts, theatrical events, poetry readings, music competitions, and the like can take place. The beauty of such spaces is thereby preserved. You who often listen to musical events in some ancient cathedral will appreciate what we mean. Music is much loved, but it assumes an incredible variety of forms. Remarkably, mathematics and poetry have become connected to it, and each so enhances the other as to create a general conception of the poetry. 274. Of the universe to which everyone in one way or another subscribes. These three have become the focus of the greatest public celebrations. The collapse of formal religions does not mean any loss of spirituality. Indeed, people appreciate and admire all forms of spirit talk. And they still read and venerate the religious texts as beautiful stories and as morality tales that contain intense spiritual insights as well as practical lessons. What we call spirit talk is not confined to preachers or learned individuals. It is open to all. When the feeling strikes, individuals communicate their ideas in the home, in the workplace, in the streets, or in any number of public places. You would doubtless look upon this with horror, imagining that the whole world has been taken over by those street corner ravers you often encounter in New York City. But now this practice has become integral to a way of life that centers upon the convergence of spiritual powers and rational orderings. Individuals can explore with childlike curiosity the realms of thoughts, feelings, and dreams. And they can do so in an atmosphere of the greatest spontaneity. It may sound as if we lack contentiousness. But that is simply not true. Conflicts and disputes, not only between the spirit talkers who often argue vehemently, are viewed positively rather than suppressed. The dialectics of contention is widely viewed as fundamental to self-realization and social change. There are, however, some remarkable differences in how disputes are formulated, confronted, and resolved. To begin with, the profession of lawyer has entirely disappeared, a historical event that most of your generation would have devoutly wished even as they were drowning in their own litigiousness. In retrospect, we see the legal community as a prime culprit in hastening the earlier descent into barbarism. But the traditions of law, like those of religion, have been preserved because they are widely recognized as a crucial preparation for a civilized social life. In the past, however, they always remained just that, a preparation for something that never arrived. So we preserve the traditions of law but dispense with the professions of lawyer and judge. This attitude carries over into other areas. The universities, for example, have been disbanded. Taken over and administered entirely by large corporate powers by the early years of the 20th century, they had by 2010 become centers for corporate/military research or for the privileged training of a self-replicating corporate/state elite. The only kind of traditional scholarship tolerated was an obfuscating academicism specifically designed, or so it seemed, to take all pleasure out of learning and to prevent the formation or communication of significant ideas. Appendix 275. But love of learning did not disappear. Now freed of its professionalization, it has undergone a remarkable resurgence. Individuals pursue their love of literature, poetry, mathematics, history, geography, science, and the arts, mechanical and technical as well as traditional, in all sorts of ways. They do so in an atmosphere of intense pleasure, enjoyment, and disputation, though always in a manner compatible with their other duties, as carpenters, graphic designers, cooks, or whatever. The supreme art of translation is highly venerated and valued. Many choose to take a sabbaticum, or even to relocate full-time, in a particular neighborhood or Italia where certain groups of people have come together to share a common love of some sort of learning. Others use it to learn the humble craft of translation through total immersion in the ways of living of others. Young people, who in their 17th year are required to spend at least a year away from their praedia, often go to a place where some noted savants have gathered to study, for example, sciences, mathematics, law, religion, totemic systems, or the great literatures of India, China, and Europe. While most information can now be stored electronically, in some Italias many old books and manuscripts can be found, along with local techniques of book production that sustain the ancient pleasure that comes with curling up in a corner with a good book. The abolition of most forms of private property and the transition to property held in common eliminates much of the legal contention that dominated your world, but disputes are frequent and occasionally severe. Some rough rules and customs have arisen for conflict resolution in different arenas. Disputes that escalate into anger and strife within pratishas, for example, are regarded very seriously. The wisdom of experienced individuals within the neighborhood or Italia is quickly mobilized to dampen such strife. The whole approach to retribution, justice, and punishment has changed. While transgressions against others, violence in particular, have greatly diminished because the causative seedbed has largely been plowed under, cases still occur. These are initially viewed as disharmonies within the person committing the act. The response, as used to be the case with the Navajo, is to find means to unravel the upset and restore the harmony. Persistent offenses can lead to sanctions, such as the withdrawal of trading privileges. In extreme cases of persistent offenses, banishment to the dangerous lands is possible, a decision made by the Italia Council. This means assignment to areas contaminated during the Revolutionary Wars where life is still perilous. Such areas cannot be abandoned because 276. The toxicities and diseases fomented there pose serious threats. Commissions and work parties drawn from the naciones here collaborate, and the need for a non-volunteer workforce is partly met by individuals banished from their Italia in order to work off some punishment for persistent crime and violence. Disputes between Italias or regiones are worked out by negotiating committees. At the regional level, most disputes are over trade relations which, by universal agreement, have become based on equality, non-coercion, and reciprocity. We have made Adam Smith's theory of perfected markets practical and real, though largely through bilateral agreements. Disagreements on trade matters are routinely disposed of without much fuss. Global councils with well-publicized advisory functions exist, however, to consider some rather more difficult issues such as the paths of technological change, production formats, environmental problems, management of those resources, such as biodiversity and the oceans, considered as part of the global commons, and some matters pertaining to disaster relief, population relocations, and the like. These councils are supposed to alert everyone at all levels, from the naciones to the hearths, to the existence of common global problems that perhaps require local solutions. Established first in the brief period of world governance, these councils are now largely advisory and consultative. But they continue to play a highly influential role in formulating agreements between naciones. The system of political representation is extraordinarily simple. We will be brief so as not to bore you too much. Each hearth elects a representative to work on a neighborhood council for a 3-year non-renewable term. Each neighborhood elects a person to serve on an Edalia council for a 3-year non-renewable term, and so on up the scale to the national, which appoints representatives to the global councils. Each level of government above the neighborhood can second personnel, no more than 5% of the population, for no more than 10 years to work in a technical/administrative secretariat. In such a capacity, individuals can work on scientific/technological commissions or upon research and development, as well as upon the improvement of systems of allocation/distribution via the computerized bidding systems and bulletin boards. But it is a strict rule that all such personnel must attach themselves to a particular hearth where they participate in activities in a normal manner. The labor credits they receive for their activities are much appreciated in the hearth. The dispersal of such personnel through many hearths, and Appendix 277. The periodic geographical shift of commissions and secretariats from one Edalia to another, ensures strong contact between persons in the hearths and those operating at higher levels of governance. We thus avoid that practice, so damaging in your time, of allowing a privileged bureaucratic elite to ghettoize itself and get out of touch with the daily lives, wants, needs, and desires of the people. Some production activities are orchestrated via the national. We speak here of things like electronics, silicon chips, metalworking, engineering, transportation, communication systems, and textile fiber production. Such sectors are highly automated and require little labor. They are usually organized to combine economies of scale with economies of scope and are able to switch gears quickly from one category of product to another, e.g. silicon chips for different purposes or electronic equipment of different sorts. There is, therefore, a strong element of what you once condemned as undemocratic centralized planning, dismissed as socialistic or communistic. Much of this planning is to be found at the regional level, and it plays a key role in mixing the need for order in production with the desire for localized disorder as a seedbed for cultural renewal. Agriculture is likewise divided between large-scale low-labor input systems of production for grains, raw materials, beans, and legumes, and the labor-intensive activities connected with the fish ponds, the gardens, and the hydroponic cultivation systems. Management committees at the regional level struggle to get the balance right between these two sorts of agriculture in an attempt to construct long-term sustainability, self-sufficiency, and sociability. One excellent side effect has been the shift in preferences towards a much healthier diet based in grains, beans, legumes, vegetables, nuts, and fruits. The meat content, always a preserve of the affluent and a terribly inefficient means to feed people, has been much reduced. This has permitted the abolition of obnoxious and degrading practices developed in your times for the production of beef, veal, and chicken. Some of the personal habits and values established after the revolution might seem strange or even objectionable to you. Many people became used to somewhat Spartan lifestyles consistent with local self-sufficiency. They also acquired a rather hardened mental attitude to hurt and injury because situations demanded it, even if every effort was made to attend to the physical comfort of someone in pain. This general attitude has helped avert any return to the self-indulgent hypochondria, bordering on mass hysteria, that characterized the pill-popping elite classes in your times. Aren't you on Prozac too? It also prevents the medical establishment from pandering, as it so patently used. 278. To imagined as opposed to real ills. And it has forced psychoanalysis to return to its roots and accept that the treatment of mental ills lies in the art of intimate, excellent, and probing conversations. A professionalized business has become a general art form. We consider our medical care highly sophisticated. Every hearth has at least two people knowledgeable about minor problems, and from neighborhood to Edalia to regiona some sort of hierarchy of information flow and of facilities exists. Many, though not all, of the large-scale hospitals have been disbanded in favor of neighborhood caring units. Healthcare is oriented more to prevention than to cure. The demand for palliative drugs is much diminished. Your own drug industry typically opposed prevention and even cures in order to perpetuate its profits through palliative drug dependency. The other interesting feature is that medical care, understood as an art as well as a science of healing, frequently diverges in qualities and style from one place to another. While it is generally accepted, for example, that dying with dignity is a right, the manner of so doing varies greatly from the relatively private and quiet to the very social and even boisterous. Death is not feared but understood as integral to life, and it is simply not the style to go to extraordinary lengths to prevent it at any cost, as was the case for the privileged elite of your times. Death is seen as a moment of intense sadness and celebration, the moment of eternal return of the human spirit to its origins and the moment of transmission of all that has been accomplished through a life to another generation. It is the moment for everyone to reflect and take stock, to come to terms with their own life and death, and to recommit themselves to activities and relationships that will be worthy of transmission to future generations. It is perhaps for this reason that many of us now believe that the spirits of the dead continue to circulate among us, always. But we must have done with this tale. Out of the many other things that can be said, we address only those of the greatest import. Perhaps the hardest of all things to convey, to a whole generation of skeptics and cynics of your sort, is the spirit that pervades this new social order. It is not as if the will to power, the excitement of performance, the pursuit of passions, or the adventurous curiosity of individuals and groups have been put under wraps. Quite the contrary. All of these elements flourish even as they are channeled down different paths. It has been, above all, the revolution in values that has made the difference. And in this regard the most important point has been left to last. The absence of money from our world is startling. On this point we have nothing original to say, for it was all so well stated by Sir Thomas More, in 1516, no less. You perhaps remember it? Existing society, he argued, is nothing but a conspiracy of the rich to advance their own interests under the pretext of organizing society. They think up all sorts of tricks and dodges, first for keeping their ill-gotten gains, and then for exploiting the poor by buying their labor as cheaply as possible. Once the rich have decided that these tricks and dodges shall be officially recognized by society, which includes the poor as well as the rich, they acquire the force of law. Thus an unscrupulous minority is led by its insatiable greed to monopolize what would have been enough to supply the needs of the whole population. But in utopia, with the simultaneous abolition of money and the passion for money, how many other social problems have been solved, how many crimes eradicated? For obviously the end of money means the end of all those types of criminal behavior. And the moment money goes, you can say goodbye to fear, tension, anxiety, overwork and sleepless nights. Why, even poverty itself, the one problem that has always seemed to need money for its solution, would promptly disappear if money ceased to exist. Computerized exchange transactions of the sort pioneered in electronic banking in your times permitted the abolition of the very money exchanges that the system was designed to facilitate. It is now possible to engage in the multiple bartering of services of all sorts, from sexual favors to pots and pans, without using money at all. The whole social world is now turned upside down in such a way that the exchange of meaningful uses as opposed to the senseless pursuit of money power has become the dominant motif of the social order. The grand debate that we now have is over what is meaningful about a particular use. And here, the huge unanswered question mark that still animates innumerable passions is simply this: what can the true nature of human nature truly become? I awoke in a cold sweat. Had I had a dream or a nightmare? I prized my eyes open and peered out of the window. I was still in the Baltimore of 1998. But I was unsure whether to be reassured or distressed by the fact. The dream stayed with me for much of the day. The general picture I was left with was down-to-earth, commonsensical, and in some ways very attractive. But there were many elements that left me anxious and nervous the more I thought about them. 280. Imagine a world with no banks or insurance companies to run our lives, no multinational companies, no lawyers, stockbrokers, no vast bureaucracies, no professors of this or that, no military apparatus, no elaborate forms of law enforcement. Imagine all those workers freed from their subservience to the pathetic and parasitic activities to which they are now bound. Imagine them cut loose to work on productive tasks in a world where an ecologically friendly technology requires no more than a few hours' work a day to take care of basic needs. Imagine the loss of the frenetic pace of contemporary life and the transformation of those moments of pure enjoyment we now perforce snatch in between pressing obligations into hours of plenitude. Above all, imagine a world of respectful equality, not only of talents or achievements, but of conditions of life and of life chances, a world, in short, where the ugly habit of shifting the burden of one's support onto the shoulders of others has disappeared. Imagine a world in which the pursuit of pecuniary advantage no longer matters and the glitter of all that is gold has lost its allure. The vision was in one sense exhilarating. But the loss of all those usual props to daily life was also terrifying. I relaxed with my cappuccino. The stock market, after a summer of ups and downs, was at a new high. And I took comfort in the fact that everything I had dreamed was obviously so outrageously and outlandishly foreign to our contemporary ways as to be outside the realm of any possibility. Any discussion on this set of possibilities was bound to get a bad press, I said to myself, and rightly so. It was, after all, a very undialectical tale powered by exactly that kind of implausible apocalyptic scenario I so disliked. I walked the streets of Baltimore. Massive monuments to the rich tower oppressively around me. An elaborate state-subsidized welfare system supports hotels, corporations, upscale condominiums, football and baseball stadiums, convention centers, elite medical institutions, and the like. The affluent build a system of private schools, universities, and medical establishments that are the best in the nation, while the mass of the excluded population drown in the miasma of a public sector that is so busy subsidizing the rich that it cannot achieve even elementary standards of performance for the mass of the population. The suburbs boom with unecological sprawl while 40,000 vacant houses in the city disintegrate and decay. A filthy ozone cloud hovers over the city on warm summer days. 40,000 for drug users roam the streets, the soup kitchens are pressed to full capacity, as are the jails, the food banks for the poor have run out, and the Malthusian specters of death, famine, disease, and the war of all against all hang like a pall over the streets of the city. Where is that order of unity, friendliness, and justice which Howard invoked? If my dream had had some aspects of a nightmare, then wasn't this reality every bit as nightmarish? I had always thought that the purpose of More's utopia was not to provide a blueprint for some future but to hold up for inspection the ridiculous waste and foolishness of his times, to insist that things could and must be better. And I recalled how Bellamy's hero returns to the Boston of 1888 to find it even more appalling than he had ever thought, at the same time as he is mocked and ostracized for talking of alternatives. His contemporary reality turned out to be his nightmare. Is it not just as surely ours? If, as most of us believe, we have the power to shape the world according to our visions and desires, then how come we have collectively made such a mess of it? Our social and physical world can and must be made, remade, and, if that goes awry, remade yet again. Where to begin and what is to be done are the key questions. Looking backward, Bellamy noted, was written, like now, at a moment portentous of great changes. It was also written in the belief that the golden age lies before us and not behind us, and is not far away. Our children will surely see it, and we, too, who are already men and women, if we deserve it by our faith and by our works. And when that golden age arrives, we may finally hope to say goodbye to fear, tension, anxiety, overwork, and sleepless nights.